Welcome to Great Audiobook. If you enjoy my work and love these amazing novels, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you never miss a chapter. Chapter 47. After the space transmission device was completed, Bai Yang asked Queen Hong to transport the materials from the laboratory far away in the Big Apple City. The remaining funds can only be used as a simple base, and the rest needs to wait for Dubai to go online for sale. With the inflow of funds, the construction of the base can be expanded. The space device on the laboratory side has already been installed, and the Red Queen controls several robots to enter the space device and transport them to Fangxing Technology Island. The moment the robot entered, it appeared in front of Bai Yang again. The appearance of the robot is still in the style of poplar, the whole body is silver and white, but because it needs to be used in construction, it needs a lot of load-bearing facilities, so many hydraulic devices are added to the joints. Then came building materials and facilities, and minivans drove in from the other side. At this time, the robot has already started to survey and mark the location with the tool. And Bai Yang has already started to release drones here, and started to explore the island. After the situation on the island was basically stable, Bai Yang glanced at the robot that had completed the survey and mapping and was leveling the ground. Their first step now is to carry out simple protective construction around the space transmission device, which can be completed in one day today, in case wild animals inadvertently break-ins and changes in weather. The laboratory is also continuously manufacturing robots and transporting them to the island for land reclamation. In fact, Bai Yang also wants to sell arms at this time. He now has robots, electromagnetic arrow cones, micro-robots, virus-breeding equipment, and if possible, he can also make crawlers, evil gods, parasites. If this is sold, the money will definitely flow into his pocket like a river, such as launching satellites, virtual reality facilities, undersea beehive buildings, biological instruments, etc. After having money, it is not a problem. But just think about it, Bai Yang will not jump out until he reaches the power to destroy the country. Hold on, it's okay to make waves appropriately, but not too much. And now at my age, there is no need to worry too much. So now the main goal is to develop the Dubai Medical Technology Company, first sell the Dubai robot, and then start researching the T-virus without side effects. In fact, if the T-virus can be eliminated, it is not far from eliminating the side effects. And the biochemical technology in this world is not weak. Captain America, Spider-Man, Green Goblin, Black Widow, Black Panther. Many of them are genetic changes. There is also the extremis virus, which can show the hugeness of the biochemical technology tree. Of course, judging from Alice's situation, the T-virus can not only enhance the body's physique, possess an almost immortal physique, but also evolve superpowers. And I also have the complete information on Dr. Isaac's creation of Alice in my hand, as well as Alicia's genetic composition. But he hasn't figured out when to start the Alice plan. Bai Yang looked at the busy robot, left the Red Queen behind for a while, put on his battle suit, and flew in the direction of the Big Apple City. The space transmission device only carried out the transmission of objects, and the time was short, and Bai Yang did not carry out the human body transmission experiment. Although it is optimized compared to the space transmission device made by Professor Callahan in the world of supermarines, Bai Yang will not try it without the confirmation of human experiments. This uninhabited island is located in the boundless Pacific Ocean. It belongs to an undiscovered island, but now it belongs to Bai Yang. On the other side, another piece of big news appeared in the Big Apple City. Stark Industries issued an announcement that Pepper Potts will be the CEO. Meanwhile, the NASCAR Grand Prix in Monaco is about to take place. The NASCAR Grand Prix is a racing competition that represents the spirit of the beautiful country. Vehicles run at a speed of more than 180 yards on a crowded oval track, and there will inevitably be collisions, so it is very interesting to watch. The competition is fierce, thrilling and exciting enough. So this day basically attracts a lot of people to Monaco. Justin Hammer and others are no exception. In the afternoon, a piece of news made the list again. Tony Stark was attacked at the Monaco circuit. At the same time, photos and videos were played one by one. It can be seen in the video that a man wearing ready-made maintenance work clothing broke into the track, and then exposed some crude mechanical skeleton equipment on his upper body. At the same time, 2 electric whips protruded from his hands and attacked the racing cars on the track. The racing car driven by Tony Stark was cut down in an instant. At a critical moment, a Rolls-Royce broke into the track and arrived in time, and then a group of bugs flew out of the car and rushed towards Tony. Before the next whip hit, the steel suit was assembled. After that, there was a fight, and the morning whip was defeated and arrested. But at this time, Bai Yang was on a rock, changing the energy source in his chest, and watching the news by the way. The Red Queen, how long is it expected to take to arrive? 69 hours. That's okay, it shouldn't be too late. After Bai Yang replaced the energy source, he continued to fly on the sea. 3 days later, Bai Yang returned to the company. During this period of time, Tony sent a lot of things to Ethan, such as materials, design drawings, money, etc., which felt a bit like a boy who wasted money. But Ethan rejected them all. Recently, a batch of Dubai robots have been produced. After testing, they plan to send them to the people who have paid the deposit in order. After the Dubai robots are delivered, once the customer pays the final payment, another large amount of money will arrive. Account. However, the current Dubai has not yet been graded, and it has not entered the level of ordinary people. Bai Yang intends to reduce the price of Dubai's artificial intelligence and materials at the designated price after everything is stabilized, so that the public can also afford it. But right now everything is still in its infancy. Bai Yang returned to the laboratory immediately and began to make and write chip programs. After the various chip programs were written, they were handed over to Queen Hong. To be honest, if there is no Red Queen, he really doesn't know how long he will be busy. How good it is now, just transfer the initial programming program to Queen Hong, and leave the rest to her. Bai Yang doesn't intend to add too many people to his company, Ethan and Red Queen are enough. Following Dubai's output, after the quantity was sufficient, Ethan began to notify the people at the front of the queue to come and collect it. For a while, not long after the turmoil of Tony's attack subsided, the news that Dubai Medical Technology sold the Dubai robot caused a lot of enthusiasm again. Those customers who ordered the Dubai robot did not expect to receive the finished product so soon. In their thinking, it will take at least a year for Dubai to really go on the market. But it is also good to get the Dubai robot in advance. The children at home are urging them every day. The eagerness of the children is not only because of the movie, but also a video posted on the internet. In the video, there is a scene of a cute and white robot escorting a child to school, and that child is Peter. End of this chapter. Chapter 48. The Dubai medical robot has just entered the market, and many companies including Stark Industries came to congratulate it. There is a green light all the way on the road to sale. The posters of Dubai robot were also hung all over the Big Apple city at this time. An introduction about the Dubai robot is also broadcast on the screens in the shopping malls in the city center. Pictures of the Dubai robot taking to the streets were also posted on the internet, arousing the envy of a large number of people. While the Big Apple city was still in the heat of Dubai, a news released by Hammer Industries once again hit the headlines. Hammer Industries joins hands with the military to experiment with steel robots, and Iron Man is no longer unique. The exhibition will be held in the Center Stadium. Now, the Big Apple city became even more lively. On Bai Yang's side, he has basically transmitted all the construction procedures to Hongho at this time, and as long as the remaining materials are kept, the expansion of the base and Dubai factory has basically stabilized. And he can finally get out and enjoy the last few days of vacation. When Bai Yang checked the security system of the laboratory, it was already night. Walking out of the laboratory, Bai Yang stretched his body facing the starry sky. Then he took out his phone and explained to Ethan, before calling Aunt May. Bai Yang sat on the lawn in front of the laboratory and made a phone call. Soon, the other side connected the phone, but the voice was a little noisy. "Where are you?" Bai Yang asked curiously. "We're at the sports center," Aunt May said loudly into the microphone. "Sports center? Why are you going there? Today is not a sports meeting," Bai Yang asked suspiciously. "Hammer Industries is holding an exhibition of steel mechs here today, and Peter's kid has been clamoring to come." Aunt May was not very interested in these iron bumps, but Peter kept clamoring to come after hearing about them. "Hammer fair?" Bai Yang frowned and thought for a while. "Is it the exhibition weapon robot?" "Yes, by the way, are you busy now? I thought our family planned to go on a trip. It's all gone now," she complained to Bai Yang. "Don't worry about that, take Peter out of there as soon as possible, and you will be in danger immediately." Bai Yang said anxiously, then put on his battle suit and headed towards the stadium. Danger. What danger will there be? She looked at the cheering crowd around an Iron Man who had arrived suddenly, and asked suspiciously. Just when Bai Yang was flying in the air and still wanted to say something, panic screams and explosions suddenly occurred on the other side of the call. Sister May, Sister May. He called several times, but there was no response. The Red Queen, hack into the internal computer of Hammer Industries and take control of all the robots. Invading. At this time, the stadium was already in a panic, and all the people who were going to participate in the exhibition flocked to the door like a honeycomb. There are even a few robots flying in the sky with white tails, shooting Iron Men in front from time to time. But to Bai Yang's relief, there were a few more white figures in the field at this time, their chubby bodies wearing a layer of battle armor to fight with the controlled robots. Another part formed a rescue team and began to provide first aid to the people on the scene. Red Queen, report the progress. Hammer has invaded into the industrial mainframe, and is fighting for control, with a progress of 23%. The Red Queen reported the situation in time. At this time, Vank, who was in Hammer Industries, frowned and looked at the chaotic codes in the computer in front of him. He wanted to try to save it, but it was completely useless in the face of the huge calculation of the Red Queen. Feeling that something was wrong, he decisively put on his battle armor and headed towards the scene. Glancing at Iron Man with robots setting off fireworks, Bai Yang turned his head and began to look for traces of Peter and Aunt May. It's so sad, you are not the elder brother who worships you. Looking at Peter in the crowd wearing the Iron Man helmet, Bai Yang slightly complained. Immediately afterwards, Bai Yang swooped down quickly. After shooting through the robot that wanted to attack, he hugged Peter. Peter, who had picked up his backpack, struggled uncomfortably in his arms. It's me, Peter. Bai Yang shouted, and his struggling body calmed down. At this time, a call came in. Hey, Bai Yang, you came just in time. The ground robot is handed over to you, and I will take care of the sky. Tony's surprised voice came over. You hold on for a while, and I'll be able to take control of all the robots right away. At this moment, Bai Yang held Peter and came to the panic-stricken Aunt May. Sister May, are you all right? My God, Peter. She hugged Peter excitedly. Glancing at Bai next to him, Bai Yang looked at the robot that was still attacking Iron Man. Just about to step forward to attack, all the robots that were still attacking stopped moving. The progress is 100%, and the control has been taken over. The Red Queen reported at this time. Except for the mechs with people inside, the others start the self-destruction process. Detecting a bomb inside, activating the self-destruct procedure will harm surrounding humans. Detect open areas and concentrate on destroying. Investigating. Lord, who was chasing Iron Man, stopped the attack in his hand. Tony, it's all done, and the Vank guy will leave it to you. After saying that, Hong has found an area suitable for destruction and controlled all the army robots to go there. At this time, Vank also came in front of Iron Man wearing a battle suit. Vank controls his whip suit and fights Iron Man in close quarters. The optimized 2 electric whips will not only disrupt Iron Man's induction program, but the high-temperature winding will destroy his defensive armor. Unfortunately, Iron Man was entangled again by the electric whip at this time. Unlike last time, after he was entangled this time, the current directly disrupted his circuit, and he couldn't break free at all. Seeing Iron Man under control, Wank pulled him in front of him and looked down at him. You lost. He opened his visor and smiled grimly. No, you lost. Looking at Vank, who opened the door, a blue light suddenly appeared on Tony's body. It is the electromagnetic arrow cone. Vank's pupils reflected blue light, and there was a small hole on his forehead. Bang. Tony pushed him to the ground, took off the damaged helmet and threw it to the ground. This thing is really useful. He looked at the plasma laser on the top of the electromagnetic arrow cone and tilted his head. At this time, a violent explosion sounded suddenly, and a group of gorgeous fireworks lit up in the Big Apple City. The violent explosion made the ground seem to tremble. It looks like you don't need my help anymore. Lord controlled the war machine and landed in front of Tony, looking at Vank on the ground with a blood hole on his forehead. Chapter 49. Sports Center. The gymnasium, which was originally neat and tidy, was in a mess at this time. Everyone fled and left here, and the injured were also taken away by the Dubai robot and sent to the hospital. At this time, in front of the exit of the gymnasium, there were 3 people in combat uniforms standing. It seems that you have found an element to replace palladium. Bai Yang looked curiously at the triangular energy source on his head and chest. Yes, I found a new element. The new element was like a new life, which made Stark feel clear. Congratulations, but your current appearance is really miserable. Bai Yang pointed to his tattered battle clothes. I and the fight just now, it was melted by the high temperature generated by the whip current. Heroes are like this, do you want to come with me? Tony said with a relaxed face. No, I'm too busy with my own affairs. Bai Yang directly refused. Now my own affairs are just on the right track, how can I have time to save others all over the world? And he prefers to use technology to rescue, rather than personally fight. It seems that he is busy with dating. He teased. Although it is night now, I am wearing a silver-white battle suit. Lord, who had been standing by the side, couldn't help complaining at this moment. Oh, I thought you went back to report the situation. Tony glanced at him unexpectedly. By the way, my younger brother is your fan, come and sign. At this moment, Bai Yang suddenly took out a pen and paper and handed it to Tony. He looked at the pen and paper handed to him in surprise. Where did you take it out? Just picked it up on the ground. You think you should carefully prepare a copy, or your brother might dislike it. He took the pen and paper and wrote his name seriously. It's best for him to throw it away. Bai Yang took his signature and curled his lips in displeasure. Tony Stark smiled smugly. I think I'm a background board. Lord said faintly in his battle suit. At this time, an Audi sports car galloped up and stopped in front of the 3 of them. Natasha got out of the car with a face full of displeasure, who just invaded the host computer of the Hammer robot control program. They rushed to the interior of Hammer Company, passed all the way, and finally arrived at the main engine control room, but not only disappeared, but all the programs of the robot were changed and destroyed. In other words, they made a trip in vain. It's me. Bai Yang waved at the woman in tights. It was you who sneaked into Hammer Industry. She looked at the immature Bai Yang in disbelief. No, it was hacked remotely. When you get it done, the Big Apple City still doesn't know what kind of chaos it will be. It's impossible. They are controlled by a single line. How could they hack in? She didn't believe it at all. As long as there is communication, I can do it. Bai Yang didn't say it was the Red Queen. Natasha frowned, but couldn't say anything. Soon, Playboy also came to Tony with a panicked face. My family should be worried about me, so I'll leave first. Seeing that the turmoil subsided, Bai Yang smiled at them, turned around and flew away. Immediately after War Machine Lord, Black Widow Natasha left one after another, leaving Pepper and Tony behind. Although the timing had a big impact this time, the Dubai robot rescued the scene in time, and the robot's targets were all Iron Men, so there were not many casualties. Because Dubai Medical Technology Company happened to be not far from the stadium, and there were some people with Dubai in the venue, so the rescue could be carried out in time. But in the face of stray bullets and flames, Dubai, who was not equipped with equipment, still damaged a few of them. The next day, the newspapers and news agencies in the city became busy again. They originally wrote articles about the praise of the robots of the Hammer Industrial Army, but now they all changed to hazards. But there are also many newspapers and periodicals who saw the Dubai robot that appeared on the scene to rescue them, and slightly changed the article of Hammer Industries to become a Dubai robot, and an article was freshly published. It can also quickly seize the opportunity. For a time, the Dubai robot became the #1 cutest creature in the beautiful country. Can look after babies, can protect people, has a cute appearance, and is a personal nurse. Who doesn't love it? But many people can only sigh in awe when they see Dubai's price. At this time, Dubai Medical Technology Company released another news that it will reduce the production cost and price of Dubai. The cheapest Dubai is similar to the price of a car. At the same time, an announcement was issued again that those Dubai robots wearing battle armor, just like in the animation, will not be sold, but will only be used for defense and rescue operations. If possible, it will be given to those who have made great contributions to society. And those rich people, facing the other party's firm attitude, had no choice but to give up. And Bai Yang returned home, saw Peter excitedly looking at Iron Man's signature all day long, shook his head helplessly, and left the house, out of sight and out of mind. He returned to the laboratory again and began to upgrade the energy of the suit. Tony has sent his newly discovered elements to himself, so the energy source composed of palladium elements can also be replaced. The composition of this new element was researched by Howard Stark based on the energy structure of the Rubik's Cube, and it is mostly related to space. The cosmic Rubik's Cube can not only open the portal, but also be used to develop weapons. As a thank you, Bai Yang is going to make a set of biological breeding equipment for him. The efficiency of the robots is very fast. The construction on the surface of Fangxing Technology Island has been basically completed, and it is still being expanded. Now, some robots have been separated to dive into the seabed and start building honeycombs. On the laboratory side, a small beehive has also begun to be built underground as a reception point and a temporary location for T-virus research. So now my work includes making new energy sources, biological reproduction equipment, and researching T-viruses. Building production can be handed over to the Red Queen. And after the construction of the building is completed, it is necessary to launch satellites into space as soon as possible. It seems that after returning from the biochemical world, he will be busy again. About a week later, in Dubai's laboratory, a smooth human figure with faint blue body and some red stripes in the middle appeared in the closed chamber. Queen Red, call out the strength test target. Bai Yang's voice came from inside the uniform. After the words fell, a tumbler-like target slowly rose from the ground in the closed room. Bai Yang adjusted his posture, bent his body slightly, and then swung his fist at the target suddenly. Bang! The target was directly dented by this punch, and the strong airflow scattered in all directions. Numbers began to flash on the wall ahead. Finally it stopped beating at 1,780 kilograms. This time it is much stronger than the suit made in Resident Evil, reaching the strength of an adult brown bear. Then came the speed test, reaction test, jump test. This time, it still used Alice to replicate the cells, instead of using Alicia's genetic clones. Because Bai Yang bred the Alice gene with Alicia's genetic gene according to Isaac's data, but the experiment has not been carried out, and the controllability cannot be fully controlled, so it cannot be put into use at risk. Therefore, now we can only make this kind of biological reproductive equipment made of cloned cells. There is a call connected, the contact is Tony Stark, is it connected? Red Queen's words interrupted Bai Yang who was testing. Come in. Bai Yang stopped, and the oil-stained uniform on his body turned into a blue umbrella company logo pattern on the back of his hand like flowing water. Hey, Bai Yang, someone wants to meet you, do you want to come? Tony asked directly during the call. Who wants to see me? Tony cast his eyes on the men in front of him who looked like a corned egg wearing a blindfold. National Defense Strategic Defense Offensive and Logistics Support Agency. He finished the name in one breath. Bai Yang was also a little confused for a moment. I am the director of this organization. We have been paying attention to you for a long time and have been protecting you. Fu Rui said lightly. Protect me? Well, I think I know who you are, I'll be right there. Bai Yang thought for a while, nodded, and was about to hang up the phone and leave the laboratory. No, someone is already waiting for you outside. At this time, Fu Rui reminded. Well, I still want to fly there. Bai Yang shrugged, picked up a simple biological reproductive suit and left the laboratory. When he walked out of the door of the laboratory, there was already a black car waiting. Bai Yang directly opened the passenger car door and got in. Hey, uncle, you are here to pick me up. Yes. He nodded solemnly. Put on your seatbelt, we're leaving. After he finished speaking, he had already started the car. I've already put it on. By the way, are you an agent? Bai Yang put on his seatbelt and asked curiously. He didn't say a word, just staring at the front seriously. Are you afraid of revealing secrets when you open your mouth? Do you have any relatives? Do you miss them? Did you write a suicide note or something? Do you know how to dress up as a woman? Bai Yang asked all kinds of questions tirelessly, but the other party still didn't send a glance, only the frowning frown showed watching his inner impetuosity. Where are you taking me? Are you going to such a remote place to meet? Bai Yang realized at this moment that the car had unknowingly left the city center and came to a remote suburb. Bai Yang felt something was wrong. Hey, is Fu Rui here? Why? Bai Yang picked up his mobile phone and dialed. Before he finished speaking, the combat chip prediction device suddenly issued an alarm, and the agent next to him was about to pull out a pistol. Good guy, it's true that S.H.I.E.L.D is a nest of snakes. Faced with this situation, blue liquid gushed out from the palm with the umbrella symbol, and quickly intercepted it on his wrist. Ah! His wrist holding the pistol was directly twisted. But he just screamed in pain, then flashed fiercely, left the steering wheel with his other hand, and threw it at Bai Yang's face. Chapter 50. But Bai Yang's biological growth equipment is equipped with a battle prediction system, which has already predicted his attack route. And the battle suit was covered at this time, and he punched his head out of the door and window. The driver's seat also lost control at this time, and directly hit a tree and stopped. The trees shook violently after being hit. After Bai Yang got off the car, he took out his mobile phone and looked at the agent in front of him who was knocked unconscious by his punch. Director Fu Rui, it seems that you are going to hold a funeral for your subordinates. What happened? Fury asked in a deep voice at this time. This driver didn't know where he was going to take me. When I wanted to call you, he suddenly picked up the pistol. If it wasn't for Tony, I would have thought you were trying to kill me. Bai Yang pulled out the gun from his body. A device was inserted into his head. After this punch, ordinary people would have been beaten to death long ago, and the opponent is still alive, which shows that his physical fitness is not bad. After all, he is an agent anyway. But now it is not far from death. Now Bai Yang is trying to extract his memory. The memory transmission in the biochemical world has been improved by Bai Yang, which can extract the memory of unconscious people. My name is Kelvin Darren, and I have been named this since I was born. I have never met my parents. The first thing I saw when I opened my eyes was an old man with a kind face. I was taught assassination, intelligence acquisition, poisoning, camouflage, and other skills by him since I was a child. During the learning process, he also explained the history and philosophy of Hydra to himself, and he always looked fanatical every time. He believes that Hydra is great. I think so. At about the same time, I was sent into an organization by him, and I started to perform tasks. I have been hiding deeply, waiting for the order of the organization. And today, I was sent to pick up a high school student, but when I received the task, his Hydra identity was activated again. The task was to take the high school student to a Hydra base. Once that's done, I can return to Hydra's arms. Long live Hydra, cut off one head and grow two more. Seeing the agent who was no longer breathing, Bai Yang took the memory device back. It seems that I have discovered something extraordinary. In the picture of memory, Bai Yang found a pair of siblings imprisoned in the cage. I don't know if it is Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. But now Bai Yang is thinking about whether to go to the base where he was kidnapped this time. But after thinking about it, forget it, just give Fu Rui the location of the base. As for the base in the memory screen that didn't show the area, Bai Yang couldn't do anything about it. Bai Yang stayed away from the opponent's body, climbed up a tree, and waited boredly. Fu Rui looked at the phone with an ugly face, while Tony on the opposite side was looking at a joke. It looks like there are mice in your house. He was no longer worried about Bai Yang's safety. With his cautious character, it's really not easy for him to go wrong. But Fu Rui ignored him, looked down at the table and thought for a while, then took out the phone again and called out. Coulson, where are you now? He asked in a deep voice. Just left the city. What's the matter, Chief? You are now going to the suburbs southeast of the city. Agent Kelvin has mutinied, but he is dead now. I need you to pick someone up. No problem. Coulson nodded, and then turned around at an intersection. After you see him, see if you can recruit him to join us as a reserve member. But I'm going to Mexico. Then take him with you. A child believes you can handle it. Fury ordered. A child, is it Bai Yang? He guessed the target's identity immediately. Yes, I was supposed to bring Stark to recruit together, but I didn't expect Agent Kelvin to betray. To be on the safe side, I can only find you. At this time, Natasha went to the west, ready to recruit Graham. Everyone else either has something or can't be trusted enough. Only Coulson happened to be on the way, a kid. I believe he can handle it. Okay. He could only accept the task with some headaches. Poplar stood on the tree trunk, looking around all the time. Soon, a middle-aged man with a tall hairline came to the scene. When Coulson got out of the car and saw that there was no one there, he immediately took out his pistol and became vigilant. He first glanced at the car that hit the tree trunk. It was a cheap car organized by them. Then he carefully crossed the car, looked at the body with sunken cheeks on the ground, and frowned. He looked around, but didn't see the boy. "Are you looking for me?" Bai Yang's voice sounded above his head. Hearing the sound, he stepped back immediately and pointed his pistol at the person sitting on the tree trunk. "You didn't come to kill me too, did you?" Bai Yang raised his eyebrows. "No, I'm here to pick you up." "How did you climb up the tree?" After seeing Bai Yang's appearance, he withdrew his pistol but remained vigilant. Poplar jumped down from the tree trunk and landed lightly on the ground. It's convenient for observation. He glanced at the biological reproductive suit on Bai Yang in surprise, and then extended his hand politely. "Hi, I'm Phil Coulson, an agent of the National Defense Strategic Defense Offensive and Logistics Support Agency." "I'm Bai Yang." After Bai Yang heard his name, he subconsciously glanced at his hairline. "I will talk to you on behalf of the director in the future conversation. Please accept the arrangement," he said with a smile on his face unchanged. "Then what if I don't accept it?" Bai Yang asked curiously. "Then I'll tie you to the car and lie down with me all the way to Mexico. The car doesn't have good shock absorption." Hearing his words, Bai Yang glanced at the dead agent on the ground. "Compare him, who is better?" "I will invite you to sit in my car," Coulson said softly, looking at the innocent face in front of him. "Well, he is still an underage child, so be tolerant." Bai Yang got into the co-pilot with satisfaction. After fastening the seat belt, he looked at the abandoned cars and corpses through the front windshield, and asked curiously, "Aren't you going to deal with it?" "I still have a task. I don't have time to deal with it. Someone will deal with it later." After taking the photo, he sat in the driver's seat and said, "You don't want to take me on a mission, do you?" Bai Yang asked in surprise. "Yes, I just came to pick you up smoothly, and the director has already handed over your affairs to me," Coulson replied. At this time, the car had already started to drive. "Then your bureau chief will really save trouble," Bai Yang complained slightly. "There is a file in the handheld box in front of you. You can take a look at it first." Coulson didn't care about his complaints, and continued. "It was a copy he had just improvised in the car. I think we should talk about the incident of my being attacked." Bai Yang already knew roughly what was written in the file, so he wasn't interested in it. Instead, he wanted to see if he could use it to get something out of their hands. "Sorry, we didn't know there would be spies in the bureau." Coulson apologized sincerely. "I think in order to protect myself, I need some hard metal," Bai Yang said seriously. "What do you want?" he asked curiously. "Anyway, it will be the director's headache at that time, and it has nothing to do with him." "Edelman metal. How do you know this?" He was obviously surprised, and then thought of something. "It's Logan Howlett." "Yes, can you guys fuck me?" Bai Yang nodded and looked at him. "I'll ask Commissioner Fury for instructions." "Well, I wanted to give Tony a gift, but now it looks like it's gone." Bai Yang sat in the co-pilot and said regretfully, "I think you can take a look at the evaluation form I prepared for you." Coulson reminded him, seeing that he didn't intend to open the suitcase yet. "Then let me take a look." Bai Yang opened the co-pilot's suitcase, and an assessment report came out. Character analysis. "I have a domineering personality and a strong sense of territory." After Bai Yang read the first sentence, he couldn't help but look at him. "Is this your evaluation report on me? Do you think the words I and domineering, is there a connection?" "No, it was sent to me by Director Fu Rui." He shook his head. Bai Yang continued to look down. "I love peace, I love my family, and I love helping others. This comment makes me blush a little." She smiled embarrassedly, and continued to look down. "But I'm too young, immature, and too naive, need to focus on guidance." After Bai Yang finished reading, he turned his attention to Coulson again. "You're young, it's normal," he said very understandingly. "Heh." After Bai Yang put the sheet back, he looked at the next chapter. Superpower Alliance Recruitment Evaluation. Bai Yang was a little shocked when he saw the title. "You still plan to make me a superpower?" "That's just an assessment, and you won't be admitted until you find someone who can oversee you," Coulson explained. "Okay. Sure enough, the ending is the reserve. When did you pay attention to me? Bai Yang asked after putting the assessment report back. We've been paying attention to you since that kid Peter was with you. Coulson suddenly felt that it would be nice to have more than one person, and chat with someone along the way. Peter Parker's parents are our scientific researchers, but after the research results came out, who leaked the news, the two died in a plane crash. In order to prevent someone from persecuting their son, we specially sent someone to protect their son. Get up. Then I discovered your specialness. Then we were lucky, we didn't meet any traitors. Bai Yang complained. Coulson was speechless for a moment. After all, he just met a traitor. Go on, why did you say you protected me? Bai Yang asked urgently. After you made the fighting robot, although you are underage, the government and the military will not easily plunder your achievements, but the people in Hell's Kitchen and some malicious mutants have tried to get you what's in hand. We've sent extra people for this. The value contained in the fighting robot is not just fighting. Coulson said earnestly. End of this chapter. Chapter 51, New Mexico, EDGT. Bai Yang had expected this for a long time. After the induction sensor was made, he had already discovered the hidden people around him. However, he has always been pretending to be confused, continuing to maintain his own personality, and occasionally showing something. Then it seems that it is unreasonable for me not to join you. No, it's part of our duty to protect you. You don't have to feel any pressure. Coulson said with a smile. Okay, then what are you bringing me out for this time? Could it be to inform me to become a reserve member of the Super League? Bai Yang said with a sigh of relief. Originally there was only this one thing, but now you need to follow me to Mexico to work and get familiar with the work. Forget about things like reserve service, I'll think about it when I'm an adult. Bai Yang thought for a while, then shook his head and refused. I still have a lot of things to do, how can I have time to be a hero? Of course, if you want to help, you can come to me. In any case, they also protected their peaceful life, and it was impossible to act as if nothing happened. And in many cases, when buying and selling things, you have to find them to take a line. After all, many materials cannot be bought with money. I will convey it to the director, but I am very optimistic about you. No matter where you are, I hope you can always stick to your philosophy. I will. When your shield is clean, I will consider joining. I hope I can be the chief of the bureau. Bai Yang said with a smile. After Fu Rui retires, maybe it will be your turn. Coulson did not laugh, but said with a serious tone. You are really nice. When I have time, I will develop a shampoo for you that can increase your hair. Maybe we don't talk about the issue of the hairline, and we can have a pleasant chat. I'm not kidding, isn't it just to restore the hair follicles, make the hair matrix cells active again, synthesize hair protein, and new hair will grow. Regarding this kind of thing, it is still necessary for a biological knowledge with a strong Resident Evil cosmology easy. You also know a lot about biology. Coulson was a little puzzled. Not only understand, but also very proficient. I will give you something when I get to the place. Bai Yang remembered that he was still wearing a simple bio-breeding suit, not bad for him to try. Can my hair really grow back again? No problem. On the other hand, Fury also talked with Tony about the Super League and wanted to invite him to be a consultant, but he refused. At this time, within S.H.I.E.L.D., or the Hydra division, is more appropriate. Because this time the action was not only unsuccessful, but also alarmed the Snake.it caused Fury to take precautions. Recently, a satellite landed near the enchanted wonderland of New Mexico. But some people speculated that it was a meteorite fall. A strange hammer appeared in the center of the crater, and it could not be taken away even if it was pulled by a cart, so it attracted many people to go there. For a while, the originally desolate land suddenly became lively. Many journalists also came to report the news. When Coulson arrived with Bai Yang, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. also arrived at the same time, building a camp directly around the crater. Arrive during the day, and at night, the construction of a well-connected camp is completed, and the testing equipment is also assembled. At the same time, Coulson led the people towards the charming fairyland town. What does your Director General say about Edmund Metal? Bai Yang, who was with Coulson, asked. He agreed, but it's impossible for him to be alone. He can only make you a shield. Coulson said, looking ahead. A shield. Too little. Edelment metal is very rare, and you can't even buy it with money. It's not bad to give you a shield. You must know that the captain's shield is also made of adamantium metal, although it is also mixed with some vibrating gold. Coulson thought that Bai Yang didn't understand the preciousness of Edmund's metal, so he explained it to him. It even references Captain America's shield for comparison. Okay, when can you deliver it to me? Bai Yang continued to ask without hesitation. Maybe tomorrow. I called for an assistant, and he will bring you here by the time. How about the things I gave you? Is it useful? After arriving at the place, Bai Yang asked. It's very useful. Can this be mass-produced? I want to equip one for all of us. Several blue liquid stripes stretched out from Coulson's body, extending from his eyes to his legs like blood vessels. No, I just made 2 copies. Yours is a simple version, which can only increase speed and strength. This is just a colony outfit that has been neutralized by T-virus-infected tiger beetle cells and anti-venom serum. Add speed, power is not very noticeable. The tiger beetle is an endangered creature belonging to the family Coleoptera. It has a metallic luster and an unusually bright color. It can move 171 times its body length per second. Under the same body size, it has a speed far exceeding that of a cheetah. This simple battlesuit is only used to increase speed, and it can't cover the whole body, it can only extend the body surface like blood vessels. Then I was going to give this to Mr. Stark. He asked curiously, because Bai Yang said before that he wanted to give something to Stark. No, it's the one in my hand. Bai Yang looked up at the tattoo on the back of his hand and said with a smile. I think we have a great time. He wanted one, too. You are a good man, I will think about it. Classic quotes. By the way, where are we going? Bai Yang asked curiously. We are going to Dr. Selvig's laboratory. They specialize in the study of celestial bodies. They were also present on the day of the incident. We need to requisition their data. Coulson replied. That's stealing buildings. Bai Yang raised his eyebrows. We will give them compensation, it is related to the safety of the Earth, we have to do this. Hearing his words, Coulson explained patiently. After Bai Yang nodded to show that he knew, he fell silent. He needs to think about whether he can get anything out of it. Destroyer suit, Odin's armor. Appears to have been smashed by Thor carrying Mjolnir. Both are made of URU metal, but Mjolnir is made of discarded star cores. As long as the destroyer is not crushed, the material on him is still worth studying. But Coulson saw that Bai Yang fell silent, thinking that he couldn't understand the S.H.I.E.L.D's way of doing things, and after sighing for a little boy's innocence, he continued to walk towards the laboratory in the small town. When they entered the town, they headed all the way to Selvig's laboratory. As the only laboratory in the town, it was easy to find. When they arrived by car, there was no one inside, and the door was locked tightly. An agent simply picked the door lock and entered inside. Everyone started to pack the things inside and sorted and packed them. As long as they were useful things, they took them all away. Bai Yang stood in the middle, looking at a book in his hand with great interest. While everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. was busy moving, 2 women and a middle-aged man came in outside. The middle-aged man had a better hairline than Coulson, and was wearing a black jacket. In addition, the height and hair color of the 2 girls are similar, and one of them wears glasses, which looks a little sexy. The other wears a sunscreen scarf around his neck, and has a very capable demeanor. It was the 3 of Foster Jane who had just bid farewell to Thor. Seeing that her laboratory was moved away, Jane stepped forward anxiously and asked, "What happened?" Coulson stepped forward to introduce his identity. "Miss Foster, I am Agent Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. But all her research results were taken away in front of her eyes, which obviously made her very angry. What's the use of saying this? You can't do this. She stepped forward to make a theory, but Dr. Selvig seemed to know that something was wrong and stopped her. Jane, this matter is more serious than you imagined, let them go. He persuaded Jane softly. Let them go. These are my life. These studies are very important to Jane. They are her life's painstaking efforts. How can others take them away? She angrily walked to the car and wanted to stop them. Upon seeing this, Coulson reassured, "We are investigating a security threat and need to call your records and atmospheric observation data." Calling? Are you stealing? She came to the car and stopped the agent who was loading the car. Coulson took out a sum of money from the bag and handed it to her. "Here, this is some compensation from us." Jane took the money and was directly annoyed. There is no replacement equipment in the digital camera store, and most of these equipments are made by myself. Sometimes the equipment sold in digital cameras is not enough for observing stars without research needs, they will polish and make it themselves. But obviously, she couldn't stop their actions, and instead the notebook was taken away during the argument. After the car was fully loaded, Coulson shouted to Bai Yang, who was still reading a book inside, "Bai Yang, we are leaving." "Okay." Hearing this, Bai Yang came out with a book in his hand. When passing by the three of them, he handed the book of fairy tales to Jane. "The fairy tales in it are real. Go to Coulson's car and leave." Jane looked at the book in her hand and was stunned. On the other side, after Bai Yang returned to the base, he came to study next to Thor's hammer. He tried to grasp the handle of the hammer, and the muscles in his arm bulged, trying to pick up the hammer. But no matter how hard the hammer is, it still doesn't move. After a while, Bai Yang let go of the hammer handle and let out a long breath. He looked at the hammer in front of him, frowned and thought for a while. But at this time, an agent called Bai Yang, ready to have dinner. Bai Yang nodded, looked at Thor's hammer before leaving, and already had some thoughts in his mind, but eating is the most important thing now. After dinner, the sky slowly darkened. End of this chapter. Chapter 52, Thor's Hammer, EDG Awesome. After dinner, Bai Yang first observed the data in each testing room. But astronomy is another subject he is not familiar with. He is still very interested in the rainbow bridge that can cross the 9 realms, but it should be destroyed when Thor returns. And to be honest, he is not yet ready to contact Odin and these people. After walking around the camp, many places were not allowed to enter, so Bai Yang could only return to Thor's hammer. First, he circled the hammer in front of him. Bai Yang tried to cover Alice's battle suit, and then picked up the hammer. Still motionless. Red Queen, control Alice 1, and pick up the hammer in front of you. He remembered that Vision had picked up Thor's hammer, but he didn't know if it was because of the Mind Stone or because he was an inanimate body. Acquiring permission. Obtained successfully. The red pupils went out and then lit up again. This suit is somewhat similar to the Spider-Man suit, but the surface is mainly blue, and the eyes are also red compound eyes. Afterwards, Bai Yang lost control, and the battle clothes bent down to pick up the hammer handle with his body. Then, under his gaze, the blue battle suit touched the handle of the hammer, then clenched it tightly, and slowly lifted it up. The hammer of Thor was picked up. "Give over the control authority to me," Bai Yang said again, looking at the Thor's hammer being picked up. The handover is complete. The moment the control was transferred to Bai Yang, an uncontrollable force came from his hand. Bai Yang was staggered by the sudden force. The hammer fell back down again. Bai Yang unbelieved and pulled it out a few more times, but found that it still didn't work. "Queen Red, do it again," Bai Yang said again, frowning. "Okay." The Red Queen took over the authority again and picked up Thor's hammer. Looking at the hammer that was picked up easily, Bai Yang continued, "Throw it up and shake it twice." The Red Queen followed suit, and the hammer turned a few times easily in her hand before being caught again. Then waved it a few times, still the same result. It seems that the Red Queen is more like a non-biological carrier at this time, and the hammer is like hanging on a clothes hanger. In this case, although it can be picked up, it is just an ordinary hammer. Bai Yang asked Hong Ho to try it out, and when there was nothing to observe, he planned to put it back. But at this moment, a person broke in suddenly. Putting down the hammer, Bai Yang, who regained control, turned his head to look. A burly man with golden curly hair was looking at him blankly at this moment. At this time, the guard's agent came here and directly beat Thor, who was still a little sluggish, in the face. The guarding agent was very tall, and his strong body was a head taller than Thor, and he looked very oppressive. Thor reacted to the punch, regardless of why the blue bodyman was able to pick up his hammer and finish off the guy in front of him. At this time, Hawkeye went up to the elevated shelf, set up a bow and arrow, and aimed at Thor, who was struggling. "Bai Yang, don't do anything yet." After Coulson arrived, he warned Bai Yang, who was wearing a uniform. Bai Yang shrugged indifferently, and he didn't intend to intervene. After Thor hit the agent to the ground 2 or 3 times, he saw that the dark blue figure had disappeared, and came directly to hammer. He pinched the handle of the hammer with excitement on his face, and was about to pick up his hammer full of confidence. He felt a little bad. He gritted his teeth and tried hard. Still not moving at all. He continued to try with some hope until he gradually became desperate. He roared sadly, as if asking why. The heartbroken Thor was taken away by Coulson's orders, locked up and questioned. After asking Thor for a while, he then found Bai Yang. He came to Bai Yang with a round shield. "Here you are, the things have already been delivered." "So fast?" Bai Yang was a little surprised. "He finished the mission ahead of schedule and came here," Coulson explained. Bai Yang took the shield, looked at the circle, and slightly complained, "You guys are not made according to Captain America's shield, are you? Isn't it good? If you don't like it, you can find a way to modify it yourself." Coulson liked the shape of the shield anyway. "Let me go back and see what I can do." As for this adamantium metal, Bai Yang thought it could be made into a hand shield, or mixed into the battle armor. The two talked again, and Coulson guided Bai Yang throughout the conversation, teaching him many ideas. Hope he doesn't go astray. Because he has seen many children with high IQs who are paranoid. If there is no correct guidance, it will cause great harm to society or human beings. Bai Yang yawned and fell into a deep sleep. The Resident Evil movie is looking for a filming team, and it's not in a hurry. The time for the next movie should also be very long. Bai Yang must create a life-saving means that can enter with the dream. The progress of the magic also needs to be as fast as possible. Because Bai Yang can't guarantee that every time he falls into a dream, the system will arrange a transition period. And the upper limit of magic is also high, which can light up alchemy skills, and the creation can be more diversified. And technology is often too dependent on the network and lines, as a power development is very good. But for itself, it must be able to have a strong strength even if it is separated from the network intelligence. Equipment with magic inscriptions can effectively deal with some special races. Especially Ultron, who will appear in the future. He is not sure whether the Red Queen can fight against the intelligent robot spawned by the Mind Stone. If the Red Queen can't fight Ultron, all her means will be paralyzed and she will fall into a passive state. The first time the system gave itself a novice reward was the talent, affinity with technology and magic. After having this period of learning experience, I also have a lot of confidence in this talent. Have any of you set a flag? End of this chapter. Chapter 53, Destroyer. The next day, Bai Yang sent Coulson the experiments related to Thor's hammer. It is nothing more than the non-living body can pick up the hammer, but there will be no reaction after picking it up. At this time, Coulson was eyeing Thor, and he had been taken away when Selvig came to claim him. He may have seen that Thor should have something to do with it. Because when they got Jane's photo, they also found that human figure, which was very similar to the person who broke in tonight. Bai Yang, on the other hand, got a new shield and began to make some simple modifications. However, the equipment here is simple and nothing can be installed, so Bai Yang simply painted a pattern of spider webs, and it is equipped with an electromagnetic levitation chip, which can be retracted into the hand at will. Looks like a toy. And when Bai Yang was transforming his shield, 50 miles to the northwest, thunderclouds gathered in the sky again, and a huge beam of light shone on the ground. The detection members reacted quickly and began to calculate this huge energy source. "Bai Yang, do you want to go together?" Coulson asked casually when passing by Bai Yang's studio. "No, I'm going directly to the town." Bai Yang tidied up and was about to leave, but suddenly thought of something, came to him again, stretched out his hand. "Give me your ID card." "What do you want my ID card for?" Coulson took out his ID card from his chest with some doubts. "It's useful, don't worry, I won't use it to do bad things, I'll give it to you when I come back this time." Bai Yang raised the certificate in his hand and promised. "Do you know something?" "Yes, I'll tell you when I get back." Bai Yang turned around and left without further explanation. Coulson stood there and pondered for a while, but couldn't think of anything. "Sir, let's go." An agent drove up in front of him. "Okay." Nodding, they headed towards their destination. And Bai Yang on the other side opened a pair of black steel wings behind his back and flew towards the direction of the town. Alice, itself was given away, and the iron suit has been modified to make the micro-robots more sophisticated and tiny, and can usually be turned into clothes and worn on the body. The energy source has also been replaced with the new energy source given to him by Tony. Biological reproductive equipment can be superimposed with battle clothes. A shadow was drawn across the ground, and Bai Yang soon arrived at the town, and also saw several people wearing medieval costumes heading towards S.H.I.E.L.D's laboratory. Bai Yang fell to the ground, went straight to the mayor's house, and took out the certificate that Coulson gave him just now. This town is about to be in danger, please organize a forced evacuation. The mayor is an old woman with gray hair, holding a chihuahua on her chest. Who are you? She looked curiously at the serious boy in front of her. Bai Yang, Grandma, listen, I'm not kidding, this town is about to be in danger, you must evacuate people as soon as possible. How do you want me to believe you? She looked at Bai Yang with some amusement. With this. He looked up at the certificate in his hand. And this. As he said that, the clothes on his body began to shine with a metallic luster. With the change, Bai Yang was wrapped in a pitch-black battle suit composed of micro-robots, and his figure became taller, looking down at the old man. But only for a moment, the suit returned to a tiny robot again. I think I can prove it now. Bai Yang said with a smile. Okay. She took a serious look at the certificate this time, and after finding the grade displayed on it, she quickly called the broadcaster to make an announcement. The town's law enforcement team also responded quickly, although there were only 2 poor people. The 2 agents in the town were also organized by Bai Yang to evacuate. When the residents of the town heard the broadcast, they were a little smarter and started to evacuate quickly. Because they looked at the camp established in the distance for the past 2 days, things were obviously not simple, maybe something happened to the experiment. There was also the beam of light just now, which was unusual everywhere. And those who were a little restless were still chattering, but under the urging of 2 members of the law enforcement team, they still left temporarily. At this time, the few people staying in the S.H.I.E.L.D laboratory looked at the retreating crowd strangely, not knowing what happened. Well, are we going to evacuate? Jane looked at Thor and his special friends and asked in a low voice. At this moment, an explosion sound suddenly came from a distance. They looked at each other, and all ran to the street, looking at the tall figure in the distance. At this time, the surrounding people had already evacuated one after another, but they still couldn't believe it. After seeing the huge armor, they wished to put on the legs of the cheetah. After a while, the street was empty. The destroyer's silver-white tall steel body stepped on the ground, and the dull sound of heavy objects falling was very loud. Its body is like water waves, slender, but full of power. Guys, I'm just a mortal now, I'll only drag you back, it's up to you. Looking at the destroyer on the opposite side, Thor didn't try to be brave, and took Jane away from the battlefield. Sif and the 3 swordsmen of Asgard faced the approaching destroyer head-on. You attract its attention. Sif broke away from the team with a spear, ready to attack in a roundabout way. The 3 swordsmen continued to confront each other head-on. The destroyer sprayed high-temperature pulses, destroying everything in front of it, and was gradually pulled in by the flames of the explosion. The scene was full. The bearded Vostag among the 3 swordsmen shouted, "For the honor of Asgard." He jumped up, picked up the hatchet in his hand, and slashed at the destroyer. Bang! Then the destroyer seemed to randomly open a pup that jumped at him, and directly hammered the bearded Vostag back. The bearded man was hit directly on a car by this blow, and the entire front half of the car was dented. The destroyer walked up to him with heavy steps, with a red light emitting from his head, ready to spray high-temperature pulses to finish it off. But at this critical moment, Sif, who came round, jumped up behind him, swung his spear, pointed it at its neck, and stabbed it hard. The energy surging from destroyer's body was also slowly extinguished. Vostag looked at the destroyer who was pierced by the spear, and breathed a sigh of relief. But just when the 2 thought that the destroyer had been destroyed, the energy on it surged again, the water-like metal body began to change, and its head turned to Sif who was riding on his back. Energy storage. Buffed. The high-energy pulse shot out at her, but Sif also reacted in time, gave up the spear stuck on it, rolled and jumped out, avoiding the pulse. The bearded Vostage also hurriedly left the spot, looking for cover. The destroyer, who was lying on his back instead, got up, and the spear inserted into his neck seemed to be inserted into the liquid, and it easily escaped from the spear, leaving his body unscathed. After it stood up, its face was like a furnace again, gathering energy. Bang! Bang! It seemed to be irritated, it began to release energy wantonly, and even more violent explosions occurred when it hit a gas station. In these successive explosions, several people were also seriously injured. If they hadn't had 3 times the physique of a human, they might have died in the explosion just now. S.H.I.E.L.D. hid behind a car as the destroyer approached. Its face surged with fire again, its energy condensed, and it aimed at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s car and shot all the way there. End of this chapter. Chapter 54, Awakening. Seeing this scene, Thor desperately wanted to step forward to stop it, but now that he was just an ordinary person, it was too late. Just when S.H.I.E.L.D. was about to be hit by the high-temperature pulse, a blue figure suddenly intercepted her. The high-temperature pulse released by the destroyer was actually blocked at this time. But it seems that the strength is not enough, and gradually I can't hold it anymore, and I step back step by step. Fortunately, even if the tiny robot in the sky arrived, a mass of black gravel surrounded him and covered Alice's clothing again, forming a jet-black battle suit. It's you. Thor looked at the person resisting the energy pulse in surprise. He was not mistaken, this person was the one who picked up his hammer. The moment the suit was formed, the reactor on the chest of the suit lit up. With the surge of power, Bai Yang resisted the energy pulse of the destroyer and moved forward step by step. The blue arrow cone also pierced it. But the electromagnetic arrow cone, which was indomitable in the past, couldn't penetrate the opponent at this moment. Edmund's shield tilted, and the energy was directed towards the nearby house. Houses were blasted open. The red light on the destroyer's head lit up again, wanting to continue accumulating energy pulses. Seeing this scene, Bai Yang directly aimed the shield in his hand and smashed it out. Dang! The destroyer, who was about to emit energy, had his head smashed and his skills were interrupted. After the shield hit the opponent, it quickly returned to Bai Yang's hands. By the way, a captain's pass was placed, and a hammer would be even more perfect. Gathering energy in the palm of his hand, he fired a cannon at the destroyer, but it just staggered without any damage on its body. And Bai Yang didn't have any powerful weapons on him, so he couldn't pose any threat to it at all, but he also couldn't do anything to Bai Yang. Who is he? Earthling. The bearded man was supported by his companion, curiously looking at the man who was going back and forth with the destroyer. I don't know, but most likely. Thor watched the fight between the two intently, as if he was thinking about something. I must buy him a drink. Volstagg grinned. You must return to God's domain as soon as possible to stop Loki. He seemed to have made up his mind, and turned to the 4 of them. What about you? Sif asked nervously. He's coming for me. I've already made a plan, so don't worry. He comforted the 4 of them. They really had no fighting power at this time, so they could only go towards Jane and the others, preparing to evacuate together. But when they were about to leave, they found that Thor threw away the shield in his hand and walked towards the battlefield of the 2. Stop it. Friends, and my brother. Thor walked into the gap between the 2 fighting like this, and shouted. The destroyer stopped and looked at Thor. And Bai Yang fought for so long, but still couldn't find a way to destroy the opponent, so he stopped helplessly. The 2 paused for a while. But Bai Yang still looked at the other party's armor eagerly. After looking at the shield in his hand, he felt the urge to throw it away. Thank you for your rescue, but he came for me, teach me to deal with it. He looked at the person who had picked up his hammer complicatedly, and thanked him. Bai Yang felt like he was watching Xiao-san. I think you should be more reliable in telling me about his weaknesses. Bai Yang stopped his thoughts and shrugged. Either break its defenses, or your energy can suppress it and destroy it from the inside. But you can't do both. To break the armor made of URU metal and inscribed with magic, you must need a stronger metal. And energy suppression is to suppress it on the wave. Even if Bai Yang stands on the left, it is impossible to win. But I can fight with it all day. Bai Yang said confidently. No, this is our business. He said seriously. After finishing speaking, he ignored Bai Yang and went straight to the destroyer. He stood in front of the destroyer like a child, needing to look up at it. Brother, no matter what I did wrong to you. He walked in and said affectionately, no matter what I did to cause this to happen, I am really sorry. But they're innocent, and killing them won't do you any good. The distance between them grew closer, and the destroyer's face turned on again, igniting the oven, ready to spray energy. But Thor didn't have a trace of fear. He stood still and watched it. So, kill me, and all this will be over. The destroyer stayed in place for a long time, the pulse energy slowly extinguished, and the jets on his face slowly merged. It seems that the opposite side has softened, turn around as if to leave. But before Thor was overjoyed, the other party suddenly turned around and hit him directly in the face with a reversing fist. Thor's joy just now hadn't passed, he was directly thrown into the air by this punch, and then he lay upright 2 meters away, his consciousness was about to disappear, and he was in a state of dying. Seeing this, Jane broke free from the obstruction, and knelt down beside him with a sad face. As if saying goodbye, Jane buried her face deeply in his chest. The destroyer glanced in Bai Yang's direction, then turned to leave. But at this moment, something broke through the sky from the sky, and the direction was Thor's direction. Thunder and lightning flashed at Thor's position instantly. Thor awakens. After awakening, Thor hit the destroyer like a beating, and the thunderstorm and lightning-like weather was actually majestic. Remember to leave a whole body for it. Seeing this situation, Bai Yang quickly shouted from below. He also thought about using some materials to make a battle suit in the future. In fact, Bai Yang wanted to follow him to Asgard, where there was also magic, and it could also be teleported to the dwarves. He is very envious of the forging skills of the dwarves. Thanos' gloves, the eternal gun, Thor's hammer, and other artifacts are all forged by their race. Bai Yang also wanted to make an artifact for himself. But with my current ability, I am not suitable to go to the dwarves for further study. He plans to finish filming Resident Evil first, and then find a way to reach Karma-Taj under the Himalayas to learn magic. After understanding to a certain extent, choose to dream again. With this time difference, you don't have to worry about running out of time. If Karma-Taj refuses his entry, he can only delay planning until he can enter the movie world where magic technology coexists. End of this chapter. Chapter 55, Rainbow Bridge. I don't know if Thor heard Bai Yang's words, flew into the air and swung Thor's hammer to cause a tornado storm. And the destroyer on the ground couldn't help but rolled up the storm. The destroyer shoots pulses of energy at Thor, but his hammer parries them all. When the lightning storm reached its peak, Thor went from top to bottom, swinging his hammer and rushing forward against the pulse. After the pulse energy hit Thor's hammer, the energy scattered like fireworks. In the end, Thor hit the destroyer's face with a hammer in one go, violent lightning swept across the destroyer's body in an instant, and the unknown energy source inside was also destroyed by this blow. The destroyer just turned straight into an ordinary piece of armor, and fell towards the ground. The thunderstorm tornado slowly dissipated, and Thor landed on the ground with a hammer in his hand. After recovering his divine power, the equipment on his body also returned to the appearance of the Central European century. Both Jane and Bai Yang looked at his direction excitedly, and when he landed on the ground, they both moved towards him excitedly. Thor looked at the two people rushing towards him, and was a little at a loss for a while. He could understand Jane coming towards him excitedly, but why did this man in armor run towards him? Is there a girl in there, fascinated by your own bravery? And Jane was also a little confused. She looked at the person in front of her who was more excited than herself, and didn't know what happened for a while. Bai Yang, who was wearing a battle suit, must have been much faster than Jian, and soon came to Thor. Thor looked at Bai Yang who was coming at a gallop, and felt that he had helped him no matter what, and giving him a hug should not be too much. Thinking of this, he opened his arms enthusiastically. Bai Yang looked suspiciously at Thor with his arms outstretched in front of him, then jumped around him and continued towards the destroyer armor behind him. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. Thor posed stiffly with his arms outstretched. Seeing this scene, the people behind couldn't help but burst out laughing. Fortunately, Jane arrived in time at this time, alleviating Thor's embarrassment. And Bai Yang came to the place where the destroyer fell, and opened the ruins of the car above it, and a somewhat scorched but complete destroyer armor appeared in front of him. Beautiful. Bai Yang shouted excitedly, and then the battle clothes on his body spread apart, surrounding the destroyer. However, the micro-robot is not enough to completely surround it, it can only form some black lines to surround it, and the energy injection device is on its back, which is convenient for flying. Soon, the destroyer stood up again, and the silver-white appearance was also covered with a layer of black lines, adding some mystery to it. Bai Yang, who was relieved of danger, took off his biological reproductive equipment, and brought the destroyer to several people. But seeing the two of Thor who were kissing, Bai Yang's mood suddenly changed. Before Bai Yang could say anything, the destroyer standing behind him cast nervous gazes on everyone. But at this time, the destroyer has not changed except for his height. There are more black lines on his appearance, and he is wearing a round cap on top of his head. That is a shield. It's a little strange. Look again. Child, get out of there quickly. Thor, regardless of why a child appeared at the scene, warned with a hammer ready to go. When they saw Bai Yang, their hearts became tense again. Not because of the return of the destroyer, but because the child is in imminent danger. It's me. Seeing that Thor wanted to hit his baby with a hammer, Bai Yang shouted quickly. Saying that, the biological reproductive equipment was covered again, and a faint blue figure appeared on the spot. It's you. He frowned and put down the hammer he was swinging. This big guy is under my control. If you don't mind, it belongs to me. Only then did Bai Yang remember that he appeared wearing a battlesuit all the time, and they had never seen his true face. No problem, just take it as a thank you. Thor said indifferently. Your outfit is really good. Bai Yang looked at Thor, who was wearing red cloak and armor, and praised him. Seeing that there was no danger, several other people also surrounded him. It's you. Jane and the others clearly recognized Bai Yang because among a group of agents, Bai Yang is very special. They were very impressed. Hello, my name is Bai Yang, nice to meet you. Bai Yang waved to them with a smile. Everyone looked at each other, as if they didn't know what to say. I'm Foster Jane. Nice to meet you. Jane was the first to reply to Bai Yang. I'm Thor, this is S.H.I.E.L.D. Thor also introduced. I'm Dr. Selvig. Selvig carefully observed Bai Yang's face, and suddenly asked suspiciously, do you live in Queens? Yes, that's right. Bai Yang nodded. Why did you come here? Are you still with the S.H.I.E.L.D? He was a little puzzled when he heard this. Follow me to investigate and study. Bai Yang explained. I thought he was a brave warrior, but I didn't expect him to be a child. I still want to buy him a drink. The bearded Vostage said regretfully, looking at Bai Yang's immature face. I know how to drink all day, or just eat. You have something to do. His companion said bitterly. I think we can sue that organization for employing minors so that we can get back our experimental equipment and my notebook. The woman with glasses, who was a little dazed, suddenly came up with an idea. No, he came to play with us and didn't work for us. At this moment, Coulson came out from nowhere. Afterwards, he glanced at the destroyer behind Bai Yang, and continued to come to Thor. It seems that you still have a lot of things to hide from me. Son of Kor, we are all the same, fighting to protect this world. He said seriously. Sun means son in Asgard. The homonym of Coulson is son of Kul, and Thor also has a name called Odinson, which means the son of Odin. Then he glanced at Bai Yang. From today onwards, you can regard me as your ally. However, you need to return what you took from Jane. He came to Jane and said. It was stolen. Jane was still very angry about this. It was borrowed. Coulson retorted, but still agreed, no problem, then you can get your equipment back. You need to continue to complete your research. We must go to the Rainbow Bridge as soon as possible. I have something to tell my brother. Thor saw that the situation was almost the same, and planned to take S.H.I.E.L.D. and the others to the Rainbow Bridge. He came to Jane. Want to see the bridge we've been talking about? He looked at Jane affectionately. Of course. As soon as Jane finished speaking, she was held in Thor's arms and flew towards the sky. The rest of the people stared blankly at the two flying away. They couldn't fly. Do you need me to give you a ride? Bai Yang didn't know when he sat on the shoulder of the destroyer. The destroyer's feet and back emitted energy pulses, suspended in midair. Everyone's eyes lit up and they quickly climbed up. In the sky, a huge silver-white figure flew in the air, with several people lying on its back. Bai Yang, this thing is not yours, is it? Coulson asked loudly, lying next to Bai Yang. It's mine now. The wind was a little strong, and Bai Yang responded with a loud voice. How did you keep him under control? Ah. What did you say? Wait until the ground. What? Soon, the destroyer brought everyone to the place where the Rainbow Bridge was teleported. Sif and the others jumped off directly. Bai Yang, when this matter is over, I can take you to our place as a guest. Sif suddenly turned her head and said to Bai Yang. At that time, I will prepare a few large buckets of juice for you. The bearded Vostage also said boldly. I can teach you swordsmanship. All in all, Bai Yang's strength has won their respect, even though he is a little younger. No problem, let's take a photo together. Bai Yang took out a video camera and said to them. Take a picture. Thor and the others were a little puzzled. It's a portrait. Come, stand over. Bai Yang explained while the camera was still floating in the air. Jane pulled Thor and surrounded him. Crack. The shutter sounded with a flash, and the photos of everyone present were quickly washed out. Come on, this is for you. He took out the photo and handed it to Thor. Wow, it's amazing. The bearded men said curiously, looking at the group photo in Thor's hand. They still use portraits to commemorate them. Coulson has not had a photo with anyone for a long time. As an agent, this feeling is also very strange to him. Can you show me? Vostage came to Bai Yang curiously. No problem, I can give it to you if you like. Bai Yang said with a smile. Thank you so much. If you come to our place as a guest, you must come to see me then. The bearded men accepted the camera bluntly and said happily. I wish you all the best. At this moment, a beam of light finally descended from the sky, linking the rainbow bridge, and Bai Yang bid farewell to them. Soon, the beam of light disappeared, and Thor and others had disappeared, leaving only the rune marks on the ground. After Bai Yang recorded the rune marks on the ground, he prepared to bid farewell to the others. Then I'll go first. Bai Yang waved at them. Then came the destroyer. Aren't you going back with me? Coulson asked suspiciously. No, I don't have room for such a big battle armor, and your place is not safe. Why not fly back by myself? Bai Yang said helplessly. I think it would be nice to give it to us, Coulson suggested. Don't even think about it. Bai Yang refused without hesitation. This is my private property. Okay, don't get excited. How about I let Hawkeye escort you back? No need, I'll just fly back. Bai Yang shook his head, and controlled the battle armor to fly into the air. The silver-white figure flew into the sky and gradually disappeared. Seeing the leaving figure, Coulson opened his mouth to say something, but he was already gone. End of this chapter. Chapter 56, Development. Bai Yang wore a biological reproductive suit on the back of the destroyer and flew in the direction of the Big Apple City. There must be people with Hydra in the camp, and they will make trouble for themselves when they go back. It's better to get out of there before they react. And I have to prepare for the shooting of the Resident Evil movie as soon as possible. There is also research on the T virus, and the production of the biological reproductive device of the Primarch Alice. If there is time, it is best to develop a space storage device. If it wasn't like the destroyer today, he would have to bother dragging it back. Too much trouble. After all the Resident Evil movies are released, he still needs to find Kamatage to learn magic as soon as possible. In order to start the next dream. If there is a time difference between dreaming, Bai Yang is equivalent to having a time house. Very busy. At night, Bai Yang stopped at a mountain range in a beautiful foreign country. A man in a red gold iron suit was waiting in a mountain depression. Is this what you got from New Mexico? Tony looked curiously at the battle armor that fell in front of his eyes. Yes, how long have you been waiting? Bai Yang asked after jumping off the destroyer, with the back of his hands retreating. About 10 minutes, I just finished watching the video you sent. He opened his mask to reveal his cheeks. As he spoke, he came to the destroyer and knocked, making a crisp sound. Its hardness is similar to vibrating gold. Although it is not as strong as vibrating gold, it is very suitable for engraving magic. It is a kind of magic material. Bai Yang explained beside him. Is there really magic? Maybe it's just a technology we don't know. Tony obviously still didn't believe it. Didn't you finish watching the video I sent you? Bai Yang asked suspiciously. Yes, but I think it should be just a kind of mutant, different from human beings. Maybe it is. Bai Yang didn't argue with him. After all, for a scientist, magic is something that breaks common sense. Let's go back quickly. Although I am very grateful that you came to pick me up, it's weird for two men to stay in the grove. After speaking, Bai Yang turned and jumped on the battle armor. A little bit. Tony opened his eyes slightly, and nodded in agreement. The mask was restored, and it flew into the sky with a white tail. Seeing this, Bai Yang also took off to keep up. This is the experimental area of the Air Force. In order not to cause misunderstandings by the Air Force, I can only call Tony Stark to pick me up. The two came directly to Bai's laboratory. You built so many robots, Tony said, looking at the busy machines under the lights. Yes, I have an artificial intelligence that can control the operation of the robot to maintain production. Bai Yang placed the destroyer on a flat ground. Queen Red, create a database for this suit. Bai Yang shouted. Okay, it's being established. The projection of the Red Queen appeared between the two. Nice to meet you, Mr. Stark. The Red Queen greeted Tony Stark, who had withdrawn his suit. Why did you name her Hong Ho? Looking at the little girl in front of her, she felt that the name Hong Ho didn't seem to match. I prefer the Red Queen theory, Bai Yang said. The Red Queen theory? Tony couldn't remember where he had heard it for a while, and was a little confused. In this world, you can only stop yourself in place if you keep running. The Red Queen said to him at this time. The Red Queen theory of biology. Tony remembered. Correct. The Red Queen theory basically says that in the process of evolution, organisms must compete with other species. Once the evolution is terminated, this species will be eliminated mercilessly. It looks like you're ready to study biology. Tony raised his eyebrows and said in surprise. I'm already studying, and recently I'm developing a drug that can activate cells, and I've discovered it, but the side effects are too great. Regarding these, Bai Yang didn't hide anything. Awesome. Tony praised in amazement. Although he doesn't specialize in biology, he still has the concept of being able to resurrect cells. By the way, this is for you. After the destroyer armor was put away by the Red Queen, Bai Yang showed the back of his hand. The umbrella symbol on the back of the hand peeled off the skin under Tony's gaze, forming a medal and appearing in his hand. Tony held up the medal like an open umbrella, with red and white in the middle of each rib. This is biological reproductive equipment. The blue battle suit I was wearing just now can enhance physical fitness, damage can be recovered by itself, and a combat chip is installed inside, which is easy to carry and will not affect life. It can be hidden on the back of your hand when you don't need it. Even if you don't have a steel suit, you can still look like a Superman wearing this suit. You just can't fly. Bai Yang explained to him. Wow, this is really gratifying. Tony looked at the things in his palm with some surprise. I also like your new elements. Bai Yang was very happy to see that he received his things, and he was also very happy. You can write programs by yourself when you go back, and I have already erased my authority. The person who gives the gift hopes that the recipient will like it. I can't wait to go back and try it out, Tony said with a smile. If you still want it, remember to tell me in advance. The production of the T virus is not easy, and Bai Yang just brought a protoplasm from the biochemical world. If he wants to make it again, he needs to cultivate for a long time. And when researching, a lot of consumption is required. The two chatted for a while again. He seemed very interested in some robots made by Bai Yang, and asked a lot. Watching Tony put on his battle suit and leave again with a white tail, Bai Yang also returned to the laboratory from the yard. I don't know if he will have the idea of creating Ultron after the release of Resident Evil. Red Empress, will you betray me for human beings? No, now my program only serves you, not protecting human beings. The projection of the Red Queen appeared next to her and said seriously. After the Red Queen arrived in the new world, the Umbrella Company was gone, so the initial program became a mess of characters, and Bai Yang wrote some programs for the Red Queen again. In the program written again, there is no such thing as protecting human beings. Let's continue to work and call up the construction progress of Franchen Technology Island. Okay. An imaging map of an island appeared in front of Bai Yang. Because the construction of subsea hives is much more difficult than that on the surface, it is still in the stage of channel construction. First build a virtual image to cover and hide the island, and the honeycomb system can stop for a while. Bai Yang said after watching for a while. Replacing the program. After having an overview of the progress of the past few days, Bai Yang came to the basement that had been built and began to cultivate the T virus. After cultivating some T viruses first, start research. After the cultivation pool was built, Bai Yang began to prepare for research on space storage and human body transmission devices. The current space transmission device is the same as the one made by Professor Callahan, and there are still some unstable data. Therefore, Bai Yang must find this abnormal data. As long as it is solved, it should be no problem for the human body to pass through. As for the research on space storage devices, in fact, it is to use instruments to shrink the space, which is much more difficult. But there is another simplest method, which is to shrink the space transmission device and set up a specific point, that way you don't have to worry about running out of space. If you ask what is the hottest thing recently, what is the best product, what makes you happiest, what's the prettiest pup on the block, then you have dealer. Since the robot exhibition held by Hanmer Industries, dealer's reputation has been rising steadily. Especially those who have already bought the dealer robot post dealer on Facebook every day. When dealer came to the street, it attracted many people's onlookers. Many people are curious about how smart and caring the real dealer is. For everyone, the most important thing about dealer is appearance. But for the production of dealer, the most important thing is the chip and associated circuits on its chest. Recently, the dealer robot has swiped the screen on Facebook. On a rainy day, dealer raised his two chubby hands to escort the child in a daze. There is also a scene where dealer stumbles and chases his master. There is also the scene where a tree suddenly collapses, and dealer blocks it in time to save passers-by. For a time, there were countless people who made an appointment, and the order was even scheduled for next year. As a last resort, Ethan could only find Bai Yang again and ask him to expand the scope of dealer factory. Recently, the robot manufacturing room has also produced a lot. It was originally intended to be used for building a base, but now we can only expand the dealer factory first. After the funds reached dealer's account, all of them were used to buy materials, which dealer needed for production. Base construction is a bottomless pit that needs to be filled. And after having the relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D., buying some scarce materials also saved a lot. For some materials that are too expensive, Bai Yang can only make a batch of simple biological reproductive equipment for exchange. For a while, dealer Technology Company also got to know important figures from many countries under the help of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Stark Industries. Bai Technology Company, Limited is developing rapidly in a good direction, both in terms of reputation and connections. I haven't seen him for a long time. Ethan's originally thin body began to gain weight slowly at this time, and Bai Yang didn't know him anymore. But seeing Ethan running around all day without touching the ground, Bai Yang felt that he was squeezing him too much. After all, he handles so many things by himself, and with the development, he may be too busy alone. It looks like I need to find an assistant for him. Thinking of this, Bai Yang devoted himself to his own research again. He was trying to find a way to intercept the space and integrate it into the bracelet in front of him. The space in the real world is definitely not easy to intercept, but it is better to intercept the space in the relatively static transmission space. If you want to add more, you have to wait until it is on the shelves. It will be a stable update before it goes on the shelves. Chapter 57. For real space, space transmission already belongs to space folding. But because there is a space inside, there will be more debris, and the safety is much more dangerous than space folding. And Bai Yang was trying to find a way to avoid these dangers. Thinking of this, he was a little envious of Karmatage's space teleportation, so he just drew a circle and arrived at the place. What is their space principle? Thinking of this, Bai Yang simply gave up this research. Instead, he began to study the original Alice's reproductive equipment. Alice, cloned with Alicia's genetic gene, can perfectly integrate with the T-virus and evolve, but the greatest power of evolution at the end of the film is the plowing of the mind. In terms of physical fitness, according to Isaac's data, the intelligence has reached 4, which represents people's thinking and information processing ability. The highest value is 7, which means they know everything. The strength reached 4, the human body limit of 1246 kg, the highest value is 7, which cannot be calculated. The speed reaches 3, which is beyond ordinary people, below 700 miles per hour, and the maximum speed is 7, which is faster than the speed of light. Stamina reaches 4, can be regenerated, the highest value is 7, and it is almost undead. When the reaction force reaches 3, bullets can be dodged, and the highest value is 7, which can be predicted. There is also the superpower of ideation. It is similar to the ability of mind power, and has super adaptability. And the evolution has not stopped, and the limit of the later stage is not known. Alice belongs to the evolution of human beings. And the evil god plan can achieve the strength to tear steel with hands, and the physique of almost immortality. Agility is much lower. There are also creatures bred by the T virus that can evolve by devouring flesh and blood. These are all points that can be studied. However, if it is based on these and made into a biological reproductive equipment, I don't know if it will perfectly inherit these values. Strength, speed, and endurance should be fine, and the reaction force can also be replenished through the combat prediction chip, but it is unknown whether the related superpowers can be evolved. Because Alice is a complete human body, and the biological reproductive device is only developed from copied cells, and it is as close as possible to the composition of human cells. Bai Yang first copied some cells with Alicia's genetic genes, and then began to cultivate them. During the cultivation period, electrons were implanted. After that, it is waiting for the life form to be cultivated, waiting for it to take shape. Looking at the rapidly dividing and fused cells in the glass, Bai Yang settled down, and then left his seat. Red Empress, build a database for Alice Primarcha's reproductive equipment, and follow up the data. Okay. The image of the Red Queen appeared immediately. Are you going to make Alice? Alice asked Bai Yang curiously after finishing. No, the time hasn't come yet. Bai Yang shook his head. Bai Yang looked at the projection of the Queen of Red, stared intently for a while, and said suddenly, "Do you want to be Alice?" "I don't quite understand what you mean." The Red Queen shook her head. "If the Alice project starts, I need you to be her." Bai Yang explained. "If I become Alice, your company will be paralyzed." "It's okay, I can create the White Queen, but I want to ask for your opinion." Bai Yang said seriously. The Red Queen was silent for a long time, as if she was thinking about something. "You can think about it first, this question was always valid before the Alice project was launched." Bai Yang also knew that this question was a bit too long for the Red Queen of Artificial Intelligence. There was no rush. Immediately, Bai Yang was ready to go out and began to look for the filming team to prepare for the filming of Resident Evil. This time, he didn't bother the principal, but asked Ethan to help find the relevant team. There are many horror films, but it is the makeup artist and atmosphere rendering that determine the upper limit of the team. Ethan is now considered a big boss. As soon as his news was released, many people recommended top teams to come over one after another. After the team probably found it, everyone began to choose the shooting location. London, Neon, Washington, these three locations are the most suitable for filming. Other sections can be synthesized through special effects. After the filming was completed, the recruitment of leading actors and group performers began, and after makeup, it started to get on track. At school, Bai Yang took a long vacation until graduation. For Sister May, he also knew that Bai Yang had something to do, but he just gave a few words of worry. At the same time, the news that Bai Yang will shoot a thriller sci-fi film has once again attracted the attention of many people in the industry. With the two movies of Iron Fist and Big Hero, Bai Yang is already famous in the film and television industry, but his age has always made people feel a little weird. After all, the youngest person who can make a good movie is nearly 30 years old, and there will be like Bai Yang, who has not yet grown up. But without hindering his ability, most of the actors who received the invitation letter would go to audition, and the ones who couldn't come were because they had a schedule or were not interested in the subject matter of Bai Yang's script. The preliminary audition went on for about 5 days. Immediately after the audition was over, the filming started immediately. These actors didn't even have any preparations. But with Bai Yang's high overtime reward, they thought it was acceptable. And most of the actors here are also very dedicated, and there will be no frequent situations where the substitutes shout numbers throughout the process, and the progress of the crew is very fast. And Bai Yang sat in front of the stage from dawn to dusk, directing the actors shooting. And those actors seemed to be facing such a tight schedule for the first time, and they were a little uncomfortable. But watching the director supervise the whole process, they were also embarrassed to shout tired, and said that they still had time to rest when there was no camera, while Bai Yang, the director, kept an eye on the progress throughout the process. For a while, they also had a new understanding of the director. Workaholics. In the later stage, after each shot, the actor fell asleep directly against the wall, but Bai Yang still yelled at others like he had been slapped with chicken blood. During the filming of 6 films, the actors were miserable for a while, but the outrageous overtime pay and delicious food gave them no reason to quit. But all in all, there were still some people who couldn't stand the crew's arrangement like being in prison, and chose to leave. But to Bai Yang's relief, none of the film's leading actors chose to leave. With the shooting, the shots of many actors have been completed, and they left the crew in cheers. As the heroine, the actor can only follow until the end of the film. The filming team was too busy with the filming, so Bai Yang recruited a team and an assistant director again to shoot in separate shots to relieve their pressure. Under such methodical shooting, the 6 films of Resident Evil have finally announced their completion after 6 months. On the night of wrapping up, Bai Yang booked a hotel and held a grand carnival party. Everyone reveled recklessly that night, as if to release all the pressure during this period. After the shooting is over, the rest is handed over to post-processing, and then the film is sent for review and rating. After the rating comes out, it is R-rated, and children under the age of 17 must watch it with their parents. Immediately afterwards, I started looking for a distribution company, and Lionsgate, as the company with the most horror films, became the first choice. Time is getting closer to Halloween, and Lionsgate released a promotional video. In the film, the first thing that appears is that in a company environment, a person holding coffee is suddenly bumped by a panic-stricken person, and the coffee hits his shirt, making him yelp in dissatisfaction. Immediately after the camera turned, spiral blue potions and green potions appeared one after another. Then began to introduce the Umbrella Company and the T-virus developed by it. Then the blue potion was shattered, and the camera turned to the scene of the rescue team. Fleeting liquors, zombie dogs, zombies, the scene of the woman suddenly opening her eyes in the water tank switches quickly, combined with the tense and dull vagueness, it makes people feel a little exciting. Umbrella organizations, beehives, T-virus, zombies. The information revealed in the trailer aroused the interest of the audience. And this movie is a horror sci-fi movie, which fits well with the elements of Halloween. But I feel that if you are in the world of Marvel, there will probably be some real things mixed in by then. Undoubtedly, within a year of the last film, Bai Yang made another new film, and the difficulty of shooting this film has also increased by leaps and bounds compared to the previous 2 films. The span is also relatively large. Many people are looking forward to his finished film. In this way, the entire Big Apple City was once again covered with Resident Evil posters. At this time, Bai Yang returned to the laboratory, and after more than a month of cultivation, the original body of Alice in the cultivation pool had successfully reproduced and completed a part of the evolution, but the power is not yet known, and experiments are needed to know the result. Bai Yang began to write programs and implanted combat chips. Then shape it according to your body shape. The blue liquid creature wriggled unconsciously in the glass, and as the program was written, its actions gradually became regular and began to shrink slowly. In the end, it shrunk down to a blood-red umbrella metal. Bai Yang held it in the palm of his hand, the metal began to fade slowly, and became a tattoo on the back of his hand. As usual, come to the test room for experiments. Strength, speed, defense, healing abilities, experiment one by one. It may be because it belongs to the external battle suit, which does not improve the reaction ability, only the defense, speed, and strength have increased significantly. The strength reached more than 800 kilograms, and the speed reached 120 kilometers per hour, surpassing the cheetah. In terms of defense, it is indeed a weakness, but it has made up for it in terms of healing. The bullet can penetrate the battle suit, but with the speed of the combat auxiliary chip and the suit, the bullet cannot hit him. Machine guns are another matter. Moreover, this battle suit has not been subjected to confrontation experiments, it is only cultivated steadily, and the evolution rate is much slower. These superpowers have to be tested and verified slowly over time. The filming of the film was completed, and the biological reproduction equipment of the original Alice was also successfully developed. Red Queen, send me the destroyer's database. After recording the special energy data on the destroyer armor, Bai Yang is also ready to set off for the Himalayas. Chapter 58. The residual magical energy on the destroyer is the way to find Karmatage. You only need to match the energy value, and you can find Karmatage with a high probability. Bai Yang bought a plane ticket to Nepal, and after arriving, he controlled his battle suit and flew towards the Himalayas. Nepal, Kathmandu. This is a city where religion prevails. Monks and believers can be seen walking on the streets everywhere, and temples are built one after another. The whole town is enveloped in the smell of incense every day. Therefore, the sun is rarely seen here, and there is always a faint smog in the sky. After Bai Yang arrived, he walked around, but few people had heard of the Kamataj Holy Land. Immediately, Bai Yang put on the detection glasses and began to match the same energy data. Glasses with a sense of technology are a bit strange in this town. Soon, Bai Yang found a place emitting magical energy as he walked among the crowd. Bai Yang followed the direction and went towards the target. Looking at the tall temple in front of him, with a monk sitting cross-legged in front of the door, Bai Yang turned his head and knocked on the door of a remote small room opposite. This is like an earthen house, not very eye-catching. "Hi, is there anyone? I'm here to study." Bai Yang shouted towards the door. However, after a long time, the small door in front of him still did not respond. He tried pushing hard, but there was no response. Seeing that the door was not opened, Bai Yang sat on the ground board, leaning his back against the door. Huh. After a while, Bai Yang, who was closing his eyes, suddenly opened them, and blue light flashed in his pupils. What's wrong? The main computer of the laboratory was turned off. Bai Yang frowned and asked. Someone is invading, and the opponent's stealth ability and strength are very strong, and I can't stop it. The Red Queen explained. Someone invaded. Bai Yang was a little surprised, but he quickly thought of something, and quickly asked, did he steal the virus? I don't know, I'm trying to find a way to reconnect now. How long? 5 minutes. Bai Yang bowed his head and pondered for a while when he heard the words, but fortunately, Dubai's chip technology is in the Red Queen program, so there is no need to be afraid of being stolen. The only thing to worry about is the T virus in the basement. 5 minutes later, the moment the connection was successful, the Red Queen scanned the entire laboratory. But the intruders had already left. How? What is missing? Bai Yang asked curiously. The T virus reagent in the box in the basement disappeared. Sure enough. Bai Yang sighed secretly. Can the identity of the intruder be found? Looking for, according to the clothing and action habits, it is a neon ninja spy. Neon. Bai Yang rubbed his chin, wondering what he was thinking. Try to find it, it doesn't matter if you can't find it, it's just an injection of virus reagent, it won't spread through the air, so don't worry too much. Bai Yang waved his hand and didn't care too much. However, we must also prepare a database for Neon, and keep an eye on it at any time. The database is under construction. It will take about 6 months to prepare. The Red Queen's words came over. How is the construction progress of the virtual building at the base? Bai Yang continued to ask. It has been completed, and now we are starting to build the submarine hive channel. Are there any extra robots? Yes, and it's still increasing. Then start building satellites. If you want to prepare the Tokyo database, the materials purchased for the construction of the satellite are not enough, and you can't start until the database is established. Red Queen said after some calculations. Well, how many sets of space transmission devices have been built? 1 group. Bai Yang just sat in front of the door in a daze, learning about the development with the Red Queen. Unknowingly, the sky has begun to darken, and there are only dim street lamps around, but the brightest lights are candles and scattered incense. At this time, Bai Yang, who was chatting with Hong Ho, suddenly fell backwards without paying attention. It turned out that the door was opened. Come in. Moda glanced at Bai Yang on the ground, and said lightly. You finally opened the door. I almost fell asleep sitting outside the door. Bai Yang hung up the contact with the Red Queen, got up quickly and patted the dust on his buttocks, and followed him inside. The door closed automatically. Bai Yang followed him through a cave-like space, and came to another world. There are some porcelains on both sides, and most of the decorations are grid-style bamboo weaving. Some hazy sunlight came in from these windows, and the two of them came all the way to a large hall. Many of the decorations here have Chinese elements. How did you know about Karmatage? Modu asked, looking at his immature face. Thor, he said he is the son of Odin. Thor, he told me that there is a place on Earth called Karmatage, which is a holy place for mages. Bai Yang looked at him and explained. Mordo is an Asian with a serious face and a sexy beard on his chin. Seems like a stiff guy. Asgard. Why are you connected with them? Then why did you let me in? Bai Yang asked. I asked him to let you in. At this moment, a man with a bald head and a yellow robe appeared next to the two of them. The two had unknowingly reached the center of a hall. Moda saluted respectfully. "This is Master Gu-yi, my master," he explained to Bai Yang. "Hi, I'm Bai Yang." Bai Yang also nodded to her. Afterwards, Moda left here on his own, leaving Gu-yi and Bai Yang behind. "I want to come to learn magic. I hope I will be destined." Bai Yang looked at her and said with a smile, "You know a lot, maybe even more than me." She also smiled and looked at Bai Yang and said, "Therefore, you have lost your respect for power. Power is for control." Bai Yang pursed his lips and said, "Really? Then do you want to see the real power?" Gu-yi suddenly said with a serious expression. "Think." Bai Yang also restrained his playful expression. After the words fell, Gu-yi stretched out his hand to hold the position between Bai Yang's eyebrows. At the moment of contact, before Bai Yang could feel the touch between his brows, he felt a sense of weightlessness. The surrounding environment changed rapidly. At some point, Bai Yang found himself in space, and could easily see the outline of the water-blue Earth's surface. A ringed butterfly suddenly appeared in front of him. Bai Yang reached out and touched it. In an instant, a sense of dizziness came, and Bai Yang felt as if he was in a blender at this moment. The surrounding space also seemed to be four-dimensional at this time, and the eerie and indiscernible scene made him feel the feeling of being in the space transmission device in the supermarines again. The scenery continues to change, it seems to cross the dimension of space, shuttle in the space channel. Before he had time to observe, the scene in front of Bai Yang changed rapidly, and he flew back to the original place at some point. The dizziness made him lie on the ground, and his body felt like it was about to collapse, but his spirit was abnormally excited. He tilted his head to look at Gu-yi, who was looking down at him, showing a stupid smile. "Come again." Gu-yi raised his eyebrows in surprise. The space around Bai Yang changed again. "You think that the world is running smoothly, and you think that the material universe is everything." At this time, Bai Yang saw the black hole in front of him. It was black, and it was clearly visible that the surrounding light was sucked in. Boom! The moment he entered the black hole, Bai Yang only felt that his body was transparent and he had entered a space of a higher level. Maybe it's a different dimension, maybe it's a parallel space, maybe it's a space gap. Behind your cognition, what kind of secrets are hidden? The unknown matter inside the space began to explode like fireworks. As the shuttle continued, Bai Yang's spirit became more and more excited, and the dilated pupils seemed to fall out. At the source of reality, spirit is connected to matter, and thought shapes reality. The surrounding space changed again, appearing in a space like hell, with countless bloody hands climbing on him. The excited consciousness involuntarily sinks and slackens, and then condenses, slackens, condenses. This universe is just one of the infinite universes, and the world is infinite. Consciousness returned again, and he continued to shuttle in the space, skipping the rainbow-like space channel, and he came to a space full of mirror images. There seemed to be countless worlds in the mirror. There are wonderful, vibrant. Bai Yang fell into a mirrored space, and with a sound like a shattering mirror, he entered a vibrant world, and with just one glance, he fell into a strange, unseeable space again. There is also evil, full of killing. Gu-yi's whispered words continued to ring in Bai Yang's heart. Bai Yang moved forward again uncontrollably, getting farther and farther away from the space. In those dark corners, the savage forces are greedily waiting for an opportunity. Bai Yang now saw a huge face like a domino. Gu-yi. The murmured and deep voice reached Bai Yang's ears. "In this multiverse, who are you?" The space quickly faded away, and Bai Yang instantly fell in front of Gu-yi. He seems to have passed out. Mo-do came back here at some point, and said to the boy with his eyes closed on the ground. "Forget that he is a child." Gu-yi squatted down, looked at Bai Yang carefully, and found that there was still an obsessive smile on the corner of his mouth. "He's dangerous," Mo-do said suddenly. "Yes, but the talent is unprecedented. The Earth may be destroyed because of him, but it may also be saved by him. It depends on how we guide it." Gu-yi said, standing up the poplar on his ground. "Arrange for him, take a room, don't let your junior lie on the floor." "Okay." Mo-do carried Bai Yang on his back, and walked towards the spare room. Gu-yi looked at the two people leaving, and stepped forward with his left hand. For a while, a transparent lens appeared in front of him. She stepped in and disappeared into the hall. After Moda sent Bai Yang to the room, he went back to the original place and wanted to ask Ui some questions, but she was no longer there. Hamel sat at the table and glanced at him. He's gone. End of this chapter. Chapter 59, Magic. The next day, Bai Yang didn't wake up until noon in the morning. Looking at the ancient buildings and burning oil lamps around him, he thought for a moment that he had traveled to ancient times, but then he felt sticky at the corners of his mouth. Bai Yang wiped it with his hand. It was saliva. Really, I don't know how to wipe my mouth before throwing me on the bed. Bai Yang rubbed his hands, got up and muttered something. At this time, the door was suddenly opened. Maybe it will be more reliable for you to find a girlfriend. Good morning, Mage S.H.I.E.L.D. Bai Yang greeted with a little sluggishness, as if he had fought a big battle last night. It's Modu. He corrected. I think you should have prepared food for me. Feeling the weakness of the body, he urgently needed food supplements. I'll take you to wash first, and then I'll take you to dinner. Moda sighed and said helplessly. It was the first time he had seen such a young boy come to Karmatage to practice magic, so he could only be a little more patient. Thank you, Master S.H.I.E.L.D. Bai Yang thanked with his eyes blank. It's Modu. Seeing Bai Yang walking to the door, he shook his head helplessly. Followed. In the dining hall, Bai Yang devoured the food in front of him without stopping the rice in his hand. You guys still have celestial dishes here, the taste is so authentic, the person who cooks this dish must be from Celestial Dynasty. Bai Yang muttered in admiration while eating. Haha, yes, it's Wang who cooks today. S.H.I.E.L.D. responded with a smile. The strange eyes of the mages around him made him a little uncomfortable. But even so, he still sat upright and ate his meals carefully. Add rice. Bai Yang put the bare bowl in front of him bluntly. Moda looked at the bowl handed to him, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. If I remember correctly, this is the 5th bowl. Although the rice bowl of Karmatage is not too big, it is definitely not small. Even adults can eat up to 3 bowls. Can't we have extra rice? Bai Yang hasn't eaten authentic Chinese cuisine for a long time, and in the beautiful country, apart from Chinatown, the Chinese cuisine in other places also tastes weird. Maybe it's a matter of ingredients and people's eating habits. No problem, boy, how old are you? A fat middle-aged man with a smile on his face came to sit down next to the two of them with a plate of food, and asked Bai Yang in relief. 18. Bai Yang took the rice he handed over, thought for a while and said, If this year passes, it should be. Good guy, almost 2 years have passed before you know it. So young, how could he come here to learn magic? He doesn't look like a sick person. Wang was a little puzzled, because people from outside Karmatage were basically desperate and uneasy, but they still had praying people who want to come to Karmatage for healing. Karmatage often takes in these poor people. He has met people from Asgard and knows where we are. Moda put the finished bowls and chopsticks on the table and explained, he will also be a disciple of Master Ancient One in the future, our junior brother. It seems that this young man is very talented. Wang looked at the young man who was picking up the food in front of him in surprise. It should be amazing. S.H.I.E.L.D. whispered. After Bai Yang finished his meal, he came to the place where the dishes were washed, followed Moda to wash the dishes and chopsticks, and put them in the designated place. You're all mages, why do you still have to wash the dishes? Bai Yang squeezed out a little Libby dish soap and complained. Although we are mages, we still belong to human beings and will not affect our normal life. Moda said with a smile, seeming to enjoy washing dishes. How about I make an automatic dishwasher? Bai Yang thought for a while and said. People here don't really like machines. Moda shook his head. Isn't there Wi-Fi? But don't refuse entertainment, after all we are not primitive people. Moda added after hearing this. Then do you know how to dance with Miss Sister? Moda paused, glanced at Bai Yang, yes. Is there a leak? S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't answer this time, picked up the washed dishes and left. Wait for me, I haven't rinsed out the dish soap yet. Bai Yang quickly rinsed it twice, and followed. After the two put the bowls and chopsticks in the designated place, they temporarily separated, and Bai Yang returned to the main hall. Gu sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes and meditated. Bai Yang came across to her and sat cross-legged. You can talk about your understanding of magic. Gu Yi opened his eyes and said. Bai Yang pondered for a while, then slowly said, the essence of magic surpasses the scientific category of all known technology-oriented intelligent races, and is used for reality distortion, mind control, and elemental attacks. Magic is more like a kind of spiritual energy. It belongs to the mysterious discipline and is divided into natural magic, planetary magic, and ritual magic, but without exception, they all need the energy of other objects. Magic knows no black and white, no elements, only divide the space where you get energy, natural dimension, planetary dimension, belief dimension. Actually, I have already learned part of the magic by myself. Bai Yang said, and a simple magic circle was drawn in the void, sending out gusts of breeze. Magic belongs to the philosophical discipline among the mystical disciplines. As far as magic is concerned, it does not distinguish between attributes. The concept of elements, whether in the East or the West, is just an atomistic concept of the basic composition of the world's matter, and it is at best an emblem in magic. Gu Yi suddenly felt that he seemed to underestimate the young man in front of him. It seems that you have studied occultism. Gu Yi said with some surprise. Yes. Bai Yang nodded. Power is divided into black and white according to people's hearts. It seems that my teaching will be much easier. She looked at Bai Yang and smiled. This is just an interpretation. Something that has not been practiced is definitely not comprehensive, so I came here. No, it's already pretty good. Gu Yi shook his head. Immediately began a further introduction. Actually, the language of mysterious spells has existed since the birth of civilization. Since a long time ago, the venerables have called this language spells, which can be understood as mechanical procedures. Gu Yi gave an example, hoping to make it easier for Bai Yang to accept. We collect energy, as you said, from other spaces in the multiverse, and recite spells. She began to draw magic patterns in the void, and a square magic circle with a circle in the middle appeared in front of Bai Yang, reflecting show his excited expression. Thus casting shields and sharp weapons, and casting magic. A complete orange magic circle appeared in front of Bai Yang, and the energy released made Bai Yang's hair slightly rippling. Then you should have discovered concept bodies of other dimensions. Bai Yang touched the magic circle and said curiously. Yes, some are kind, some are dangerous. Gu Yi pondered for a while, but still didn't tell him about the dark dimension. The origin of our magic comes from Emperor Weishan. Immediately, she began to explain the origin of magic to Bai Yang. When can I learn magic? After Gu Yi finished explaining, Bai Yang asked impatiently. No hurry, you need to rest today, tomorrow Moda will take you to practice first. Gu Yi said looking at Bai Yang who was still a little weak. Although I came back alive after eating a meal, I still need to sleep to relax mentally. No problem. Bai Yang was not in a hurry either. Then, Gu Yi explained many magical taboos and uses to him, consciously or unintentionally, he is guiding him. Chapter 60, Cassius. The next day, Bai Yang opened the door refreshed and stretched himself. Let's go, I'll take you to get the book. Moda was still the same as yesterday's decoration, and after finishing speaking, he gave Bai Yang a cold back. It shouldn't be a problem if you don't wash for a day. Bai Yang comforted himself, and hurriedly followed. The two walked side by side on the wooden corridor, heading towards the library. You can also call him a library, after all, the knowledge in it is also shared, except for a few books. Bai Yang changed into plain gray apprentice robes at this time, and when they passed by the central square, they were training. An old man in the team leader explained his experience and demonstrated the movements of his hands. He drew circles with his hands towards the center and separated from each other. The pattern of the magic circle appeared in the void in front of him. The apprentices in the rear also imitated his movements, chanting incantations, and began to draw a magic circle in front of them. Some are wobbly and extremely unstable, as if they are about to collapse in the next second, but there are also some that are as stable as an old dog, and the magic circle is fixed in the void. Everyone is wearing a robe and a big ring on their finger. It looks like they entered the Magic Academy of the Central European century. It would be great if they were younger. Bai Yang looked at this scene curiously. We are a holy place for mages, not an academy. In fact, you should stay in school well, and it won't be too late when graduation comes. I'm sorry, there is nothing I want to learn in school. Bai Yang raised his eyebrows proudly at him. I really don't know why Gu Yi accepted you as his disciple. Moda shook his head, and stepped a little faster. The two of them crossed the square and soon came to a door. "Modu, you're here too." When the two of them entered, a person who was waiting at the table greeted him. "This is Master Cassius." Moda didn't seem to like this man very much, so he simply introduced Bai Yang. "This is a new student. Looks a bit young." He seemed a little surprised when he saw Bai Yang's face. "Yes, nice to meet you, Mage Cassius, my name is Bai Yang." Bai Yang greeted him politely. "Me too, if you need any help, you can come to me." He showed a friendly smile to Bai Yang. At this time, Cassius has not been exposed to dark magic, and he is still a very popular person in Karmatage. "Help me get the true explanation of magic and the new universe, Master Alves." Moda came to an Asian man with a thin face and deep eye sockets. He seemed to be an Indian. "He seems a little young this time, can he understand?" Alves glanced at Bai Yang and said. "But these are the most basic, nothing else can show him. I have a few children's books in my stash, maybe I can give them to him," he said jokingly. Bai Yang glanced at him upon hearing this. "I might buy you a steak. It seems that I need to teach you what is polite." His face froze. Although India does not object to eating beef, saying this sentence in front of Indians is tantamount to insulting words. "Hey, he was just joking with you. Don't worry about it." Moda smiled and said, "Give me the book." Alves glanced at Bai Yang unwillingly, turned around and took out some books from the bookshelf. Moda handed several thick books to Bai Yang, and the two left here. It's normal to meet annoying people everywhere. Just try not to talk to him. Moda is obviously used to this. I don't know if it's a person or a thing. You need to finish reading these books in the past few days, and then you can go to the square to practice magic with them. He handed the books to Bai Yang. "Well, if I want to borrow books from the library pavilion, there shouldn't be any formalities?" Bai Yang asked with a few thick books in his arms. "No need. Although Alves hates it, he won't do anything outrageous in this kind of thing. It's just that his words may not be very nice." He shrugged and said. "Well, it looks like I need to practice my eloquence," Bai Yang said with a smile. Afterwards, after sending Bai Yang back, Moda continued with his own business. In this way, Bai Yang settled down in Karmatage. Bai Yang had finished reading the basic books that Moda chose for himself within a week. Although Moda was a little surprised, he also felt that it was expected, and then took him to the square to learn magic with these apprentices. The square is like a courtyard, not very big. There are 1 or 2 green pine trees planted in the courtyard, surrounded by retro Chinese buildings. When Bai Yang came here, he felt like he was discussing swords in Huashan. And the mage is not like Bai Yang guessed, depicting the magic circle all day long. Instead, he often practices martial arts. 1. Hey! Bai Yang's legs were spread apart, his waist was loose, his hands were like whips, and he looked ahead. 2. Ha! Withdrew his legs, took a steady step, retracted his fist to his waist, and punched out with the other hand. 3. Hut. The body stretched straight, and the hands were stretched out in front of the palms, closing trend. Chinese martial arts. Outrageous. After practicing some martial arts, it was finally time to learn magic. But it should also be combined with martial arts. Carefully perceive the energy of the space. When using it, remember to concentrate and concentrate. Attribute this energy to yourself, and then draw a simple matrix magic pattern in front of you. An old man with a beard looked at them with piercing eyes and explained with. Matrix magic is an entry test for practicing magic, the simplest magic pattern. Bai Yang was in the middle of a ha-ha, with his hands forming palms and facing forward. The energy in the body began to mobilize according to the mind, and the hands began to slide straight to the sides. As the palms were drawn to both sides, an orange magic line appeared in the void. Taking advantage of the trend and turning again, a magic line becomes a circle. Push forward again, and a square surrounds the circle to form a perfect geometric figure. End of this chapter. Chapter 61. It will be on the shelves tomorrow at -noon. Please come to Basha to order. There is a fan group in the introduction, you can add it. I won't say much more, at least 5 chapters tomorrow, and at most 10 chapters. End of this chapter. chevron_left. Chapter 62. This is the hanging ring. It is very important for us to use it skillfully to cast spells. It can help us travel freely in various universes. You need to concentrate, visualize it, and bring your destination to mind. Each apprentice put on the hanging ring. The hand with the hanging ring faces forward, and the other hand begins to draw a circle around it. Don't be limited to the world in front of you, but imagine every detail. The clearer the picture in your mind, the faster the portal will appear. Moda walked in the queue and explained his experience, checking their progress by the way. Bai Yang carefully sensed the transmitted energy, and the hanging ring stabilized the magic power output from the body so that it would not be chaotic. Following his imagination, the energy in his body began to mobilize involuntarily, and sparks gradually appeared in front of him. With the swing of the closing momentum, the sparks gradually spread around in a circular shape, getting bigger and bigger. When the portal expanded to a circle with a radius of almost 1 meter, transparent explosion-proof glass and microscopes and other instruments could be clearly seen on the opposite side. Red Empress, can you see me? Bai Yang happily shouted towards the portal. In Bai's laboratory, Bai Yang's shout was heard, and the projection of the Red Queen appeared in front of the portal. It's amazing to see you, she said in amazement, although her expression didn't change. Record the space fluctuations and see if you can stabilize the unstable data of the space device. Bai Yang continued to instruct. Okay. What are you doing? Moda didn't know when he appeared behind Bai Yang. You scared me. Bai Yang hurriedly stabilized the crumbling portal. I'm recording the data of the portal to see if I can solve the defect of the space teleportation device in my laboratory. Bai Yang said directly without hiding anything. You should concentrate on studying. Moda glanced across and warned. I've been studying, Master Moda. Bai Yang said with a smile. That word pronunciation. He corrected a little frantically. Hey, there seems to be a guy over there who is about to run into the portal. Bai Yang smiled, maintained the portal, and indicated the situation over there with his eyes. I saw an apprentice who was about to go there after opening the portal, as if he saw a relative. Seeing this, Moda quickly jumped over to stop him. Then he gave a lecture to the men. After today's class was finished, Bai Yang immediately ran to the library pavilion, yelled at the administrator Alves, and Bai Yang stayed here and started reading the book. Bai Yang, don't you mind chatting? Cassius came to Bai Yang's side at some point and patted him on the shoulder. This is not a place for you to chat, get out. Before Bai Yang could speak, Alves said with a stinky face. Cassius narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Mage Alves, don't go too far. This is my place, boy, what do you want? He gave Cassius a disdainful look. You guys better go out and argue, I want to read a book. Bai Yang looked impatiently at the two who were arguing. Cassius glanced at Alves coldly, and left here. After the library pavilion became quiet, Bai Yang continued to look at the book in his hand. Now what he looks at is some basic knowledge, such as the source and function of energy acquisition. Some laws and spells of basic magic. Big Apple. It is the eve of Halloween at this time, and children put on all kinds of masks, strange costumes, and all kinds of jack-o'-lanterns in their hands, and they go door to door asking for candies, and trick-or-treating. There were also many big whites who were dressed up and took to the streets. Even with scary makeup, there is still a unique sense of cuteness when dressed on Bai's body. All kinds of pumpkins have already been prepared for sale in shops and supermarkets. And there are all kinds of horror-themed decorations in front of the courtyard of every house: vampires, witches, demons, skeletons. The most common ones are pumpkin head lanterns. On this day, these decorations are used to drive away ghosts, praise autumn, pray for peace, and make Halloween a lively and joyous carnival. And on this day, in order to fit the theme, horror movies will also choose to be released on this day. The highly anticipated Resident Evil is also about to be released. Different from the shooting conditions of the first film, with the foreshadowing of the first two films, Bai Yang's film got a high screening rate in theaters. And with Lionsgate, one of the 8 major Hollywood release promotions, the film has reached a very high level before it was released. Therefore, when the movie was released, the tickets on the market were already sold out. And taking advantage of the theme of Halloween, the North American box office reached more than $800 million on the first day, and the global box office totaled more than $500 million. But this situation only lasted for about 3 days, and the box office fell in a straight line. All in all, the audience ratio of horror films is not too large, and many people are not very optimistic about how scary a horror film shot by a high school student can be. There was some relief on Sunday as the heat gradually dissipated. It's only been in theaters for about 3 weeks. The final box office was more than 9,000 million. But the first one has already earned its reputation. After watching Resident Evil, everyone thinks this is a classic zombie thriller. Strike while the iron is hot, Lionsgate once again released a promotional film, announcing that the second part of Resident Evil will be released soon. In fact, the leaders of Lionsgate do not want to release the films of the Resident Evil series in a compact manner, but to release them every other year, which can meet the expectations of the audience and choose a suitable date. But Bai Yang, who was the producer, insisted on this. They could only scratch their heads and agreed. And the audience didn't seem to expect that the second part would be released so soon, and they thought it was fake news for a while. After all, which movie didn't take at least a year to be released? But check it out on the website platform of Lionsgate, it is indeed true. The audience who had just finished watching Resident Evil were still wondering when the second part would be, but they didn't expect it to come out directly. Is this a TV show? After a short period of publicity, the second part began to be released. Once the second film was released, more people went to the theater or were taken by friends. The final box office was much higher than the first one. Immediately after the third part, the fourth part, the fifth step, and the final chapter of the sixth step. Let the fans who watched it during this period of time be hooked. Watching a movie for the first time is like watching a TV series. Although the release time of the film won the praise of the blockbuster, the rating of the film itself has also dropped again and again. Many people speculated whether the director did it to catch up with the work. Chapter 63. The release of the Resident Evil series lasted for a total of 4 months, and there was also time for promotional poster production in the middle. After the last step of the film's release, the total box office of the Resident Evil series began to be settled. Resident Evil 1, Mutants Survive, with a global box office of more than 9,000 million. Resident Evil 2, Apocalypse, the global box office is more than 6,000 million. Resident Evil 3, Extinction, the global box office is more than 9,000 million. Resident Evil 4, Rebirth of God of War, the global box office is more than 5,000 million. Resident Evil 5, Punishment, the global box office is more than 1,000 million. Resident Evil, The Final Chapter, the global box office is more than 3,000 million. A total of nearly million US dollars. After the film ended, a film critic was specially screened out by the Red Queen. Looking at the first trilogy series of Resident Evil, the development of Resident Evil is not as ugly as we imagined, but just a biochemical drug developed by a father for his beloved daughter to live a healthier and faster life, stimulate dead cells to mutate and become strong. The director's shooting is also very good, and many of the reasons make us think deeply. Overall, the entire series of films lays out a heavy depression. This is a very good movie, a kind of enjoyment and assumptions about the future, and it is also used to warn mankind not to let our future embark on this road. Finally, to sum up, the scariest thing is not computers, zombies, monsters, but human beings. It's hard to imagine that this is a movie directed by a high school student, but this does not hinder the excellence of the biochemical series. This film review was put to the top after being popular, which can guide the audience's views to a certain extent. Because it is necessary to make a cure potion, the news of the T virus will inevitably leak out. Before that, it is necessary to reduce the fear of the T virus to the greatest extent. After all, the Bai Technology Company is not like an umbrella company in the world of Resident Evil, it is the leader of an international monopoly, and even the country can be ignored. It's better to actively release the news within the scope of one's control. Moreover, the T virus should be very effective as a deterrent weapon. Kamatage, Bai Yang is staying in the courtyard at this time, which can also be called a martial arts field. Although it is a bit small, there are not many people after all. Today is practice magic battle, close combat. This is a magic weapon. Moda was holding a stick, which was longer than a baton and made of wood. Some magic tools are too difficult to control, so we inject them into objects, so that we can use them freely at any time. He said, waving it along the way, and saw the red magic stripe suddenly attached to the stick in his hand, like a whip generally stretched and thrown on the ground, making a crackling sound. This is our staff of the Court of Life. The attached magic dissipated, and the stick was restored to its original shape again. The magical implements are different, and you need to be prepared before I will take you to find your staff. I think I'm ready now. Seeing him eagerly holding the stick, Bai Yang pursed his lips, feeling a little bad. No, you'll know after you've fought. He grinned. Now, use magic as your weapon. Then it shouldn't be considered a foul for me to use some of my methods. Bai Yang's palm outfit quickly activated, and soon, it was replaced by a human figure with a red body with blue stripes and a black compound eye on the mask. In front of the degree. This battle suit made of cells cultivated by Alicia's genetics seems to be closer to creatures, and its appearance has also changed from the blue of the virus to blood red, and the blue has become an embellishment instead. The protoplasma Alice is attached to the surface of Bai Yang's body, and the skin-like appearance on it flows slightly like water. Immediately afterwards, his palm vibrated slightly, and 2 yellow circular magic matrices appeared in his hand. Ring of Ragadair, magic starting moves. Come on. Bai Yang looked at him with black compound eyes, and arrogantly stretched out his hand provocatively. Moda didn't speak, but silently activated the shoes on his feet and the scepter in his hand. He picked up the scepter and fought Bai Yang with a whip. Bai Yang just turned slightly to one side and then dodged. When he turned around, Moda had suddenly rushed in front of him. Crackling. Crackling. The magic shield in Bai Yang's hand parried the scepter that hit his forehead, and the energy splashed wantonly like sparks. At the moment of parrying, the combat chip directly made Bai Yang subconsciously raise his leg and kick towards his abdomen. Moda faced the kick, and the Valto jumping shoes on the soles of his feet quickly stepped back, dodging the kick. But when he was retreating in the air, the soles of his shoes flashed with magical propulsion again, even stepped on the void and quickly adjusted to Bai Yang's back, and the magic scepter was unceremoniously thrown at Bai Yang's back. Faced with this situation, Bai Yang's high agility made Bai Yang turn around quickly, blocked the stick with one hand, and the magic circle with the other hand turned a shield into a hammer, and smashed towards Moda's abdomen. The jumping shoes on the soles of his feet flickered again, stepping on the void and directly leading him to a backflip in the air, dodging Bai Yang's hammer and chopping directly at Bai Yang's shoulder. At this time, Bai Yang defended the scepter with one hand and attacked with the other. Facing this unexpected blow, even though he had a battle prediction, it seemed that he couldn't form a good prediction for this unreasonable movement method. When he tilted his head, he felt a heavy pressure on his shoulders, and he knelt on the ground involuntarily. Before Bai Yang was surprised, he reached out and grabbed the shoe on his shoulder, leaned back, and pulled it out forcefully. The shoes came off. Bai Yang rolled around with his shoes and stood up. Looking at the shoes in his hands, Bai Yang threw them aside in disgust. Haven't you washed your feet for a few days? Bai Yang teased. Then the palms were brought together, and the red energy bundles fused together, forming a red stick about half a meter away. It's just that I didn't wash it yesterday. Moda said nonchalantly as he stood across from him wearing a sock on his left foot. Then you must have stinky feet. Bai Yang tilted his head, picked up the red energy stick, and rushed towards Modu. The magic whip formed by the scepter in Modu's hand extended longer, and flung it at Bai Yang who was rushing towards him. But the hit rate was very low, Bai Yang dodged every time. Soon, Bai Yang rushed in front of him, waved his red magic wand and knocked at his dog's head. He raised his hands to block the blow, but the strength caught him off guard for a moment. Hastily turned sideways to release the strength. Then the two waved their sticks and fought together. The magic sticks were like lightsabers in their hands, and each collision would bring out bursts of red magic energy particles. After fighting for a while, Moda felt that Bai Yang's strength was too great, and his physical strength was a little weak. Seeing the opportunity, the energy in his hand skyrocketed, forming a sword with red flames, directly smashing the red magic stick in Bai Yang's hand, pointing the tip of the sword at his chest. End of this chapter, Chapter 64, Mirror Space. Bai Yang took off his battle clothes, raised his hands and looked at him with a smile. Master Modu, you don't have enough physical strength, how can you play a melee mage like this? Modu scattered Weishan Emperor's holy sword, shook his numb hand, rolled his eyes, and asked, what is that? Bioreproductive equipment can improve a person's strength and speed, as well as battle prediction. Otherwise, I'll be laid down by you after a few face-to-face encounters. Bai Yang raised the mark on the back of his hand and explained. Will it not affect the use of magic? he asked curiously. No, he is equivalent to a piece of clothing, and I will see if it can be transformed into a magic weapon in the later stage, and the power of magic will be enhanced instead. It seems that you are going to study alchemy. Moda said in surprise. Yes, when it's done, I'll give you one. Bai Yang smiled. A lot of alchemy knowledge about magic has been lost, and this road is not easy. Moda sat on a step, wearing the shoes that had just been stripped off. I plan to go to Asgard after learning here. They should have a lot of relevant magic knowledge. It's not easy to go there. Moda put on his shoes, stood up, and shook his head. It should be easy for me. Bai Yang raised his eyebrows proudly. Moda wanted to say something else, but when he saw Bai Yang behind him, he greeted him respectfully, Master Gu Yi. Gu Yi nodded to him, and Moda understood and left here. Mage Gu Yi, what can I do? Bai Yang also turned around and greeted respectfully. I have observed you for a period of time, and found that you are sensitive and eager to learn. You are eager to learn, have a strong thirst for knowledge, and have absolute control over the energy you get. You seem to be curious about everything, but you restrain yourself. It's good to stop your curiosity. Gu Yi came up and praised Bai Yang. There should be a word, but after it. Bai Yang raised his eyebrows and was not complacent. You don't trust anyone. Gu Yi stared at him and said seriously. No one is worthy of my complete trust. Bai Yang did not refute. I believe that you will meet someone you trust completely in the future, and it will take time to witness. Gu Yi shook his head. Maybe. Bai Yang shrugged indifferently. By the way, I will start self-study in the rest of the time, please allow me, Master Ancient One. He thought for a while and said. In the past 6 months, he has read all the books on basic magic, including literature knowledge on potions, enchanting, etc. After everything is integrated, the next step of learning can begin. But if you want to borrow high-level magic related to the out-of-body experience, you need Gu Yi's permission to view it. Why, is there anything wrong with the course I set for you? She asked strangely. I didn't come here to learn how to use magic, but to study magic. And things like spells don't have much effect on me. Bai Yang said, holding the virtual power in one hand, and the other the hand covered the heart of the fist, and then, the two hands were separated, and a holy sword burning with red flames slowly took shape. It was the holy sword of Emperor Weishan that Moda used just now. After in-depth research on the essence of magic, Bai Yang easily reproduced the move that Moda used just now. Both of them can use the Weiss Sandy holy sword, but they are essentially different. A few tongues of flame flashed on the holy sword and disappeared in Bai Yang's hands. Bai Yang is not complacent about this, because he is still a user, not a creator. To create, you need a deep understanding of magic, and the basics in the library are not enough. Gu Yi was silent for a while. Come with me, you need a safer place to study. After all, Gu Yi still underestimated Bai Yang's magical talent. She took Bai Yang back to the main hall. This is the place where Bai Yang came for the first time. She came to the center of the hall and threw her hand towards the sideways position. With the sound of a broken mirror, the space plane in the void was like a broken mirror, with cracks appearing. Follow me. She walked in directly and disappeared in place. Bai Yang glanced at this strange space barrier, and walked in. The moment he walked in, he seemed to feel a sense of dislocation in time and space. This is a mirrored space. Although it exists, it cannot be detected. No matter what happens here, the outside world cannot detect it. Bai Yang saw someone pouring tea from his side, and walked directly through the two of them, as if he could not feel the existence of the two of them at all. We are here for training, surveillance, and sometimes to isolate danger. She said, pressing down her hand suddenly, and the surrounding space quickly distorted and deformed, the top of the head and the ground expand and ripple like water waves. If you want to know how far the universe is, you also need to know the endless dangers. The pressed hands began to rise slowly, and the twisted and changing space around them quickly returned to their original state. It seems that you want me to study here. Bai Yang touched the table on the ground curiously, but passed through like a phantom. Yes, it's very difficult for you to leave here without suspending the ring, so before you have the ability to leave, you have to keep studying here. Gu Yi walked out with his hands behind his back. Remember to deliver my meals on time. Bai Yang shouted to her back. As a result, Bai Yang's study place has changed from a library to a mirrored space. Out-of-body energy is our personal energy, which is developed from the mind and spiritual power. It can perform psionic energy, manipulative energy, astral projection, thought casting, etc. Therefore, to learn out-of-body energy, you must cultivate your own mind and spirit. The spells we use need to use specific spell steps to borrow the energy in the universe where we are, to achieve teleportation, energy waves, defense, and other means. The other is to borrow magical energy from outer dimensions. They have physical and magical rules different from their own dimension. Unlike the above two, mages usually need to plead with these existences and achieve it through sacrifice or offering, and this is what I call danger. In the mirrored space, Gu Yi and Bai Yang sat cross-legged opposite each other. Then we are creatures or conceptual bodies that need to deal with invasions from other dimensions. Yes, the invasion of other dimensions will not only cause instability in space, but it is also very likely that there will be a gap that will cause the destruction of the Earth. Therefore, the ancestor of the mysterious master, Agamotto, set up temples in 3 places on the Earth, the space used to stabilize the Earth, and we mages need to protect the temple. Gu nodded. The Eye of Agamotto must have been created by him. You know. I have read a lot of documents, and I know the situation of every generation of mysterious mages. Bai Yang looked at him and said seriously, and you, the current supreme mage, should have lived for about 300 years according to calculations. Chapter 65. In the following time, Bai Yang stayed in the mirror space to study all day long, and Gu Yi would often bring some books over. When he had time, he would teach Bai Yang, explain the duties of a mage by the way, and guide Bai Yang. And Bai Yang spent this time studying in the mirror space, immersing himself in the magical sea of books. The strongest defensive spell, Seraphim Shield. Single target damage magic, the holy sword of Emperor Weishan. AoE damage magic, Bosat's thunder, wind of Vadam. Dispelling magic, Hogarth's ancient body. The technique of avatars, Yikan's illusion is also called the shape of icon, and each avatar has the strength of the main body. Control skills, Sidorak's scarlet chains, energy whip. Space magic, mirror space. The Resident Evil movie has also been settled. According to the reputation, the ratio of time to dream next time is, frowny face . But right now, it's not the time yet, and magic needs to be further studied before entering the dream world for practice. For the arrangement of your own time, this is the best answer. On the Dubai laboratory, it seems that after a period of killings, the number of spies from various forces has decreased a lot. Especially the spies who have not yet appeared on the neon side may have some plans. But now I don't have time to deal with them, so it doesn't matter if they make their plans more meticulous. After learning the mirror space technique, there is no magic to learn. All that remains is to see if I can view the Book of Cagliostro. Bai Yang, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, slowly opened his eyes, raised his right hand, with his index finger, middle finger, and thumb stretched out, facing forward. Perceive the cosmic space, the magic power starts to link, and the left hand starts to draw circles. Soon, a portal surrounded by sparks appeared in front of him. Gu Yi stood opposite, as if he had been waiting for a long time. It seems that you have almost studied. He folded his hands and looked at the boy who appeared in front of him through the portal. Yes, then can you guess what I'm going to say? Bai Yang cupped his hands respectfully, stood up and said with a smile. After this period of teaching, Bai Yang unknowingly developed respect for him. Whether it is a broad mind or profound knowledge, he respects him. In fact, both of them knew well that it was impossible for Bai Yang to stay in Karmatage forever. Because he was too deeply involved in the world, even if he had the talent to inherit the Ancient One's supreme mage, it was impossible for the Ancient One to give Karmatage to himself. You are already qualified to check, but I hope you can go out with Cassius to perform missions. She said slowly. The book that is eligible to view here is the one that contains summoning dark dimension energies. Why, I think it's good for me to be with senior brother Modu. Bai Yang asked suspiciously. Master Cassius's magical talent is also very strong, but he has always had an obsession, wanting to use magic to resurrect his wife and son. If this situation continues, he will inevitably encounter dimensional space. He will die or be used. Gu's eyes drooped, and he continued to explain, Moda follows the laws of nature too much, so I hope you can form a team with him to see if he can change his mind. Okay. Bai Yang agreed after thinking about it. Calicius was an ordinary person, but the disease still destroyed his family. His son and wife passed away one after another, leaving him alone in his beautiful family. The heavy blow made him drink away his sorrows all day long, until he got drunk and had a conflict with someone and was thrown out, only to be discovered by Moda, who was about to go back to Karmatage, and took him back. The wonder of magic made him see hope, and with his good talent, he quickly surpassed many apprentices and stood shoulder to shoulder with the big brother Modu. But obviously, until now, he has not found a way to revive his wife and children. And since Bai Yang arrived, the talent he displayed made him hopeful again. He felt that with Bai Yang joining in the research, the hope might be much bigger. And he can also see that Bai Yang himself is also a learned person, and he is also young, so it is easier to guide him. It seems that everyone who sees Bai Yang's ability and talent wants to guide him and make him a fellow. But he didn't know that Bai Yang already had his own path. But are you sure you want me to read the Book of Cagliostro? Bai Yang asked after hesitation. Yes, even if I don't show it to you, you will still find a way to get it, but I hope you don't link to the dark dimension before you are sure. She nodded, thought for a while, and then warned. She had already foreseen the possibility of what would happen in the future, but she did not find the scene of Bai Yang being swallowed by darkness. No problem, besides, isn't there you? Bai Yang smiled indifferently. I won't stay on Earth forever. She shook her head and turned to leave here. London. At this time, the sky was a little dark, and the surrounding street lights had begun to light up. And in front of a church, a group of students stood in front of the church and didn't know what to say. Then I saw one of the girls stretch out her foot and kick the person in front of her to the ground. Oh, Danny, it's so sad. She was taller than some boys, and she looked mockingly at the girl who was lying on the ground looking at her. As he spoke, he added 2 feet. Stop. Danny's facial features looked a little weak. She stood up and whispered, please, stop. Oh, I want to tell mommy that someone is bullying her little baby. She looked at the other party's weakness and was even more unforgiving. The girl named Danny turned around angrily and was about to go to the church. Hey, come back to me. She stepped forward to stop her. Danny was pulled by her wrist by him, and subconsciously shook it forcefully, and the burly girl was thrown out by the volley. Bang. She spun around a few times and lay down on the ground fiercely. Danny didn't seem to have reacted yet. She turned around to see her embarrassed look, and smiled gloatingly. But an accident happened, and the girl lying on the ground held her nose in horror and screamed, ah! Help! I saw that her nose began to bleed unstoppably at this moment. But her face didn't touch the ground at all just now. The nuns in the church hurried over when they heard the sound, and stepped forward to help him up. After seeing her situation clearly, Danny covered her mouth in horror. The girl who fell on the ground was not only bleeding from her nose, but also oozing blood from her mouth. The nun helped the girl on the ground up, but before she could ask about the situation, the girl who was lifted up suddenly looked behind Danny with wide eyes in horror. From her pupils, a blood-red demon with 2 horns can be seen. But others didn't see it. Go away, go away. The demon was getting closer and closer to her. She broke away from the nun and backed away in a panic. Others thought she was crazy, and just wanted to come forward to comfort her. The scene that followed made them stop in shock. I saw that the body of the girl who was still going crazy suddenly began to twist in an unreasonable situation, and the bones of her body made a crisp and piercing sound. Under everyone's gaze, the girl's body was folded backwards, and her arms and legs were twisted like twists. Such a strange scene happened in front of the church. Chapter 66, Bang, State. The bright moon hangs in the sky, and the quiet moonlight shines on the world. In a church in London, dark shadows cover every corner of the church, and only the moonlight from the windows shines down like silver sand. But this quiet moonlight also made the dark church a bit quieter, and there seemed to be a beast hiding in the darkness. At this time, a bright light lit up on the stairs, accompanied by the sound of quiet footsteps. A priest and nun hunched over, walking warily up and down the stairs. The sound of footsteps was extremely clear in the silent church. The priest hung a cross on his chest and started to move forward slowly with a flashlight in his hand. The nun in white nun's attire followed behind in fear. They slowly descended the stairs and walked cautiously towards the place of prayer in the church. Suddenly, the nun covered her mouth and looked at the scene not far ahead in horror. Under the light of the flashlight, a red skull with flesh and blood stood there, the eye sockets were hollow, and the eyes had disappeared. The priest was also frightened by this situation, and quickly lifted the cross on his chest to his chest. It seemed that the cross had given him some confidence, so he boldly stepped forward to check the situation. "Don't go over," the nun begged, pulling the back of his hand. "It's okay, Jesus will protect us." The priest patted her hand comfortingly. Then he broke free from her arm and continued to approach her with a flashlight. As he walked in, under the illumination of the flashlight, the surface of the skeleton became more and more clear, and some exposed blood vessels could even be seen. Crack, click. There was a clear sound of bone cracking in the silent church. The priest's advancing steps stopped and stood still. As if sensing something, he turned around stiffly. The nun was suspended in the air at this moment, but her head had disappeared. Seeing this scene, the priest only felt a chill rising from his heart all the way to Tianlingai. His whole body was cold, and his hairs stood on end. Under the light of the flashlight, a blood-red demon quietly appeared from behind the nun. He was still chewing something, and some blood-red liquid flowed out from the corner of his mouth. "Ah!" The priest screamed, shaking off the control of fear over his body. He turned around and ran away. The demon didn't seem to care much about him, and continued to grab the food in front of him and stuff it into his mouth. The priest trotted all the way and entered a bedroom. He ran to the closet in a panic, opened the closet door and was about to hide in. But just as he was about to step in, he seemed to think of something, and turned his head to look at the bed. After the devil had a full meal, he lazily wandered around the church, looking for the location of the priest by the way. Soon, he came to the bedroom where the priest stayed. Squeak. The sound of the door being pushed was very clear in the quiet and dark space. The priest clenched his fists nervously, held his breath, and dared not move. Crack. The closet was punched through, but there were only some nun clothes and underwear inside. The devil was not disappointed, but instead smiled jokingly. He seems to have left the room with strides. The sound of footsteps outside gradually disappeared. The priest waited for a long time. After about 10 minutes, after his beating heart calmed down a little, he couldn't help but carefully lifted a corner of the quilt. He has been staring at him with playful red eyeballs. The priest only felt his heart stop beating suddenly. But at this moment, a red and blue shadow suddenly flashed. Bang! The demon, who was about to reach out to grab the priest, was shot through the wall and flew out as if hit by a shell. At this time, the whole room seemed to be shaken violently by this blow. At this time, a blood-red figure also rushed in from behind the broken window. At this moment, the demon fell into the ruins. There was a long stretch mark on the ground, and the strength of the blow could be seen on the cracked wall behind him. Faced with this sudden attack, the demon didn't seem to react. His head was dazed, and he could vaguely see a hammer with red patterns on his chest. Hammer. Before he could recover, a red shadow had already rushed in front of him, picked up the handle of the huge hammer on his chest, and swung it again. Moonlit shadows covered demonic figures. Bang. The hammer hit the ground fiercely, and the whole church seemed to tremble. At the very moment, the demon rolled around and avoided it. At this time, his wide eyes watched the hammer pass by him. Did you hide? Come again. The red figure seemed a little surprised, and then swept across. This time he was not so lucky. He was directly swept away by this hammer. Immediately afterwards, the inside of the church was like a demolition, with the walls shattered one after another. The tables and chairs in the prayer place were even more messy, and the ground was cracked everywhere. Since the demon was hit by the first hammer, his head has been in a state of chaos. The severe pain made him slightly awake, and he didn't even dare to look at it, so he wanted to run away. But just as he was about to run, the scarlet chains stopped him again. In this way, the demon was beaten by the hammer and flew around in the church, and his breath gradually weakened until he was completely dead. A man with a hood and a robe came in from the door of the church at this moment. When he saw the situation in the church, he froze. Then he hurried towards the direction of the fight. But when he arrived, seeing the scene at this time, the corners of his eyes twitched violently. I saw a red figure slamming a hammer bigger than a person at the demon on the ground. Every time the hammer hits, there will be a tremor all around. He should be dead. Cassius lifted his hood and reminded in a low voice, looking at the miserable situation of the demon on the ground. Ah. Are you dead? Bai Yang, who was waving the hammer, stopped waving after hearing this. Definitely dead. Cassius stepped forward, looked at the demon embedded in the ground, and said with certainty. Well, I thought the demon was very powerful, so it wasn't easy to kill. Bai Yang dispersed the magic attached to the hammer on his shoulder. The hammer, which was bigger than a person, also immediately shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye, until it became a pocket hammer the size of a palm. From the outside, it looks like it is made of bronze, engraved with complex magic lines. Magic forging hammer, a magic weapon that Bai Yang obtained from the Karmatage treasure house. When he was selected by Hammer, he was still a little dissatisfied. After all, he didn't match Hammer's temperament. No matter what, he wanted a gorgeous holy sword or a cool coat. But since it has chosen itself, and I have chosen it in accordance with my heart, it has been settled in this way. However, after the feeling of fighting just now, I found that it is quite easy to use. As a blacksmith, it makes sense to have a hammer. The devil is also deadly aggrieved at this time. This person came up with a bang 2 hammers. He didn't even let him say a word. He didn't talk about martial arts at all. Chapter 67, Stability. The quiet church is now in a mess, with broken tables and chairs everywhere, cracked floors and walls, and many rooms have also been opened up from the outside. The blood was also covered by the collapsed wall, and the terrifying atmosphere disappeared. That, you don't need us to accompany you here. Bai Yang looked at the mess around him, and asked Cassius embarrassedly. You should ask me this before you act. He shook his head helplessly. No way, the situation was critical at that time, so I didn't come to use the mirror space to isolate. Bai Yang was also very helpless about this. It's okay, I don't need you to accompany me, thank you for saving me, thank the Lord for the gift. The priest came over at some point. I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Bai Yang couldn't say that he swung the hammer to get high, which caused this. It's okay, you saved my life, it's nothing. It's just a pity for the nuns and children in the church, they are all faithful believers of the Lord. The priest lowered his head sadly. Then he picked up the cross on his chest and began to pray. Bai Yang and Cassius exchanged glances, opened the portal and left. Actually, the hammer is quite useful. After Bai Yang returned to the London temple, he fondly played with the small pocket hammer in his hand. Haha, is it? Cassius smiled unnaturally. I feel that there will be a lot of trouble if I go on a mission with him in the future. But it's okay in the future, Bai Yang will release the mirror space to isolate reality, which also avoids further expansion of the impact of the incident. Because of the breeding clothes, Bai Yang was much faster than him, and reached the destination first. It's just that every time he arrived at the destination, he saw Bai Yang's small body swinging the hammer just to do it. At first, he was a little awkward, but he gradually got used to it. But what made him want to complain was that, apart from releasing the chains and the mirror image space, this boy Bai Yang also looked like a mage, and the rest of the whole process was smashed with a hammer. It's like demolition, it doesn't look like a mage. So violent. But this way, he also relaxed a lot. The two gradually became acquainted with each other as they fought during this period of time. After all, Cassius was the first to reveal his heart to Bai Yang and talked about his own thoughts. On this day, Bai Yang and the others came out of the portal, and what they faced this time was not an invading creature, but a space crack. In order to stabilize the space rift, both of them were almost exhausted, and finally they called for support to solve the space rift. The two were taken to the London temple to rest. Bai Yang, do you think people can be resurrected? Cassius asked suddenly, sitting opposite Bai Yang. You want to revive your relatives? Bai Yang glanced at him. Yes, I have been trying to revive them with magic, but to no avail. He shook his head in despair. So what do you think of cloning, then? Clones, can you clone them? He was a little excited at first. Yes, but they need their genes, but after being cloned, they don't have their minds, only their bodies are the same. Bai Yang explained. Cassius fell silent when he heard the words, and then looked at Bai Yang pleadingly. Then do you have any way to revive them completely? No. Bai Yang said bluntly. Unless you have backed up their memories, which is obviously impossible, the other is to find their souls. The chances of this are also very slim. Soul. Cassius murmured. Yes, but if counted according to time, it is basically impossible for their souls to exist. Bai Yang pondered for a while, then continued, actually, there is another way. How? He asked with wide-eyed eyes. Based on the parallel space, maybe you can find someone who lives exactly like your wife through the parallel space, then copy the memory and transfer it into the body of the clone, which can be regarded as a different kind of resurrection. Bai Yang explained the method to her. Of course, things like traveling through parallel spaces may cause a time paradox and cause irreparable damage. Bai Yang warned. Afterwards, Cassius remained silent, as if he was thinking about the feasibility of Bai Yang's method. After the rest, Bai Yang returned to Carmitage, went to the library and began to borrow the Book of Cagliostro. The chapter on the ritual of dark magic has not been torn out yet, but Bai Yang did not rush to check it out, but started to study it from the beginning. But what is worth complaining about is that the taboo warning words for learning magic in the books are all at the end of the spell. Maybe I didn't expect that someone could learn it after reading it once. With Guyi's permission, Bai Yang can consult all the books in the library, so after dealing with Cassius, Bai Yang will always come to borrow books to check. There are many space dimension energy summoning rituals in it, and the danger is also noted later. It also includes the dark dimension. Bai Yang tried to summon it, but it seemed unsuccessful. I didn't care, and continued to look at the next book. The Book of Emperor Weishan. It records the most powerful white magic known. In the early days, the magic recorded in it can only be used for defense and not for offense. After several generations of masters have continuously added new spell knowledge, it is more comprehensive and possesses offensive magic. In the end, it was obtained by the Ancient One. Locked up in the library. As for the task, it is relatively not onerous, and they are only in charge of monitoring the surrounding areas of London with Cassius. And most of the creatures in the battle are demons running from the dimension of hell. Just go up and hammer. When beating the succubus, the hammer hesitated a little. Many wizards appeared in Britain in the early days, but they basically disappeared after World War II, leaving behind many summoning magic circles. And people in the UK will always acquire this knowledge unintentionally, some because they are curious to try, some because they are bullied, choose to sacrifice themselves, and summon demons. So the UK is still a lot busier than anywhere else. But with Topol's hammer, efficiency leaps forward. In this way, life gradually stabilized. Usually, after dealing with the invading creatures, Cassius would always talk to Bai Yang about the resurrection, and Bai Yang also told him his thoughts without any scruples, and didn't try to persuade him that life, old age, sickness, and death are destiny. And Guyi didn't know what he was busy with during this time, and he didn't see her all day long, but Moto often came to Bai Yang to care about his situation. After some time passed, Bai Yang and Cassius were about to go back after dealing with the invading creatures, but the Red Queen called. There's something wrong with the neon side. The Red Queen's words made Bai Yang narrow his eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 68. After being notified by the Red Queen, Bai Yang opened the portal and returned directly to the laboratory. Since the last time the Hand members stole the T-virus, Bai Yang had the Red Queen keep an eye on it. At the same time, we are hurrying up to develop an antidote to the T-virus. Even if the virus spreads, we can quickly find the best solution. What happened? After returning to the experiment, the projection of the Red Queen appeared next to Poplar. Yesterday, in a laboratory numbered No. in neon, an experimental subject escaped. Well, isn't this normal? Bai Yang frowned. After the virus was stolen, the neon military quickly entered the stage of human experimentation. Occasionally, there would be incidents of experimental subjects fleeing and even injuring civilians, but they were suppressed and did not cause much turmoil. I obtained the information of the escaped test subject today, which is a mutant test subject numbered A49. The Red Queen paused at this point, and then called up a picture of a naked man tied to the test table. This experimental subject is codenamed Plague, and what is worth noting is his mutant ability, virus infection. A superpower that can transmit viruses through the air. The data show that the Plague is a victim of nuclear weapons, and was arrested and imprisoned in 2001 for unintentionally spreading the virus. Yesterday, he was brought into Laboratory No. and participated in the T-virus weapon experiment. He intends to study a human virus source. Finally, after the virus merged, it broke free from the shackles, and the controlling researchers escaped. Escaped yesterday, and is now fleeing in the direction of downtown Tokyo. Bai Yang raised his eyebrows. My good fellow, the injection of medicine is nothing, it is easy to control. Now it's all right, let's play it as an air spread for them. Moreover, according to the data, the mutant codenamed Plague did not intentionally harm anyone, but was imprisoned and experimented for 7 or 8 years. If it's okay to be imprisoned, but with such a good material, people will definitely be tempted. Right now, most of my heart has the thought of destroying the world. How is the progress of the air virus serum? Bai Yang asked after thinking about it. Either way, the situation is in your own hands. It's coming to an end, and it's expected to take another month. The Red Queen pulled out the air serum progress information. 1 month is a bit long. Bai Yang bit his lip and thought for a while. In a month's time, too many things can happen, but now warn all countries to take precautions. Before the virus develops and spreads, do a good job of isolation in advance to prevent the virus from spreading. Afterwards, Bai Yang carefully checked the progress of the antidote to the virus, and then dialed the phone. Hey, Bai Yang, you are finally willing to call me. As soon as the connection was made, a slightly complaining tone came from the other side. Hey, what's the matter? Boss Ethan. Bai Yang laughed dryly and said with a little embarrassment. I think you'd better find someone to give me as soon as possible, the few hairs I have left are going to be gone now. Ethan said, stroking the few remaining hairs on his head. Okay, no problem. After about a month, how about I arrange someone to help you share the burden? Bai Yang also felt that he was a little unkind, and immediately assured him. After all, as the company grows stronger and stronger, there are a lot of diplomatic matters, all of which are on Ethan's head, and it really can't be justified. Especially after nearly a year of development, various versions of .The have appeared. Basically, 60% of the households in the city have .The. Graham and other industries on par, there is only a slight deficiency in the background. Of course, not in one field, and there is nothing to compare. And .The Medical Technology Company has established companies in Afghanistan, Syria, Iraq, and other war zones to help local refugees displaced by war. It can also be said to be a rescue station. The cute figure of .The robot is also scattered in various suffering places, like an angel walking in war. According to statistics, .The Medical Technology Company has helped more than 1,000 million people worldwide within half a year. Plus all kinds of publicity. .The has become a representative of world peace. After only 1 year of development, the international reputation of .The Medical Technology Company, Limited has never been better. Recently, Ethan has been applying for .The Medical Technology Company to join the United Nations as a symbol of peace. If successful, .The Medical Technology will become the first company to join the United Nations. People in many countries have very high voices for .The Medical Technology to join the United Nations. However, the United Nations is still under discussion and is not in a hurry to make a conclusion. Although .The company did not become a representative of peace, Ethan has become a peace ambassador, so the burden on him is getting heavier and heavier. Fortunately, there is the Red Queen to share some of the pressure, otherwise he really can't handle it. Then let's talk about it. Is there anything you want to do with me this time? Ethan nodded and then asked. Have you watched the Resident Evil movie I made? Bai Yang asked. No, I don't have time. Ethan said directly. Okay, I'll arrange someone for you as soon as possible. Well, the reason I made this movie was because I found out that the Neon Army was working on this viral weapon. Virus. Every country seems to have research. Ethan was a little confused, not knowing what he wanted to say. I know this, but I'm concerned that there is a problem with the research of the Neon military, and it's probably going to spread. I want you to issue a statement to inform other countries to make preparations. I will send you some information I obtained later. If possible, you'd better spend a day watching Resident Evil. Bai Yang said. Okay, I'll take a look. Ethan frowned, the spread of the virus was indeed serious. Well, hurry up, I'm already researching the antidote to the virus here. I'll also send you the cure potion, and I'll hold a press conference sometime. Bai Yang ended the communication after speaking. On the other side, Ethan, who put down his phone, picked up the computer and clicked on the file he just sent. After clicking on it, there is a video and information explanation. The beginning of the video is a laboratory under incandescent lights. A naked human being strapped to an experiment and asleep. Next to him, an experimenter wrapped in protective clothing held a needle tube filled with blue liquid. Immediately afterwards, the liquid was injected into the human body on the laboratory table. The progress of the screen speeded up. At this time, the bound person suddenly struggled violently, and the whole shelf was shaken violently. Suddenly, the person on the experimental platform broke free and rushed towards the experimenter next to him. The experimenter was thrown down and bitten in a panic. But in the end the situation was brought under control, and the only sacrifices were the experimenters. End of this chapter, Chapter 69, Statement. The next day, the Bai company held a press conference. As a company with a strong momentum, as soon as the news of holding a press conference was released, it attracted a large number of reporters. At noon, in the lobby of the Bai Medical Technology Company, countless journalists and photographers gathered around with microphones, their eyes fixed on the bald middle-aged man standing on the podium in front of him. Mr. Ethan, as a company that has never held a press conference, why did it hold it today? Is there something important? Hearing the other party's culture, Ethan organized the language. The reason for this press conference is to make a statement about neon. It can also be called a warning. Ethan said with a serious face. As soon as the words fell, the following discussion began like a pot exploded. Especially the reporters from Neon Country, faced with such a statement, their faces were a little ugly. May I ask if Nihon is hindering the Bai company from starting a branch? Why the warning on neon? What did they do? Is it because a neon person released a video of abusing the Dubai robot? But it won't rise to the national level. All of a sudden, the reporters below started asking questions. Quiet. Ethan yelled with a headache from the noise. The sound amplified by the speakers suppressed the noise below in an instant. After it was completely quiet, Ethan casually pointed to a young black-haired reporter who was near the front. You come to ask first. The young reporter calmed down and asked, I want to ask Mr. Ethan why he warned Neon. What did Neon do to endanger the Bai company? Neon didn't do something that endangered the Bai company, but something that endangered the whole world. Mr. Ethan, do you know what you're talking about now? A Neon reporter couldn't help but half-threateningly said. He didn't know about Neon, but Dubai's incident with Neon made him a little angry. Of course. Ethan replied casually, then took out the remote control pen and pointed it at the computer screen next to him. I believe everyone has seen the movie Resident Evil. This is not only a horror science fiction movie, but also a warning movie. Before the movie was shot, we accidentally photographed a man-eating monster in the forest on the outskirts of Neon Tokyo. As he said, a blurry video in the forest appeared on the screen. It can be seen that a figure directly threw the other person down, and then buried his body and began to bite. Afterwards, we continued to investigate and found that such incidents had occurred more than once before, but they were all suppressed by the media in various countries. Afterwards, the pictures in the laboratory were directly released. This time the picture was much clearer, even reporters who saw the bloody scene. They're experimenting on humans with viruses. Here. The complexion of all the reporters below changed suddenly, and the impact of this matter would be great, especially when it was exposed by the Bai company. Of course, the main reason for my announcement this time is that a mutant test subject has already escaped from the laboratory with the virus, and the direction of escape is expected to be the location of Neon Tokyo. Some data screens of the experiment were all played out. This time, the Neon reporter did not speak. We hope to issue a statement, carry out isolation work in advance, capture the experimental subjects, and avoid the spread of the virus. I hope Neon will let other countries intervene. Ethan's face was serious, showing the seriousness of the moment. Immediately afterwards, the reporters below continued to ask in detail. Ethan also keeps releasing information about the Neon virus experiment. With the gradual understanding, the faces of some people who have studied the virus gradually became serious. If it's just injections and the route of infection is only blood, then the situation is easy to control. But now after being fused into the mutant's body, the original blood has changed to air transmission, so the situation is unpredictable. Especially according to the data, mutants themselves are also a source of pathogens. Whether the virus will mutate, these are all uncertain. The press conference lasted all afternoon, but the news outside has gradually spread. It caused a panic. But the people who panic most are those who are in Neon. Because at this time, some people have discovered cannibalism in some areas outside Tokyo. However, it is true that the media reported that because of taking drugs containing methcathinone, the smokers will have mental disorders such as delusions, hallucinations, anxiety, etc., and thus lose control and become violent and aggressive. This kind of thing appeared a long time ago, so not many people paid attention to it. But now Dubai's statement, coupled with the previous vague video report, instantly caused a lot of panic. Many people quickly went online and started searching for related matters, but found nothing. This time, everyone noticed something was wrong. Some smart people are already buying plane tickets. Whether the news is true or not, they have to leave here. And the Dubai company has solid evidence, and this matter is probably true. At this time, the central area of Tokyo. The Neon Palace is located in the central area of Tokyo, also known as the Imperial Palace. It covers an area of about 17 hectares. It is the palace where the supreme leader of Neon and his family members live. The entire palace is surrounded by a moat. Kitanomaru Park and several other areas. Baga. At this moment, in the Imperial Palace, a man in a vertical robe looked angrily at the news screen broadcast in front of him. Above is the picture of Ethan holding a press conference. Below, a middle-aged man with a terrified expression knelt on the ground, his head deeply buried in the ground. He stood up, paced around, took a deep breath, barely calmed down his anger, and looked at the kneeling person in front of him. General Fukada, no matter what, before dawn tomorrow, you must capture the plague experiment subject for me. If you can't come back, you can kill yourself with a gun. Yes. Fukada nodded heavily, showing an expression of death. All related virus experiments have also been stopped, and we will wait until this incident subsides. Yes. Go, don't let him enter Tokyo. He waved his hand, sat down on the tatami mat, and looked at the picture in front of him. Every explanation and reprimand by Ethan made his heart throb. Because that means the more things about the virus experiment are exposed. Especially when it was communicated to the United Nations Human Rights Association at this time, he didn't know how to respond. At this time, a communication came in, and the country displayed on it made his face look much worse. Things are gradually fermenting, and the Neon side is trying its best to stabilize the panic, but it still can't stop tourists from all over the world from leaving. In just one afternoon, all the air tickets and boat tickets have been snatched up. It will probably be on the shelves next Friday, and there should be an update by then. End of this chapter. Chapter 70. At this time, Neon Kanagawa, Qingchuan Village. Because Qingchuan Village is closer to Tokyo, many people who work in Tokyo will live here, so the town will be more lively. The breath of life is strong. In the warm light of dusk, next to a house next to a rice field, smoky smoke floats in the air. As he walked in, the grilled meat on the grill was still sizzling with grease, but there was a smell of burnt gas coming from there. The surrounding area is also very quiet, there is no one, only the sound of barbecue. Suddenly, several figures in green camouflage uniforms broke the silence. They held guns in their hands and patrolled the surroundings vigilantly. Captain, no situation has been found. At this moment, a soldier reported through the headset communication. Got it, continue to investigate, we must find the experimental body as soon as possible tonight. Roger that. The team dispersed and continued to conduct in-depth investigations. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the quiet Qingchuan village looked very strange. As the team dispersed and entered, some houses could still see some lights dimmed, and occasionally some bicycles or trams lying on the ground could be seen on the streets beside the road. The people in the whole village seemed to have evaporated and disappeared suddenly. Tachibana Ichiro, I feel something is wrong. This place is too weird. At this time, two soldiers in camouflage uniforms were walking on the empty street. Something should have happened. The people here disappeared within today at most. The news about Dubai company can't make the whole town leave. Could it be that the experimental subject has already come? I don't know, pay attention to vigilance, first find a living person and ask about the situation. The two lowered their voices, but they were still very loud in this silent town. And at this moment, the lights in a nearby house flickered, and a figure could be vaguely seen passing by. And the keen perception of the two of them obviously also discovered this situation. The two looked at each other the same way, picked up the rifles in their hands to be on guard, and then moved towards the location of the house. There are not many people in Neon except Tokyo, but they are full of life. Pushing open the wooden door and walking up some crowded stairs, the last light of dusk had disappeared, and the room was pitch black. The two turned on the searchlights mounted on their rifles and watched the situation ahead vigilantly. The surrounding area was still silent, only the two people creaked on his wooden ladder. However, the two of them had long been accustomed to this kind of silence and darkness, and they walked slowly to the second floor, the room where a figure had just flashed by. The one who was walking in the front squatted halfway, walked to the door, raised their guns, aimed at the inside, and shot immediately if there was anything wrong. Creak. The sound of the wooden door rubbing was slowly moved away, and the lights in the room also illuminated the figures of the two, casting a large shadow. There is nothing in it, only a table of meals, and there is no heat on it. The soldiers who observed with guns said that there was no problem, and walked in vigilantly. The soldiers at the door followed closely behind. No one. Tachibana Ichiro frowned looking at the empty room. There must be someone, or a pet. The companion next to him said with certainty. But at this time, there was really nothing in it. Tachibana Ichiro shook his head, ready to leave, but just as he walked to the door, he found a person squatting there under the shadow. What's wrong? The companion next to him was a little puzzled when he saw him stop. Roar. The roar sounded suddenly, and the person under the shadows rushed over like a beast. Bang. A loud gunshot sounded in the house, and the person who flew over fell to the ground immediately. A hole was blown in the head. Scare me, what happened? Tachibana Ichiro didn't speak, and walked forward with a solemn expression, squatted down, and opened the teeth of the corpse on the ground to observe. Then he looked at the skin on his body and found that the complexion was pale and there were some rotten places. This place has been infected by the virus. Tachibana Ichiro said in a deep voice. How could it be so fast? His companion was in disbelief because the experimental subject escaped yesterday, and it infected a whole town the next day, which is amazing. At this time, there was a burst of roaring and flapping outside. The expressions of the two of them changed, and they hurried to the window to look down. After seeing the situation below, the two of them were already pale, and their faces were extremely ugly. Damn, how did they appear? I saw a group of zombies appearing from time to time, completely surrounding the entire house, densely packed with despair. Likewise, a similar situation occurred in several other groups. Some were trapped in boxes, while others were thrown to the ground by the sudden appearance of zombies. What's more, it was ambushed by a group of zombie animals. The silent city suddenly became noisy at this moment, and roars and screams continued to cut through the night sky. Qingchuan village has fallen. The neon military still miscalculated the ability of the plague. But soon, a support helicopter arrived. After the emergency happened, the support force quickly responded. One by one, the soldiers slid down to the roofs of some houses, ignoring those who were still trapped, and began to search. Helicopters also circled the sky above the town and began a search. But in the dark night, a person hiding under the hood of a black windbreaker left here calmly while flustered. And the direction he was going was Tokyo. Look for it, find it for me carefully. Tonight, we must catch the experimental subject and give His Majesty the Emperor an explanation. In a military command room, Fukada's heart sank a little when he saw the constant reports coming up. We have surrounded Qingchuan village. Unless he has the ability to space, nothing can get out from there. The person in charge of the encirclement and suppression said confidently. Not even a single bug can be released. Fukada said with a gloomy face. Yes. But as time passed, the search team still found nothing but sacrificed some. When the middle of the night passed, the pointer came to 12 o'clock. This time, the adjutant who was confident just now also became anxious. The face of Fukada next to him was even darker than it could be. Sakurajima. If you don't find it before dawn, you will die with me. The two of them already felt that something was wrong. In the middle of the night, Qingchuan village has been searched all over, but there is still no trace. The other party has probably left. Yes, but don't worry, the general, I have set up checkpoints in Tokyo, and I will definitely be able to catch him. What if he didn't go to Tokyo? No, he will definitely go to Tokyo. Because Tokyo's location in Neon is too special. End of this chapter. Chevron_left. Chapter 71. At this time, all arterial roads and expressway toll gates outside Tokyo were guarded. Every soldier wears a black protective mask and holds a gun to block any vehicles and pedestrians who want to enter. Now Tokyo is only allowed to go out, not to enter, and the alert will be lifted only after the experimental subject is caught. However, there are a lot of people leaving today. Up to now, the expressway is already full of vehicles, and the same is true for other intersections. The situation in Tokyo International Airport is the same, it is overcrowded, and most people have anxious faces. In the face of this situation, Tokyo Transportation and other parties can only communicate as much as possible, and dare not forcibly detain them. These are all because of the statement issued by the during the day. Today's transportation departments and defense forces are really busy and also suffer some accountability from time to time. Let me in, I still have goods to deliver. At this time, at the Yen Expressway tollgate, a driver with a weathered face was looking angrily at the staff in front of him. I'm sorry, sir. Tokyo has been temporarily blocked, and you can only enter after dawn. The staff member was a middle-aged woman with a kind face, who was constantly bowing down to apologize. The merchant has already urgently urged me, and they also asked me to deliver it before dawn today, so you can't check it, as long as there is no problem, it will be fine. Sorry, now is a special moment, please cooperate. To be on the safe side, it is best not to let anyone in until the plague is found. And now it has been determined that the direction of the plague is the location of Tokyo. As long as they follow the path and conduct a blanket search, it is still easy to arrest before dawn. The premise is that it cannot be allowed to enter Tokyo. Sir, it's very unsafe here now. You'd better go back to the car and wait quietly. As soon as the news comes out, we will let you go immediately. What the hell happened? An experimental subject ran out of the Meta Virus Institute, and now it's running towards Tokyo. What? Many busy people didn't have time to watch the news, and didn't know about it. The experimental subject is highly contagious, it's best to stay away from here. But I can't get back at all now. There are already several cars stuck behind. The driver looked back with a look of embarrassment. Although there were not as many cars leaving, there was still a section of traffic blocked because of traffic restrictions. Some staff are in the process of dredging and persuading. But at this moment, the driver suddenly widened his eyes. On the highway behind, bright headlights suddenly turned on, waiting for a compact space to illuminate a space brightly. The driver saw at a glance that those were large trucks. At this time, those large trucks still had no tendency to slow down as they approached. There is a situation, be on alert. Others apparently also noticed this situation, and the guarding soldiers quickly became alert. Seeing that something was wrong, the driver hurried back to his car. For him, the inside of the car was the safest place. Bang. 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 Accompanied by loud noises, large trucks rushed over with great force, knock over all the cars parked in front of you along the way. As the truck approached, the driver with a pale face and tyrannical eyes could be seen through the front windshield. Bang bang bang. The continuous gunshots suddenly sounded, and along with the hole in the front windshield, blood holes appeared in the head of the truck driver. However, the trucks continued to move forward according to their inertia. Some hit the guardrail next to them, and some were lucky enough to directly hit the guardrail, preventing the toll booth into the air. Back and forth, about a dozen trucks crashed into it. The scene was also a mess, with trucks scattered all over the place, and some fruits or industrial items pulled on the trucks were also scattered all over the place. During the period, another soldier was crushed directly under the truck. People who were blocking the driveway also stuck their heads out to check. Seeing such a tragic situation still caused some panic at the scene. The staff was in charge of appeasing, the guards continued to be vigilant, and at the same time, some people were assigned to check for omissions. However, these scattered trucks blocked the entire entrance, and some vehicles were overwhelmed inside. It has to be checked in case something is hiding in it. A small team walked up to the wagons lying sideways on the outside. They were wearing tight white protective clothing. Did you hear the sound? The leading captain raised his hand as a warning. The others did not answer as the voices grew louder. Boom. 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 There were bursts of rapid crashes in the carriage in front of them. The loud sound seemed to be that a beast was hitting the carriage. Open. The leading captain waved his hand, and a soldier behind stepped forward. As he walked in, he could feel the entire carriage vibrating violently. He came to the back door of the carriage and carefully twisted the lock handle. Bang. As soon as he turned the switch, the car door was suddenly knocked open. But fortunately, his reaction was not slow, and he took a step back in advance, dodging the iron door that suddenly opened. After the door was knocked open, a group of people fell out like water being poured out. Be alert, pay attention, there are natural gas tankers behind, don't use powerful weapons. The soldiers in the rear quickly raised their rifles and became vigilant. The crowd who came out slowly got up, some were still wearing suits, some were wearing vests, but they all have one characteristic: pale face, the eyes are greedy. Shoot. The leading captain immediately issued an order. When I was sent here before, I already understood some things. The characteristics of these people in front of them are infected zombies. At the rear, Osamu Fujiwara, who was in charge of guarding, was overjoyed. This means that the experimental subject has arrived here. Everyone pay attention, the target is around. Fujiwara gave the order with a serious face. Bang. 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 Intense gunfire rang out at the entrance of the toll booth, and the zombies coming out of the carriage were shot one by one, posing no threat at all. Knowing their weaknesses, these numbers of zombies are nothing compared to soldiers with guns. People watching from a distance saw these screaming zombies and hurried back into the car, and some bold ones picked up their mobile phones to take pictures. This scene undoubtedly confirmed the matter of the neon virus experiment. But before they finished dealing with the zombies in the car, there were bursts of roars on the expressway. Colonel Fujiwara looked to the distance, and his complexion changed drastically. On the expressway in the distance, on the passage that was knocked open, densely packed zombies appeared there. They opened their mouths wide and roared like beasts, and ran towards this side at a fast speed. Quick, use bombs to kill all the monsters in the carriage. The team that was cleaning up the zombies also shouted eagerly. But. End of this chapter. Chevron_left chapter 72. Back, step back. Don't fall into the situation of being pinched. At this time, the zombies in the carriage are still pouring out. Although there are not many, they can't be solved in a short time. There are too many zombies on the other side of the road. The past must be supported as soon as possible. Although there is a natural gas tanker in the rear, in a wide area, as long as you pay attention to avoiding it, there will be no major problems, but the toll booth will definitely be damaged. The situation is urgent now, and it must be stopped as soon as possible. After receiving the order, a soldier directly took out a grenade and threw it into the compartment under cover. Then hurriedly retreated with the team members. Soon, there was a loud noise among the ruined vehicles behind, and then, a louder noise sounded. At the same time, a huge flame shot up into the sky, lighting up a fiery red light in the dark night. At this moment at the toll gate, there were explosions and gunshots. Facing this situation, the convoy at the exit next to it blared their horns one after another. At this moment, the area is in chaos. The group of zombies on the road is getting closer and closer, among them are fast zombie animals. There are snakes, dogs, and cats. These animals are more agile than human zombies, and it is difficult to hit fatal parts. Ah! A scream suddenly sounded, and a soldier was seen wrapped around his legs by a black snake, and the sharp fangs pierced through the outer protective clothing fiercely and penetrated into the flesh and blood. The toxin, along with the virus, quickly spread throughout his body with the blood, and he turned into a zombie in a short period of time, without even giving you time to relax. A scream sounded, and the group of zombies quickly broke through the line of defense. Retreat. Retreat. Colonel Fujiwara said in panic when he saw this scene with a pale complexion. But at this moment, a heavy hum suddenly sounded in the sky. 3 armed helicopters flew over. Support has arrived. Da-da-da. The helicopter lit up with tongues of flames and fired at the ground. The zombies on the ground fell to the ground one by one like wheat. Mr. Fujiwara, who was about to retreat just now, immediately turned around with a pleasant expression on his face. Quick, quick, reduce the defensive area, don't let any creatures pass. There are countless convoys behind. If one person is infected, then the situation is really difficult to control. It's hard to protect yourself just now, who cares about other people? Support arrived in time, and the chaotic situation at the scene was stabilized in time. After everything was settled, General Fukada slid down from the helicopter. He went straight to Mr. Fujiwara. "Master Fujiwara, have you found the target?" he asked in a slightly anxious tone. Mr. Fujiwara was silent for a while when he heard this. "I'm sorry, General Fukada, but we didn't find the target." He bowed and said with a heavy face. "Baga, what are you eating?" Fukada raised his hand and slapped him. "Sorry." Fujiwara bowed again. "If it doesn't appear, the biggest possibility is still behind. We will continue to investigate, and at the same time check the convoy behind." The person in charge stepped forward and said, "Now there are only 3 or 4 hours before dawn. If the target does not pass the toll booth, according to the investigation progress, it can be done in 2 hours. Even if they passed through the convoy that was blocked behind, they couldn't run far. But so far, they haven't even seen the shadow of the target, which still makes Fukada and the others feel bad in their hearts. But soon, an accident happened." "What? Why did you let them run back?" Fujiwara asked the toll booth staff angrily. "But they walked through the emergency lane, and the scene was chaotic at the time. We didn't have time to stop it at all," the staff said with an aggrieved face. "What happened?" Fukada, who was looking at the satellite map, came over and frowned. Seeing him coming, Fujiwara quickly lowered his posture. "General Fukada, during the battle just now, many people in the convoy leaving Tokyo left through the emergency lane." He pointed to the emergency lane. At this time, the emergency driveway was also blocked, and horns were heard everywhere. But after all this time, a lot of people have left. The faces of Fukada and the others who were relieved just now suddenly turned ugly. The situation was originally under control, but now that someone has left here, the situation has changed. "Master Fujiwara, did you notice any strange people passing by when you were guarding?" Fukada looked at Fujiwara with the last glimmer of hope. "The scene was chaotic at the time, and I am no longer sure if anyone has passed by." Fujiwara did not lie and said truthfully. At that time, the flames were soaring, and the surprise attack of the zombie group made the scene chaotic, and finally even retreated. If someone took advantage of the chaos and went in, it was very likely that they would not be able to find it. "Where's the sniper?" "Died." "Baga." Fukada was trembling all over. He couldn't help being careless about matters related to his own life. But he felt resentment towards the person in charge of the experiment in his heart. Not because of the experimental virus, nor because of the escape of the experimental subject. These are common things. What he resented was that the other party's report did not make it clear. According to the situation just now, the experimental subject must not be able to spread the virus, and can also control the infected organisms. It should be easy to intercept the convoy that can be intercepted by someone to retreat from the emergency lane. The surrounding whistles still sounded in this open space, but amidst the complicated whistles, some weak screams gradually spread. Yuta, what's wrong with you?" In the convoy, a young man in the driver's seat of a black Nissan car had a look of panic. On the co-pilot, his friend's eyes turned white and his whole body twitched. Seeing the situation of my friend, the sense of crisis in my heart became stronger and stronger. I couldn't help but loosen my seatbelt, open the door and get out of the car. But when he just got out of the car, his consciousness suddenly gradually became blurred. Looking at the person who got off the car in front of him, his eyes showed longing. Then the desire in his heart swallowed his reason, and he rushed towards the other party. And the friends in the car were still tied up with seatbelts. I can only watch my friend rushing out enviously. The virus broke out. The screams became louder and louder, and the vehicles rampaged in the gradually panicked atmosphere. The originally neat lane suddenly became chaotic. The smoke filled the air. The sky is also bright. It's over. Looking at the situation on the driveway, General Fukada and the others looked ashamed. The eyes are dull. Fukada knelt down on the ground, and Fujiwara and the two beside him hesitated for a moment. Instead of kneeling down, they walked towards the team. Bang! Under a ray of sunlight, Fukada, who was kneeling on the ground, slowly fell down. The bodies of Fujiwara and the others were slightly stiff, and then they continued to direct on the spot. "Anyway, now we need to temporarily block here. As for Tokyo, we can only notify the detailed report." End of this chapter. Chapter 73. The incident of the riot at the toll gate of the Tokyo Expressway had already been reported early in the morning, but the Neon military was operating in it, and the spread of the news was not very fast. It probably won't be fully erupted until noon, or it can only be concealed until noon. The reason for concealment is that they need to close the city. If the news broke out too quickly, there would definitely be riots in the city, and everyone would try their best to leave Tokyo. But now it is uncertain where the plague has reached, and no one can be sure whether there will be people carrying the virus among the fleeing personnel. Therefore, it is necessary to establish a blockade as soon as possible on the basis of the original defense. This can greatly reduce the spread of the virus. But countries are different. The scene that happened at the toll booth was immediately sent to the intelligence organizations of each country. Then he called immediately. Baga. Impossible, don't even think about it. Inside the imperial palace, the emperor hung up the phone with a gloomy expression. Just now countries turned on the phone. In order to prevent the spread of the virus, they want to station troops. How can it be possible for a country to allow other countries to station troops? He stabilized his impetuous mood, waited for his mood to calm down, and looked at a middle-aged man opposite him. Sitting in front of him is the cabinet minister of Neon, and today the two are going to talk about the blockade of Neon. Your Majesty, how are things going? Cabinet ministers and the emperor have different rights. The Emperor of Japan is just a symbol and has no real power in his hands, while the Prime Minister of Japan has the supreme power of the Japanese state. So the responsibilities are also different. The main responsibility of the Japanese Emperor is to appoint the Prime Minister, revise laws, treaties, etc., and the main responsibility of the Japanese Prime Minister is to make decisions on national affairs and lead the normal operation of various administrative agencies. There are also different ways of appointment. The Emperor of Japan implements a hereditary system, so his appointment method is inheritance, while the Prime Minister of Japan is nominated by one of the members of the Diet, and after confirmation by the Diet, he is officially appointed by the Emperor of Japan. The cabinet minister is a man with a slightly bloated face, braided hair, and a gentle complexion. It has been arranged. All the roads around Tokyo have been set up with defense lines. At the same time, special teams have been dispatched into the city to search and arrest, but there are not enough protective clothing. They need to be produced as soon as possible and transported quickly. When will we retreat? The emperor hesitated for a moment, then continued to ask. If you want to retreat, you can, but you must release news to appease the Tokyo blockade before you can retreat. Prime Minister Mitian said flatly. Yes. The emperor nodded. But when I need comfort, it will probably be close to evening. Some politicians can evacuate first. The politicians in Tokyo must have known about this. If they are blocked, no one knows whether they will choose to publicize it. After the matter was basically settled, Prime Minister Mita suddenly said, General Fukada committed suicide by swallowing a gun. When the emperor heard this, his body froze, and then he put down the tea in his hand as if nothing had happened. Yes. He didn't complete the task. It's not his fault this time, it's the guys in the lab who didn't report enough details. However, His Excellency the Emperor has gone a little too far in this matter. Prime Minister Mita still had a gentle expression. The Emperor narrowed his eyes when he heard this. Sanshion Keita is the diplomat of Nihon. After learning the news that the experimental subject fled to Tokyo, he began to panic. Before, he was in contact with people from the Inagawa Association. They felt bad and left Tokyo first. They also contacted him at that time, hoping to go together, but his children and wives are all here, and it is not realistic to move suddenly. So he declined. In his opinion, an experimental body could not form any resistance to soldiers with full guns. But now, the experimental subject actually broke through the line of defense. Although he had no idea about this, the heavy expressions on everyone's faces in the meeting still made him a little uneasy. When he returned home, he packed up his things immediately, handed over all his children and wives, and prepared to leave by car. Did something happen? His wife asked worriedly, holding the son in her arms. Yes, there was an accident in a virus laboratory. An experimental subject escaped and broke through the defense line to Tokyo. Now it is not safe here. Let's leave here to see the situation. At this time, it was about 9 o'clock, the message has begun to spread, and some supermarkets are already overcrowded, and many people gather together to talk, with expressions of anger or fear. Of course, there are also a few people who are excited. Tuk tuk. At this moment, someone suddenly knocked on their car window. S.H.I.E.L.D was taken aback, looked through the car window, and found that it was a man wearing a black hood, tightly packed, and somewhat weird. Go away. He frowned, then started the car and left here. The weird man's face was hidden in the shadow of the hood, looking at the passing vehicle, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. The wife sitting in the back seat suddenly felt a little cold in her body, and couldn't help but look back through the rear windshield. Who is that person? She asked curiously. I don't know, it's very dangerous now, we have to leave Tokyo as soon as possible. S.H.I.E.L.D shook his head and didn't care. I don't know how long the car has been driving, but the car has already left the downtown area of Tokyo. Ahem. Suddenly, in the car, her wife covered her mouth and coughed a few times. Really, why did I suddenly have a headache? S.H.I.E.L.D looked back at his wife and continued to drive out of the city. As they were driving, they were about to leave Tokyo. As long as they passed the inspection, they could leave. Kyuta, I feel so uncomfortable. But at this moment, his wife said with some pain. S.H.I.E.L.D frowned upon hearing this, slowed down the car, and pulled over to a stop. Then he bumped his head and looked, and when he saw it clearly, he was taken aback. At this time, his wife was pale, her lips were chapped, her eyes were bloodshot, and she leaned weakly on the back seat. Keiko, what's the matter? Are you okay? S.H.I.E.L.D asked with a worried expression on his face. I'm very hungry now, but I've eaten in the morning. Keiko looked at the sleeping son in his arms and swallowed. S.H.I.E.L.D finally found out what was wrong with his wife, especially when he looked at his son's longing expression, which made him shudder for a moment. Keiko, can you give me your son first? He cautiously stretched out his hand and asked. Keiko looked at the outstretched arm, couldn't help it anymore, and grabbed it directly. Ah. Keiko, what are you doing? S.H.I.E.L.D screamed and quickly retracted his arm, but a piece of flesh and blood was missing. Blood flowed down the arm and onto the car. End of this chapter. Chevron_left chapter 74. Noon. The news that the plague experiment body entered Tokyo could no longer be concealed, and it broke out completely. Everyone in the city fell into panic, and no one knew when the crisis would come. On the streets of Tokyo, the sound of loud horns resounded throughout the city. Some supermarkets have started small-scale zero-yuan shopping activities where there is the first there is the second. On a main road far away from Tokyo, a black car was parked beside the road, with dim lights inside, and violently shaking figures could be seen. Bang! A gunshot sounded in the car, and a pool of blood spilled on the window, then the car fell into silence. A man covered in blood opened the car door and came out, kneeling down on the road with a face full of despair. After a while, he also fell to the ground and began to convulse, and then slowly got up, swaying and walking aimlessly on the dark motorway. But at this moment, a car rushed out suddenly, and a couple who were flirting in the car suddenly felt the car shake. The boy driving the car stepped on the brakes quickly. Yuta, we won't bump into someone? The girl asked with some fear. The two were the ones who got the exact news and chose to flee Tokyo. I'll go down and have a look first, maybe it's an animal that jumped out suddenly. Wild deer and other animals often jump out of this main road. But when he just got out of the car, he found a blurry figure walking towards him. Because the headlights were too bright, he couldn't see the surface clearly. Hello, uncle, what do you do? He walked a few steps and was about to ask about the situation, but when he took a few steps, the figure suddenly rushed over and threw him to the ground. Ah! Kaori, help! A piece of meat was bitten off his shoulder, and he fell to the ground screaming for help. His girlfriend also got out of the car and tried to pull him up. Ah! Suddenly, the person lying on the stomach suddenly turned around, his face was covered with blood, and his face with minced meat in his mouth startled her. I don't know when, the man on the ground has no life. The woman turned her head and wanted to run, but her ankle was caught suddenly, and she fell to the ground without weight. The bright headlights projected even a human figure into the distance, wriggling up and down. The figure below gradually calmed down, and then, the three figures left one after another under the illumination of the car lights. Noon. The news that the plague experiment body entered Tokyo could no longer be concealed, and it broke out completely. Everyone in the city fell into panic, and no one knew when the crisis would come. On the streets of Tokyo, the sound of loud horns resounded throughout the city. Some supermarkets have started small-scale zero-yuan shopping activities where there is the first there is the second. But at this moment, a person appeared on the display screens of various shopping malls. Residents of Tokyo, don't panic. We have searched for the location of the test subject carrying the virus, and we expect to find it before dark. Please return to your own residences, but be careful not to gather together. I am with you. The figure of the emperor appeared in the screen, and the screen was replayed continuously, calming the panic of the citizens. The emperor's appeasement still played a certain role, but chaos was still unavoidable. After the emperor came forward, he also began to prepare for the evacuation operation. To be on the safe side, the soldiers guarding the evacuated troops will also need to be tested. Big White Lab. How do you think about Alice's plan? Bai Yang asked, looking at the projection of the little girl in front of him. I want to be Alice. The Red Queen said flatly. Well, prepare to start the Alice plan, prepare the consciousness to input, back up the data, and the White Queen will take over your job. Bai Yang nodded and came to a breeding pool. A naked person appeared in the breeding cabin, and then wrote the program, preparing for the Red Queen's consciousness transmission. At the same time, a little girl who is exactly the same as the Red Queen but is projected to appear on Bai Yang's side. In the computer, huge data began to be transmitted. Neon Tokyo is probably about to fall into a virus crisis. Although the threat of unconscious zombies is not very great, it is not necessarily so if someone controls it. I just happen to be able to get a large experimental site, by the way. Queen Bai, you will take over your sister's work in the future, and start to generate the data template of Neon Tokyo now. During the transmission stage, Bai Yang left the computer and ordered to Queen Bai. Yes. The White Queen nodded, and began to operate the means arranged by the Red Queen. Also, the Proving Ground plan is ready to start, together with the Alice plan and the Evil God plan. Immediately invest in Tokyo. At the same time, focus mainly on the upper-class figures of Neon, especially the Emperor. Let Alice hunt them down. Don't let them leave Tokyo alive. If you dare to steal your own things, you have to teach them a lesson. Plague mutants can try to get in touch, if not, kill them. Bai Yang pinched his nose and stared at the holographic projection of the Neon Island in front of him. By the way, let's calculate the data range of Mount Fuji. Bai Yang said after pondering for a while. As the best bridgehead for the beautiful country to set foot in the Far East against the Soviet Union, Neon is also used to contain the expansion of the Soviet Union's territory. But now that the Soviet Union is split, Neon is still an important strategic location in the beautiful country. However, the destruction of Neon will definitely cause turmoil in the international situation in the world. If there is no uncontrollable situation, this plan can be used as a reserve plan. Moreover, if Mount Fuji really explodes, the impact will be unpredictable, and it is likely to affect neighboring countries. Moreover, there are various nuclear power plants in Neon. The whole country is like a poison sac, and if it is accidentally broken, the pollution to the ocean is even more unpredictable. Unless it is absolutely necessary, out of control. 1 month is still a long time, and no one knows what will happen in Tokyo within this month. But Tokyo is definitely coming to an end. As the economic and political center of Neon, Tokyo is equivalent to the capital. Many major companies and politicians are here. If it falls, it will have an irreversible impact on the entire Neon, and it can even be paralyzed instantly. The capital, as a country's political center and the seat of various state-level agencies, is a symbol of national sovereignty. The degree of influence after the fall can be imagined. Of course, there is no fixed capital in Neon, where the emperor is, that is the capital. All kinds of plans have been prepared. Bai Yang squinted his eyes, and began to watch the 3D projection of the Neon Island in front of him, waiting for the fish to enter the net. Now the base has not yet launched a satellite. This is borrowed from Stark Industries. After this Neon time is over, you can start launching your own satellites. Chapter 75, Feel the Pain. Time gradually came to night. Tokyo was still brightly lit, but it was much deserted. The shopping malls were in a mess, and many people were rushing to buy them. Murders, violations, and other incidents happened in every corner of the city. The pace of life in Tokyo itself is fast, and many people living here are under great pressure in life, and many abnormalities with psychological distortions have been born. It used to be a peaceful society ruled by law, so it would not be so unscrupulous, but now that there is an outlet, the distorted mentality has also been released. As a result, crimes abound in the city. On the top of Tokyo Tower, a man in a black windbreaker hood stands there, overlooking the night view of Tokyo. It was the weird person who knocked on Mitsuo Keita's car window this morning. Sure enough, human beings are just parasites on the earth, and I am the cleaner sent by the earth. Feel the pain. Human. He squinted his eyes slightly, his face full of intoxication, and he opened his arms as if to embrace the whole city. Numerous viral factors spread from his body in the air, starting to spread around Tokyo Tower. The virus he spread around at noon also broke out instantly at this moment. Dark night is the carnival of demons. At this time, after knowing the spread of the T virus in Tokyo for the first time, they had already put on protective clothing and began to discuss the evacuation plan. Although I don't know if it is infected or not, it will be safer to wear it. Assemble the army. Some of them went to rescue the survivors and search for the plague experiment. Part of them followed the emperor to escape from Neon Island by plane. The whole afternoon was spent preparing for virus detection and convening. After testing, it was found that some people had been infected. Obviously, some of them must have been in contact with the plague experiment. Assemble, detect, clean up. This section cuts out some people again, but generally speaking, more vitality is preserved. It took an afternoon to calm down the spread of the virus among the troops, and at the same time take precautions, and then began to prepare rescue and evacuation plans. The soldiers were divided into two groups. A group of elites protected the emperor and ministers and headed towards the airport, while the other group was led by a senior officer to the city center and began to rescue the survivors. They cooperated with the special teams in the city to search for the plague experimental body. Location: Tokyo. At this time, the whole city still has the smell of fireworks, the traffic lights are still working, and the nameplates of the stores are still lit. Countless walking dead roam the streets. But the whole city has changed. There are crashed vehicles everywhere on the road, and the ground is also covered with blood that has not yet solidified. Bang. Da-da-da-da. At this moment, there was a burst of gunfire and explosions in the silent city. All the zombies wandering around heard the sound and went towards the direction of the sound. At this time, the internal protein of the zombie has not been completely consumed, but the skin has begun to rot. Therefore, the speed between running is still very fast. On the main road, a row of armored vehicles were driving unhurriedly, and all the zombies rushing around were overwhelmed like wheat. On the top of the armored vehicle, large-caliber machine guns sprayed fireworks, cleaning up the zombies. First Squadron, prepare to go to Kosaka District. A group of people from an armored vehicle with submachine guns marched towards the designated area. In many places in the city, the streets are too narrow for armored vehicles to pass through, so we can only send people to rescue the survivors. As the advance progresses, the squad continues to be dispatched. Ordinary zombies are not dead, but they have gradually discovered that they can be killed with a headshot, and they use the terrain to avoid being surrounded by corpses. Therefore, although the loss of manpower is inevitable, the journey has been smooth. The biggest problem is how to bring the survivors back to the main road. Quick. 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 With the intervention of the Neon Army, Tokyo, which was originally a little quiet, became a little more popular. They quickly found the survivors who were hiding. After searching to a certain extent, they were ready to return, and they could consider driving a car on the way back. Everything seems to be progressing steadily. But at this moment, an exclamation suddenly came from the calling machine. Report, report, we have encountered an unknown mutant creature. Please describe. The captain who was staying in the armored vehicle said in a deep voice. His head is wrapped in a sack, his face cannot be seen clearly, he is about 3 meters tall, and he holds a big axe in his hand. He is coming towards us. Da-da-da, ah. Help. Help. Soon, there was a loud noise from the opposite side, and a crisp sound of metal scraping the ground came from the walkie-talkie. Subsequently, other teams also encountered unknown creatures. Between floors and streets, nimble lickers hunted down gun-toting soldiers one by one. On the street, a 3-meter-tall executioner with a sack on his head and a huge axe in his hand cut the car in half. The evil god with Gatling and cannons precisely killed the hidden people. For a while, the teams that had just rescued the survivors lost contact one after another. On the main road in Tokyo, Colonel Asano listened to the panic shouts on the walkie-talkie, and every time the sound was interrupted, his heart sank a little. Until there is no more sound coming through the intercom, just an electromagnetic rustle. Asano Colonel dejectedly put down the walkie-talkie in his hand and let it fall to his feet. He was silent for a long time, then picked up the walkie-talkie again. Attention everyone, now move forward at full speed and escape from Tokyo. But they didn't accelerate far. The people standing on the top and using the machine guns found many reptiles inexplicably around them. Some lickers who had devoured flesh and blood were now stronger and more agile, using their sharp claws to climb between floors, parallel to the armored car. At the same time, in front of the convoy, the burly evil god has already raised the missile in his hand and aimed it at the front car. No! Colonel Asano yelled desperately inside the armored vehicle. Boom! The missile carried a white tail and knocked the front armored vehicle to the ground. The flames of the explosion acted like a signal, and all the lickers who had been following the convoy all sped up and rushed towards the convoy. The soldiers on top of the armored vehicle frantically fired machine guns at the charging monsters, but after killing one or two, the other one had already rushed over and knocked them to the ground. The sharp claws grabbed the soldier fiercely, and only had time to let out a scream before being swallowed by the tongue. Then followed the hole in the roof to drill into the car again, accompanied by bursts of gunshots and screams. The armored car stopped moving forward. This situation was staged on every vehicle, and some reacted in a timely manner, retreated to the interior of the armored vehicle, and escaped unharmed. But as the speed of the convoy slowed down, the zombies from behind also chased after them, forming a wave of corpses and surrounding the entire convoy. The surviving convoy couldn't move an inch, but the lickers and zombies couldn't break through the iron box for a while. He could only roar angrily outside the car. End of this chapter. Chapter 76, Retreat. Huh. What kind of monsters are these? Inside the armored vehicle, the soldier who survived the catastrophe asked with horror on his face. How do I know how they appeared? Zombies are difficult to deal with in the first place, and now such monsters are coming. Is our big neon really going to be destroyed? I heard that it was made by the people above who studied the virus. Damn it, they let the demon out. After discussing for a while, the car fell into silence, only the crisp knocking sound outside. Did you hear anything? Suddenly, a person in an armored vehicle moved his ears and asked. The others held their breath, and there was a faint metallic sound amidst the rapid beating around them. It sounded like a heavy metal dragging on the ground. What kind of monster is this? The others didn't speak, their voices were getting closer and closer, and the dense beating sounds around them gradually faded away. The licker stood on the top of the armored vehicle and roared at the executioner in dissatisfaction. The surrounding zombies have been cleaned up. The people in the car felt a little uneasy about the quiet environment around them. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise frightened the people in the car. The body shook violently. What is this? A soldier looked at the depression on the top of his head in shock. After the licker dodged the hammer, he obediently hid aside. Dang! Dang! The clear and crisp sound was extremely loud amidst the roar of the zombies, like a signal bell for the opening of meals in the cafeteria. Rescue the army, destroy! In the center of Tokyo City Hall, an airport is built here, which is also a small military base. The rooftops are all equipped with helicopters, which are usually used to catch criminals in urban areas, but now they are used for evacuation. Under the protection of the cabinet ministers and elite troops, the emperor pushed all the way and arrived here soon. Unlike other places, many official positions in Nihon still retain their ancient titles, but power has certainly changed. The emperor and others did not expect the outbreak of the virus to be so rapid. After arriving, the army cleared up the zombies in the front first. With sufficient firepower and knowing its weaknesses, the human zombies could not pose any threat at all. The sky was bright at this time, but the bustling Tokyo in the past was dead silent, only the roar of a beast. After bursts of gunshots and explosions, the city center returned to silence again. The Neon Emperor and important officials also began to head towards the airport of the building. Your Majesty the Emperor, we must ask the Medical Technology Company to apologize for us this time, and double the compensation for our losses. The cabinet minister followed the emperor and said angrily. Yes, if they hadn't developed this virus, How could such a tragedy happen in Tokyo? Other ministers and important officials echoed one after another. Our country is over. The emperor said to himself in a trance at this time. Tokyo fell, and as the economic and political center of Neon, even if they fled Tokyo, after this incident, Neon would basically be devastated. No, we still have hope, as long as we escape, issue a statement to the United Nations in time, condemn the biomedical technology company, and let it get the T-virus antivenom in time and put it on the Neon. The sooner the incident, the sooner we recover, the greater the hope. The Minister of Internal Affairs, a middle-aged man with a rich complexion, comforted the emperor at this time. Having said that, one of the generals couldn't help but glance at the head of the Electronic Information Department. The news has been sent out, but no country has responded, and Dubai has not responded. At the same time, Russia wants to support us to prevent the virus from leaking. No one spoke. Baga, who the hell suggested bringing the virus to Tokyo? Military minister, he suggested it. I am for our country. Is this also for the country? Who would have thought that the ability of the experimental subject would be so weird? Humph, this mistake was caused by you alone. You didn't stop me, you just want to study medicine that can strengthen the body. Everyone quarreled in the elevator. Stop arguing, Minister Narita will be solely responsible for this fault. Minister Mita's words stopped everyone from quarreling. Narita is the Minister of Military Affairs. Everyone quickly took the elevator to the top of the building, surrounded by soldiers who were on guard. The propeller of the helicopter in the distance has been spinning rapidly, waiting for the emperor and others to arrive. Seemingly thinking that there should be no danger, the emperor, ministers, and others settled down and headed for the helicopter. But at this moment, a crow suddenly flew over slowly, but just after reaching the sky above the rooftop, it was shot and fell straight not far away. The fallen crow lost its eyes, and its mouth was bloodshot. The emperor and others took a look at the sound, and then they didn't care, and continued to go to the position of the internal helicopter. The moment the gunshot fell, the crows suddenly sounded chaotically, and the sound of dense wings flapping was like a flock of birds suddenly startled in the forest. Under everyone's sluggish eyes, a group of black clouds accompanied by the cry of a crow, rushed towards everyone on the roof like the sky of hell. Gunshots rang out quickly, and the soldiers pointed their rifles at the black cloud, but the effect was negligible. He was quickly thrown down by a group of crows, and the protective clothing he was wearing was quickly torn, followed by screams. Quick! 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 The Minister of Military Affairs hurriedly urged, and rushed directly to the front of the crowd. At this time, everyone didn't care about their identities anymore, and they all ran towards the helicopter like mad dogs. But the clothes that used to symbolize their status have become their biggest obstacle at this time. The emperor with the most costumes ran at the back at this time. The sounds of crows, gunshots, and screams all intermingled together, like a chaotic noise urging everyone's footsteps. The encirclement gradually narrowed, the soldiers with guns in the outer circle gradually died, and the defensive circle gradually shrunk around the helicopter. At the same time, the personal guards with samurai swords also took action. They saw the light of the katana flashing in their hands, and killed all the crows that broke out one by one, protecting the emperor and others. For a while, the progress of the crows actually slowed down. But the soldiers with guns outside were quickly swallowed up by the crows. But at this time, the crowd had already rushed to the helicopter in a panic. They were just about to go up, but they found a person standing at the door of the cabin. Our boss didn't tell you to leave. Blocking the door was a woman in black tight-fitting combat clothing smiling at them. She had dark yellow curly hair, brown forehead pupils, and was capable and sharp all over. It was Alice. Chapter 77, Natural Proving Ground. Baga, kill her. The fastest-running minister pointed at her angrily and commanded the samurai next to her. Seeing this scene, the Minister of Military Affairs at the rear felt a chill in his heart. What he was most worried about still happened. Long live the emperor. The samurai who received the order raised his samurai sword and rushed towards the opponent quickly. Looking at the samurai rushing over, Alice put the scimitar in her hand back on the thigh belt, and then took out 2 shotguns from behind. The samurai who was charging forward immediately widened his eyes, but it was already too late. Bang! Bang! Bullets shot out from the muzzle. These samurai didn't seem to be simple, they even slashed on the bullet with a single knife. But this is a shotgun. The two warriors who rushed the fastest were dying immediately. The people in the rear didn't seem to know how to be afraid, and took advantage of the interval between the opponents reloading, and rushed forward. The distance was getting closer and closer, and when they reached about 2 meters from each other, suddenly, several blood-red shadows rushed out and threw them to the ground. The crows in the sky didn't know when they would disperse, but there were more muscular lickers with their brains exposed on the roof. Alice got off the plane, ignored the samurai fighting with the licker, and walked towards the Emperor's position with a machete. Although the samurai were very strong, and one person even cut down a licker, they had extremely strong healing power. The samurai had no way to do it, they had no way to breathe. So at this time, the unprotected Emperor and ministers had no power to fight back against Alice, easier than killing pigs, one knife at a time. Evacuation plan, failure, no survivors. Tokyo has fallen. The Proving Ground program is officially launched. On the rooftop airport in the center of the city hall. After killing all the high-level officials, the samurai on the other side also wanted to flee when they saw that they were in trouble, but they were eaten up in a short while when they faced the corpses of the resurrected soldiers. The dust has settled. Bang. The lickers had exploded on the spot. Alice turned the gun again, aiming at another target. As if it was a signal, the licker, who was originally the same enemy as Alice, rushed towards Alice in an instant, waving his sharp claws fiercely. Bang. Bang. Alice fought and retreated, but was all evaded by the licker's swift action. And the licker got closer and closer to her, and soon, she retreated to the edge of the roof. Looking at the lickers rushing in front of her, she smiled lightly, then quickly tied the rope around her waist, and fell backward the moment the lickers rushed over. Several lickers fell from midair to the ground like dumplings. With a rope tied around her waist, Alice began to slide on the glass of the building, and then adjusted her body to be parallel to the ground, stepping on the glass with her feet, as if running on the ground. The lickers behind also continued to chase, found a vertical pillar, and climbed towards the ground. When Alice was about 10 meters away from the ground, she directly tightened the rope, untied the rope the moment her body was pulled up by inertia, and then rolled over after landing. After standing up, she saw that she was still climbing the licker in the middle. She turned her head away and began to look for the next target. The Proving Ground plan is based on plans such as the Alice plan and the Evil God. At the same time, some special virions in the test field were recorded for data. Escape from the city hall, get rid of those troublesome lickers, and come to the street. After finding Alice, all the wandering zombies screamed and rushed towards her. Looking at the group of zombies in front of her, she narrowed her eyes, smiled disdainfully, then pulled out 2 Nepalese scimitars from her thigh straps and charged forward. After a dazzled shadow of legs, Alice passed through the corpses and headed towards a locomotive. Buzzing. The low-pitched sound attracted the attention of many zombies, and they began to surround Alice, but by this time Alice had already gone away, and the sound quickly disappeared. The sky is getting closer to the evening again, and the first day is about to fall into the night. The muffled sound of locomotives sounded in the silent city of Tokyo. And S.H.I.E.L.D. also sent agents to check it out. To be on the safe side, he sent Black Widow and Hawkeye there, but Hawkeye still had a mission, so Black Widow arrived first. Not to mention the outside world, Alice had already arrived in S.H.I.E.L.D. district on a motorcycle at this time, ready to find the target of confrontation, but at this moment, when she passed the gate of a shrine, she paused for a moment. Yasukuni Shrine, but what caught her attention was that there was an evil spirit there. The Yasukuni Shrine is located in Kusaka, Chiyo District, Tokyo. It enshrines the soldiers and military members who died for Neon since the Meiji Restoration era. Most of the enshrinements are Neon officers who died in the invasion of China and the Pacific War. They are all heinous war criminals. In order to win over voters, some politicians in Neon put on a personal show of right-wing ideology, dedicated to enshrining the Yasukuni Shrine, really hateful. The buildings of the Yasukuni Shrine belong to the traditional shrine buildings. They are basically wooden frames, with wood boards or bamboo as the main material. For the earthquake, some structural reinforcements will be made, but generally speaking, they are still wooden frames, and the roof is tiles. The inside is wooden tablets and tables and the like. At this time, there were a few survivors staying inside. They were the guards here before, holding weapons in their hands. After the outbreak of the virus, the survival rate of those who survived holding weapons was higher than that of ordinary people. There were others who ran to seek refuge in a panic. How did this happen? Did it happen? A woman with disheveled hair was lying on the table with a face full of despair. I heard that the Minister of Military Affairs stole the T-virus supplied by Dubai Medical Technology and leaked it during the research process. The young man with a gun expressed his conjecture. They are the ones who released the demons. At this time, there were a total of more than 10 survivors in the shrine, 3 of whom were women and the rest were men. 5 of the men were guards of the previous shrine and were equipped with firearms. After all, it's that technology company. They invented this virus. They are also the ones who brought the virus to the world. Yes, don't they have an antidote? Why haven't they released it yet? They have slaughtered so many people indirectly. They must be smashed into pieces. There is no communication in Tokyo, maybe we have to wait for someone to go out before we can get the antidote. Rina, let's talk in the back. A man and a woman headed towards the corner of the room. When is it? Are you still thinking about this? Several people continued to curse and vent in the somewhat empty room, but at this moment, a dull sound of heavy objects stomping on the ground suddenly sounded, getting closer and closer to them. End of this chapter. Chapter 78. The strong and tall body of the evil god is like a mountain of meat, moving towards the detected dangerous life form. Under the gaze of the infrared detector, the 5 guns inside were marked in red. It stopped and raised the missile in its hand. Inside the shrine, the person who noticed the footsteps stopped looked out. Bang. Accompanied by a spray sound, a missile with a white tail was reflected in his pupils. Boom. The entire Yasukuni shrine burst into flames, and 5 people with guns leaning against the wall were killed on the spot. The rest were also buried in the rubble. The flames of the explosion spread throughout the shrine, burning all the tablets placed on the enshrined places. The fire became more and more intense as it encountered fewer and fewer wooden buildings, and it seemed that it would not stop. It seemed that the karmic fire was constantly burning the sinful soul. Hey, big man, I've been looking for you for a long time. Alice glanced at the fire beside her, got out of the car, twisted her neck and looked at the evil god's provocation. The Cthulhu didn't speak, but just raised the Gatling gun and began to turn slowly. But before the Gatling in his hand caught fire, a sound like a firecracker sounded first. Accompanied by the sound of scattered coins falling to the ground, the palm of the evil god holding Gatling was directly blown to pieces. Roar. Although the evil god couldn't feel the pain, the falling of the machine gun seemed to make him very angry, and he directly stepped towards Alice. Alice put the special shotgun back on the motorcycle, and rushed up with bare hands. There is a big difference in size and strength between the two, but the gap in agility is relatively large. Every attack of the two will bring a gust of fist wind, which shows the weight of their strength. Compared to the ignorant evil god, Alice obviously had the upper hand. She seized the right opportunity and fought back and forth, defeating the evil god's huge body, and finally retreated into the fiercely burning shrine. Under the continuous burning of the flames, the first confrontation with the target was easily resolved. Afterwards, Alice continued to look for the next target of confrontation, the executioner. Looking at the flames that have begun to die out, you can see the burnt ruins of some shrines. She rode on the locomotive and began to look for the figure of the executioner. This time the battle was fought on the main road. The battle with the executioner was much more difficult, as long as Hammer Axe took a fancy to him, he would basically die. And hot weapons cannot be used in the confrontation, and cold weapons must be used to fight, otherwise the meaning of the test will be lost. But in the battle, the Nepalese saber couldn't cut the opponent at all, and instead had to bother to avoid the hammer and axe. For a while, Alice was also a little helpless. As the battle continued, Alice's spirit gradually became exhausted, which was a feeling she had never felt before for the consciousness of the Red Queen. Because her predecessor is an artificial intelligence and also a supercomputer, she can accurately calculate the enemy's attack direction during the confrontation battle, so as to avoid it in advance. But she didn't expect that her calculation ability would start to slow down as her spirit weakened. The executioner had a sack on his head, but he could accurately sense the enemy's position, and continued to sweep across with the hammer in his hand as if he was tireless. Alice didn't dodge this time, but barely blocked the Nepalese saber, but the opponent was too strong, and was directly smashed by this force to an abandoned car, and the front windshield was smashed instantly. Alice reluctantly got up in a daze, and the executioner had already arrived in front of her at this time, and the direction of the axe blade was aimed at her and smashed down fiercely. If it was hit by this blow, it would definitely be chopped in half. At the critical moment, Alice rolled out of the car and barely escaped the blow. But the car she was under just now suffered a disaster, and the hood was directly cut off, silky smooth like cutting tofu. Although she managed to dodge it, the blow just now was obviously uncomfortable, and she barely stood up while clutching her stomach. The executioner's shadow completely covered her up, raised the hammer axe condescendingly, and slammed it hard at her again. Alice raised her head and stared wide-eyed at the blade that was slashing at her from top to bottom, and the blood and flesh stained on it were clearly visible. Boom. A strange fluctuation gushed out from Alice's body, and the hammer axe also stopped under the hindrance of this invisible energy. This feels really bad. Alice's nose began to bleed involuntarily. Holding on to his spirit, he controlled the Nepalese saber on the ground and slashed fiercely at the back of the executioner's neck, cutting directly into the bone. Then Alice took a step back, and the hammer axe hit the ground without hindrance, causing cracks on the ground. Ah! She quickly stepped on the handle of the axe and climbed to the back of his neck, roaring angrily, grabbed the handle that had been cut into the back of his neck and pressed down hard, under the surge of ideas. The head in the sack rolled to the ground like a ball. Alice jumped to the ground, and the body of the executioner was supported by the handle of the hammer axe, standing there quietly. Picking up the scimitar, Alice didn't dare to stay, and quickly left here with her weak body. Not long after she left, a group of lickers came here, and one of the bullies circled around the executioner's headless body and roared at him, as if to say that you have today. The silent night began to continue, and after some grooming, Alice began to look for the single lickers to clean up. Big White Lab. Bai Yang lay on the chair, squinted his eyes at the transmitted data, and began to calculate. So far, things have gone smoothly. Because all the research during this period is about how to solve the side effects of the T virus, there is little research on biochemical weapons. So the evil gods, lickers, and executioners made by Dr. Isaac's materials are all appearing in neon now. As for the tyrants, he hasn't conducted research yet. If he has the opportunity, he will see if he can breed one in the Tokyo Proving Ground. A month should be about the same, and there must be not only mutants in Tokyo, but also strange people like ninjas and samurai. At this time, Bai Yang suddenly found that something abnormal happened to Alice's position. It was about 11 o'clock in the evening at neon time, and Alice was hunting two lickers. These two lickers seem to have devoured a lot of flesh and blood. Their bodies are unusually strong, their claws are sharper, and their brains are exposed. They seem to be easy to hit, but they are highly agile and basically difficult to hit. But as long as it hits, it will die immediately. Although it has a superpower similar to mind power, using it will cause a load on the body, and it is not necessary to deal with the two lickers. But it didn't seem to be tight at this time. There were only two lickers, a black figure hiding in the dark, blood-red pupils greedily staring at Alice's position. End of this chapter. Chapter 79. In a dim alley, two lickers climbed on the wall, each side attacking Alice. And Alice turned around and ran away, while sensing the positions of the two lickers behind her. The two of them climbed on the wall at a very high speed, and when they saw the prey in front of them fleeing, they chased after them unscrupulously. And just when a licker chased after her, the joint suddenly bent and exploded, facing the back of Alice. Facing the fast licker, at the moment when she was about to be pounced on, she stopped instantly, and at the same time turned over and jumped, like a juggler, jumping over the oncoming licker. At the same time, the shotgun was in the hands of Chi-Na at some point, and he made a difficult bend in the air, and shot the licker in the head. Bang! The dull sound of the shotgun resounded in the claustrophobic alley, and the licker, who was in the air, was directly knocked to the ground by the impact of the shot in midair. At such a short distance, the power of the shotgun can be imagined. The head exploded on the spot. And Alice also used the recoil of the shotgun to complete a small turn in the air again, avoiding another licker who rushed. After landing, she turned around quickly, crack. She quickly changed the magazine, and aimed at the licker who had just landed. Hiss! The licker jumped away nimbly, but his body was also staggered from the beating, and he roared at Alice. Crack! Bang! Quickly loaded the clip, and took advantage of its staggering body to shoot again. Bang! In the narrow alley, even if the licker was agile, he couldn't move his body. After a few shots, the licker was finally shot in the head by Alice. Alice glanced at the dead body, put away the shotgun and was about to leave. Suddenly, the dark shadow that had been hiding all this time rushed towards Alice in an instant. Stabbed. Even though Alice dodged in time, she was still scratched with a deep claw mark on her arm. Alice gritted her teeth and looked at the humanoid monster that suddenly appeared in front of her. Is a person, Alice frowned suspiciously. In front of me is a ninja with blood-red eyes and a tight black costume, but his whole body is full of tyranny. It is hard to imagine that he will hide so covertly just now, and he has sharp claws like blades on his hands. Compared with licking the roughness of the zombie, the sharp claws on the fingers of the zombie decorated by the ninja in front of him are like exquisitely crafted steel claws. And also know how to hide, the speed is so fast, I didn't even react just now. This guy has devoured many people, and his previous physique must be very special. Alice secretly guessed. This zombie ninja didn't jump straight at Alice like an ordinary zombie. He glanced greedily at Alice with blood-red eyes, and stuck out a snake-like tongue between the exposed teeth at the corner of his rotten mouth, licking the nails on his nails. Flesh. Then he turned around and disappeared into the darkness. Alice twisted her neck excitedly. Although she didn't know where this thing came from, the challenge was finally coming again. In the second half of the night, Alice held a machete and looked around vigilantly. 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, until the sky was slightly bright, the ninja zombie still didn't appear, not even Tokyo at all. But Alice can feel that the other party has been watching her, and the wound on her arm has gradually begun to heal. The moment the first ray of light appeared, the shadow hidden in the darkness finally moved. Bang! Alice, who had been prepared for a long time, aimed a shot in the direction of the shadow. The opponent drew across an afterimage and hid directly, and continued to rush in Alice's direction. Buffed. The black shadow came to Alice and grabbed it, and a wound appeared on his chest again. But Alice didn't care about the wound on his chest, and went straight to chop off his head. The ninja zombie suddenly disappeared in place, as if it disappeared out of thin air. Alice quickly picked up the knife and blocked it behind her. Then a burst of sparks appeared behind her, but there were still 2 wounds on his back. Alice rolled forward again, dodging the opponent's other claw attack. But when she just turned around after rolling, the black image was like an invisible black mist, rushing to Alice again. Buffed. The sharp claws pierced into Alice's abdomen fiercely, but when he wanted to withdraw the sharp claws, he found that his body was stiff. The blood-red eyes flashed with astonishment, and the other hand quickly blocked in front of him. Buffed. Alice slashed across his arm and slashed his head, driven by her thoughts. It was extremely smooth. It's a pity you don't know ninjutsu. Alice clutched her abdomen and came to the zombie ninja weakly, took out a needle and stuck it in, took a tube and kept it. The rising ray of sunshine illuminates this scene, making the city look a bit desolate and lonely. Tokyo has become a dead city at this time, with many ruins added to it. Some equipment has stopped working, and the traffic lights have been continuously on without any control, but no pedestrians or vehicles pass by. The ground has added a lot of fresh blood. The blood from last night had coagulated into clots, forming a dark brown color on the ground. The lickers are like geckos in the dark, climbing between the buildings, leaving a deep claw mark on the wall with their sharp claws. Zombies also wandered aimlessly. Occasionally, there would be a sound from a room, and the zombies would start to gather when they heard the sound, piercing the darkness with shrill screams, and then returning to silence. This is only the first day, and the survivors who hit are obviously able to hold on, and there are not many casualties. Others believed that the virus would not dissipate easily, and boldly went out to find food, causing a commotion. There is success but also death, there is kindness and there is betrayal. The darkness of human nature begins to breed in the gradually calming heart. It was dawn, and the morning light shone on the desolate city of Tokyo. On the main road, a headless giant was like a sculpture under the golden plating. In just one day and one night, Tokyo quickly fell under the plague experiment and the monsters thrown by Bai Yang. Everyone in the city was also infected during this time. Of course, there are also some lucky people who wore protective clothing and were not infected. And Alice also started testing in the test field, cleaning up the released liquors, and at the same time collecting abnormal data on the test field. Over time, some animals also began to mutate, among which crows were the first to be infected with the mutation because they ate carrion. Alice's encounter with a ninja-like zombie caught Bai Yang's attention, and he was looking at the transmitted data at this time. Notify Alice, see if you can catch another live one, or bring the sample back. Bai Yang informed the White Queen. End of this chapter. Chevron_left Chapter 80, Intervention. At a position more than 10 kilometers away from Tokyo, a zombie with an arrow stuck in its head was lying upright on the wide road. Standing next to it was a man and a woman. The man was carrying a quiver behind his back and holding a bow in his hand, while the lady with wine-red hair was wearing a black tight-fitting battle suit. All wearing gas masks. The two squatted down to observe the situation of the zombies, and then one of them took out his camera and started filming. The situation in Tokyo should be very bad. Natasha stood up and said with a serious expression, the two sneaked in from the blockade line. Same. After sending the photo, Hawkeye retracted the camera and took a look at the condition of the corpse on the ground. It's the same as Bai Technology's description, bloodthirsty, the surface of the skin starts to rot because of the accelerated metabolism, the protein can't keep up, and the brain is also swallowed by the body's instinct. I strongly hope to obtain protein, and the metabolism is accelerated, the healing power is enhanced, and the cells the speed of splitting has accelerated, and the strength and speed have increased significantly. Natasha sat in the co-pilot and began to record data. The plague subject must be captured as soon as possible, but the chief can ask Bai Yang for antivenom serum as soon as possible. Hawkeye drove the vehicle on the road, seeing more and more zombies. The situation looked not optimistic. The antivenom serum in Bai Yang's hand is still being produced, and it will take nearly a month no matter how fast it is. Natasha shook her head. At this time, the two had entered the Tokyo area, and the zombies appeared more densely. Hawkeye stomped on the accelerator and rushed straight over. Did we enter the Resident Evil theme park? When the two drove into Tokyo, they were stunned for a while looking at the surrounding ruins and wandering zombies. Here in the outside world seemed to be two worlds, filled with dead silence. Find a place to get off, Natasha said to Hawkeye as she prepared the gun. Hawkeye nodded, looking at the zombies surrounding him. Some of them could clearly see their internal organs. They stopped at the door of a repair shop. The zombies here are a little different from those outside, and their movements are much slower. Hawkeye retreated into the room with his back turned, and said casually, "They should be the first batch of infected people, and consume more energy, but there must be stronger zombies. Let's find out what happened here as soon as possible. Have you noticed something?" At this moment, Natasha recalled the zombies she saw when passing by, and had some guesses. You also noticed that these zombies seem to be running in one direction. It may be a plague experiment. He is summoning zombies. Natasha recalled the collected information and speculated. Does he want to break through the line of defense? Hawkeye narrowed his eyes. It's very possible. Let's look in the direction and maybe we can find the target. Natasha's eyes lit up. What does the chief say? Should still be urging Bai Yang to make antivenom serum. The two came to the top of the building and began to climb between the buildings. Go in the direction the zombies are going. At this moment, in the living room of the laboratory. Director Fu Rui, it's useless even if you're urging me, I can't make it so soon. Bai Yang sat on the sofa with a helpless expression on his face. I know, I will ask Stark to help you develop the antivenom serum as soon as possible. What is he here for? He doesn't seem to be very professional in biology. Bai Yang was a little puzzled when he heard this. I can help anyway, as soon as possible. Fu Rui shook his head and said worriedly. But the virus developed by Neon seems to be somewhat similar to the biological reproductive equipment you sold to us. He asked again. Yes, they stole those viruses from me. I'm currently researching a cure potion, and I need to use this virus. Bai Yang nodded without denying it. This thing is too dangerous. Fu Rui frowned, thinking of the news that Natasha and the two sent back. It was shocking. It's not dangerous, as long as there is antivenom serum. Bai Yang said indifferently. Besides, if they didn't use mutants for deadly experiments and wanted to develop human virus weapons, they wouldn't have reached this level. Fu Rui touched his forehead with some headaches. By the way, you also sent people into Tokyo. I will definitely pay attention to things that endanger the security of the world as soon as possible. How did you say such things without any pressure? Bai Yang leaned over and asked curiously. Fury. We have solved the Earth's crisis many times in secret. You just can't see it. Oh, that's right. Bai Yang looked taut. Seeing his appearance, Fu Rui shook his head helplessly, then changed the subject and said, "The guards here are not good. In order to prevent such incidents from happening again, I will send special agents to protect them. I think it's best for you to destroy the Hand Association. Then no one will dare to call my laboratory's attention." Bai Yang suggested sincerely. "As for wanting to send agents over, it's a good idea. What are you sending here for? Will you give yourself a backstab then? The Hand has existed for hundreds of years, so it's not easy to destroy. Fu Rui had nothing to do about it. Forget it, I will figure out a way by myself." Bai Yang didn't count on them at all. Afterwards, both of them fell into silence. Fu Rui was checking the news from Natasha and the two of them. And Bai Yang was checking the progress of the test field. However, both of them got an important piece of news: the plague experiment was about to take action. Obviously, it wasn't just Natasha and the others who discovered that the zombies in Tokyo were abnormal. Alice also discovered it. As for the agents of other countries, it is not necessarily the case. The silence in the living room didn't last long. Stark arrived in his sports car. "Hey, Bai Yang, long time no see." Tony took off his sunglasses and hugged Bai Yang. "What have you been doing recently? I haven't seen you at school." After he let go, he asked curiously. "I'm learning magic." Bai Yang smiled and blinked. "That's a good excuse." Tony raised his eyebrows, sitting casually on the sofa. "Let's take a look at the situation in Tokyo." Fury then transmitted the satellite image to the computer placed in the living room. Along with the rustling sound, a smoky picture appeared on the computer. Now the whole of Tokyo has become a zombie capital, and there is not a single living person in sight. However, Neon's army has sealed off Tokyo, so don't worry about it continuing to spread. As he spoke, the picture continued to change. On a metal wall like a sluice gate, there were soldiers patrolling. He was shot dead, and countless corpses had piled up in front of the defense line. It seems that nuclear weapons will need to be dropped if this continues, Tony said with a slightly serious face. End of this chapter, Chapter 81. Unless it is absolutely necessary, it is not recommended to do this, and Bai Yang is already developing an air-diffusing antivenom. It can be solved once and for all, Fu Rui said. Tony heard the words and looked at Bai Yang. I'm making antivenom serum, but it will take time. Bai Yang spread his hands. How much time? Originally it took a month, but if the scope is narrowed down, half a month is enough. The original production covered the entire Neon Island. It also depends on whether the Neon can sustain it. If it can't, it will still have to release nuclear weapons. Different from the mood of the two, Bai Yang is in a state of indifference to this matter. Then what did you ask me to do? Did you come to supervise him? Tony asked, looking at Fu Rui. Yes, I want you to check the progress here. Fury nodded. Hey, old man Fu Rui, you are being a little unkind. Bai Yang felt that this person was too shameless, counting on the production of antivenom by oneself and letting people supervise themselves. You are too young to understand the seriousness of this matter. There must be someone watching by your side. There is also a reason why Fu Rui chose Tony, only he has the best relationship with Bai Yang. Okay then, since you're like this, I'll let my people come back, and let your men deal with the plague experiment by themselves. After speaking, Bai Yang shook his head amusedly, got up and went back to the laboratory. Tokyo, Oda Ward. Natasha and the two were in trouble at this time. The two trained the walking route of the zombies and came to a zoo. There are still animals in some enclosures that are alive and kicking, protected by fences, and some are hidden and have not been infected. A little weird. In front of them was an unusually strong tiger, with white eyes. Part of the fur on its body was detached to reveal the carrion inside. There were a few arrows stuck in its body, and a part of its mouth was missing, as if it was severely torn off by something. You can clearly see the blood-red flesh foam on the teeth. Natasha held a gun and confronted it vigilantly. The clothes on the shoulders had been scratched, but fortunately, no flesh was injured. In the distance, Hawkeye was standing on a tree holding a bow and arrow and was taking cover. But Natasha was too close to the tiger. He couldn't use the arrows with explosives at all, and the current paralysis and ordinary arrows had no effect on the zombie tiger in front of him. Although Natasha is physically superhuman, she has no way to deal with the zombie tiger who has also evolved and knows no pain. If she wanted to run, she couldn't compete with the opponent in short-distance explosive power. Roar! The zombie tiger roared and flew towards Natasha again. Hawkeye in the distance shot a sharp arrow, which slowed its movement a little. Natasha took the opportunity to shoot with a gun, but it seemed that the head could not be pierced. There are no shotguns in hand, only grenades, pistols, or electromagnetic weapons. It's impossible to kill with one blow. But with the cooperation of the two, it was only a matter of time before the zombie tiger was killed. However, Natasha's gunshots also attracted the attention of other things. Hawkeye, who was concentrating on raising his bow to stare at the tiger, suddenly felt a change in the sideways trees. Whoosh! A black shadow rushed straight to where Hawkeye was like a sharp arrow. Hawkeye turned around quickly, and the compound bow in his hand began to change, combining into a spear-like weapon. A direct sweep swept it aside. The spear-shaped weapon twirled twice in his hand, frowning at the monkey. The same pupils are lifeless and full of tyranny, with some yellow hair sticking to their mouths. After landing, the monkey rolled a few times, and as soon as it stood firm, it rushed to Hawkeye's position again. At this moment, Hawkeye was temporarily held back, but Natasha had to face the zombie tiger in front of her alone. When they fight, they have to make sure that they don't get scratched, because if they are scratched, they will be infected with the virus. In this way, the battle was greatly restrained. Just when they were at a stalemate, the dull sound of a car sounded in the distance, getting closer and closer to them. Looking out of the corner of their eyes, the two saw a woman on a motorcycle passing by not far from them. When she passed by, she seemed to see two people, and then she took out a coin shotgun made by herself, aimed at the tiger's head and hit it. The head of the tiger that was flying in the air exploded like a watermelon on the spot. Then it stopped and continued to drive away. Natasha touched the disgusting blood on her face, looked at the woman who was going away and wanted to say something, but saw behind her. Is this walking a zombie? After the person left, the crowd of zombies behind her surrounded her and chased after her. Barton, go. Go. She called Hawkeye to leave here quickly. The two quickly dealt with the zombie monkey, left here, and headed in the direction where the woman left just now. I found a car halfway, and finally slowly saw the locomotive in front of me. Inside the car, Hawkeye frowned and looked at his shoulder, where a claw mark was scratched, and blood slowly seeped out. He had just been caught by the monkey in the fight with the monkey. Although the monkey's defense is very low, its agility is much higher. Don't worry, the woman in front must know something, maybe there is a way to keep up with her. Natasha comforted him with a glance. I hope so. Hawkeye grinned. He himself has a very strong physique, and the virus hasn't penetrated into the cells in his body for a while. They followed Alice all the way to the city center, got off the locomotive, and came to the front of the mountain, where the ropes from before were still clearly visible. She bent her knees and squatted, and jumped straight up. The wall tiles on the ground cracked under the reaction. Natasha and the two who followed behind looked at the sky in shock. After Alice jumped into the air, she stepped on it again, and jumped up again directly through the air, as if stepping on an air wall out of thin air. In this way, she stepped on the air and jumped onto the roof of the building. At this time, a helicopter flew towards the location of the roof. There is also a cute white logo on it. It is the company logo of The Medical Technology Company. Hurry up, let's follow. That's The Company, and they must have anti-poison in their hands. Natasha hurriedly ran towards the building. A large group of zombies in the rear had caught up at some point. When the two entered the building, they glanced at the elevator for the first time and found that it was still working. It's too late, I can only gamble. Taking the elevator is very dangerous, but at this time it is too late. If the helicopter above leaves, Hawkeye may not be able to survive the virus infection. Natasha came to the elevator and pressed the button. Then the numbers next to the elevator began to show that this place hadn't been touched, obviously it was on the top floor. Outside, the group of zombies was getting closer and closer, and Hawkeye was trying to hinder them as much as possible. It will be on the shelves next Friday, and I will try my best to blow up more -D by then. My coding is still relatively slow, and a day is the limit. End of this chapter. Chevron_left. Chapter 82, Antidote. Bang. Bang. A series of explosions sounded at the entrance of the building, but they still couldn't stop the zombies. Some zombies were covered in flames and continued to rush towards Hawkeye at the entrance of the building. He continued to take out the blasting arrows and shoot at the group of zombies. After a little hindrance, after the blasting quiver behind him was empty, he quickly closed the glass door of the lobby of the building, and then walked towards the elevator entrance. Okay. With the crisp sound of ding, the number next to the elevator finally saw the first floor. The elevator door opened slowly, Hawkeye dropped a bomb at the door, and finally turned around and entered before the elevator closed. The elevator door closed slowly, and the gap became smaller and smaller. From here, one could clearly see the zombies piled up at the entrance of the hall. They hit their heads, bit their teeth, and slapped the glass door with ping-pong sounds. As the zombies piled up too much, the glass door was quickly shattered. Bang. The moment the zombies rushed in, an explosion burst into the sky with flames. The last ray of red light entered the elevator, and the elevator began to rise slowly. The rapid knock on the door sounded violently, and then it became smaller and smaller. Standing in the elevator, the two let out a long sigh of relief, looked at the numbers displayed and began to wait. People from the company are here, didn't they say it will take at least half a month? Hawkeye was a little puzzled. I don't know, maybe I found something. Natasha shook her head, she was not very clear. Hawkeye and the two looked at each other, and then quickly moved towards the helicopter. The helicopter began to leave the rooftop, but the two still did not give up. After the two chased to the edge of the roof, the helicopter had already vacated and was ready to accelerate. Immediately afterwards, the two stepped on the edge of the roof at the same time, and rushed towards the helicopter in the air. And below them, there is Wan's hanging in the air. Even if the two of them have extremely strong physiques, they will definitely be smashed to pieces at such a height. But fortunately, their extremely strong physique also gave them a strong jumping ability, and the two grabbed the landing bracket of the helicopter at the same time. The helicopter was also tipped slightly by the weight of the pair, but stabilized quickly. After the two grasped it firmly, they were slightly relieved. At this moment, a pair of hands stretched out in front of Natasha. She looked up, and there was a capable woman squatting at the door of the cabin, reaching out her hand to them. The two thought about it and passed their hands over. The two felt a force and were pulled directly into the helicopter cabin. My name is Alice, you are very skilled, what's your name? Alice looked at the two with interest and asked. Natasha, Barton. The two said directly without hiding their real names. She smiled and nodded to the two, then looked at Hawkeye's shoulder, are you infected? Yes, I hope you brought the serum here. Natasha looked at her pleadingly. Not necessarily, let me ask. She turned to the cockpit and asked, Sister, have you injected serum? Yes, there are 4 in total. The White Queen's projection appeared in front of the 3 of them. Only then did Hawkeye realize that the helicopter was unmanned. You are lucky. Get the antivenom out, how much longer will we be gone? There are still about 3 kilometers. Accompanied by the White Queen's words, a circle opened under the cabin, and a silver box slowly rose up. Then Alice stepped forward to open the box, which contained 4 tubes of green medicine. These are spare injection antivenoms. Remember to ask your chief to send something over then. She smiled and handed one of the tubes of green potion to Hawkeye. You know us. Natasha was a little surprised. I just remembered, I've met you. She remembered seeing the two of them through Bai Yang when she was still an artificial intelligence. Recently, the relationship between our boss and your director is not very good. You may be bleeding a lot. Alice teased. It doesn't matter, we are not paying the money anyway. Natasha said indifferently. At this time, Hawkeye also injected the medicine directly. Are you leaving? Natasha frowned as she watched Tokyo recede. Yes, just now the boss sent us a message telling us to leave here, so now I'm going back to the company. Alice explained for her. You want to leave? Why? Both of them were stunned when they heard the words. Our company only needs to develop the virus serum, and we don't care about other things. Alice smiled, that's what our boss said. Okay then, can you put us down, we still have missions to complete. In addition to investigating the situation in Tokyo, their mission this time is to capture the plague experiment. Yes. Alice didn't stop her. Sister, find a place nearby and let them down. Okay. The White Queen agreed. Afterwards, the helicopter stopped above a tall building, and the Hawkeyes landed on the roof through the slide lock. Goodbye. Alice waved downwards, and the helicopter left Tokyo with her. This time Dubai entered Tokyo on the grounds of research and development of virus serum. If you break in directly, you will definitely be intercepted. Oh, I'm about to find my target, but the boss let me go back unexpectedly. Sitting in the driver's seat, Alice said with some regret. Sister, did your tyrant cultivate the seeds? The White Queen asked aloud. It's staying, and it's not certain whether it can develop. Alice shook her head slightly. However, this time I also obtained a lot of special zombie genes. Apart from not finding a plague experiment, I also gained a lot. Do you know why the boss asked me to withdraw? Alice asked in a low voice. It should be because of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury. What did you say? The White Queen said. Those two just now seem to belong to S.H.I.E.L.D., and their abilities are still very strong. If I don't have superpowers, I shouldn't be able to defeat them. Alice thought of the Hawkeyes just now. Hawkeye and the two are agents who have been trained since childhood, and Natasha should have been injected with enhanced serum. I don't know if they can catch the plague. If they can't, Tokyo may not be able to wait for the air antivenom developed by the boss. Alice recalled the information she had obtained and speculated. If the plague control zombies are successfully assembled, the defense line laid by Neon will not last long at all. After all, human zombies alone are not very threatening, but you must know that besides some experimental subjects released by Bai Yang, there are many zombie animals, rats, in particular, are difficult to deal with. The only way is to seek help from other countries and release nuclear weapons to clean up the land. The information on the plague experiment has been obtained, and there is no loss even if it cannot be captured. The White Queen comforted her, fearing that she would regret it. It's okay, it's enough to awaken the superpower this time. Alice said with a smile. The helicopter of Dubai Company quickly went away and left Neon. End of this chapter. Chapter 83, Plague. A week after the Tokyo virus spread. At night, the moon disk hangs high, covering the whole city with a layer of silver sand, which is quiet and eerie. At this time, inside Tokyo Tower, the man in the black hood was sitting on the corridor, but now he had taken off his hat, revealing his miserable face. Sitting there, long black dry hair covered his eyes, his expression was gloomy, and he exuded an aura of silence and destruction. He stretched out his withered palm and wiped the corner of his mouth, wiping away a piece of scarlet. But around him, there were a few corpses lying all over the place. The corpses were uniformly dressed, and there was a blood hole in the chest. It is Neon's special team, each of them has superb assassination techniques and ninja inheritance, but now they have become corpses one by one. No one knows what's going on here. Sure enough, the heart is the tastiest thing in human beings. He licked his lips and said in a hoarse and gloomy tone. The rust-like smell of blood permeated the entire stairway, making him squint his eyes obsessively. But the state of enjoyment didn't last long, and his slightly squinted eyes suddenly enlarged. Is there food again? He stood up, twitched his nose and sniffed the air, showing a cat-and-mouse smile. As he got up, several hollow corpses on the stairs also slowly got up, surrounding him in the middle. At this time, the whole city still has the smell of fireworks, the traffic lights are still working, and the nameplates of the stores are still lit. But the whole city has changed, there are crashed vehicles everywhere on the road, and the ground is also covered with blood that has not yet solidified. Moreover, the streets in various districts of Tokyo where many zombies roamed around were empty at the moment, and occasionally one or two zombie animals flashed by. But the area around the Tokyo Tower is now covered with densely packed zombies. Looking down from a high place, people feel scalp numb. At this time, on the balcony of a high-rise building around Tokyo Tower, two humans wearing masks are staring at the ground. I think we need a helicopter. Hawkeye looked at the dense crowd of zombies below, showing embarrassment. Just now I found out that there is a company, but obviously, we can only rely on ourselves now. Natasha beside him shook her head helplessly. Our place is too far away from Tokyo Tower, and if we want to go in, we must deal with the group of zombies on the way. Maybe we can create some noise to lure them away. But it's hard to determine the extent of the plague experiment's control over the zombies. Anyway, I still have to try, or these zombies will break through the defense line and run out. In fact, releasing nuclear weapons is not a good idea. If the defense line is breached, the entire Neon Island may be blown up. For a while, the two began to discuss the plan. In the end, I still planned to attract the attention of the zombies alone, and took the opportunity to enter the Tokyo Tower alone to find the target. Under the darkness of night, dense crowds of zombies swarmed around Tokyo Tower, as if they were worshipping. Because at this time, the roar of an explosion suddenly sounded in the area 1 kilometer away to the east, and the huge soaring flames reflected a bloody face. Under the violent explosion, all the zombies rioted, and the face of the plague in the Tokyo Tower also changed, barely stabilizing the nearby zombies. Outside, all the zombies followed their instincts towards the direction of the explosion, and the huge group of zombies rushed towards the east like a sea of corpses. It seems that the plague experiment can't completely control the zombie group. Natasha, who was hiding in the dark, saw this and her eyes lit up. The group of zombies surrounding the Tokyo Tower gradually thinned out, and Eagle Eye kept causing explosions in the east, attracting the attention of all the zombies. But with the arrival of zombie cats and zombie dogs, he was too busy to take care of himself, stopped the explosion, and turned to deal with these agile zombie animals. Seeing that the explosion stopped, Natasha also knew that the limit was reached now. Although there are still many zombies surrounding Tokyo Tower, it is not impossible to break through. I hope there will be no more accidents. As she said that, she drove a pickup truck on the road. The zombies on the way rushed over when they saw this, but they were all directly knocked into the air or crushed. Crack, click. With the falling of the zombies and the contact of the vehicle, the clear and crisp sound of bones breaking continued. However, as more and more zombies piled up, the speed of the pickup truck gradually slowed down. In the end, it was forced to stop 50 meters away from the entrance of Tokyo Tower. Looking at the pile of zombies in front of her through the front windshield, Natasha took out a pistol from her waist, and at the same time carried a picked-up samurai sword on her back, kicked the car door and rushed out. Bang. 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 Gunshots rang out continuously, and the zombies who saw the humans rushing forward also fell down one by one. At the same time, Natasha waved a samurai sword with one hand, and easily cut off the heads of the zombies. For a moment, a vacuum formed around Natasha. Not daring to fight, Natasha relied on her super physique and fighting ability to quickly cross the group of zombies and hit the entrance. When she entered through the entrance, she found that it was unusually quiet inside. Natasha dipped easily in the dark and walked up the stairs. She held her breath, she was as silent as a cat in the dark. It takes 600 steps to reach the observation deck at the highest point from the bottom in Tokyo Tower, but it is easy for Natasha. But when she reached about 300 steps, Natasha stopped suddenly. And the moment she stopped, a black figure jumped down from top to bottom with a roar. Buffed. In the darkness, a blood-red samurai sword passed through the head of the shadow. Natasha frowned and didn't look at the shadow that rushed over. It's the special team. Her eyes narrowed. Later, she saw the blood hole in the chest of the corpse, and the heart was gone. It looks like it's not far away. Then he threw the corpse aside and continued to move upwards. It seems to be clearing the level. Every time Natasha reaches a designated ladder, there will be a zombie attack from a special team. But these were all easily resolved by Natasha. Soon, Natasha crossed 600 steps and came to the viewing platform. After arriving, she saw the hooded figure on the viewing platform under the moonlight. Natasha raised her pistol vigilantly, and her samurai sword was already curled. For some reason, she felt something bad in her heart. Ueda Motozawa, why did you release the virus in Tokyo? She asked casually. Hearing the voice, the other party slowly turned around. Roar. End of this chapter. Chapter 84. At this time, several armed helicopters flew around the Tokyo Tower, and their bright searchlights shone on the viewing platform. These are the helicopter units that Neon sent in. They also determined the location of the plague experiment today and sent air troops to arrest it. However, when the searchlight on the helicopter illuminated the figure on the viewing platform, the leading captain frowned. At this moment, the figure in the hood raised his head, revealing a somewhat rotten face, with a long mouth roaring upwards. Obviously, this is not a plague experiment, they have all been tricked. Bang. The sniper shot and killed the zombie without hesitation. Send a team down to search, he must not have gone far, the captain ordered over the intercom. Afterwards, the helicopter lowered the rope, and special soldiers landed on the viewing platform one by one, turned on the lighting with a rifle in hand, entered the interior and began to search. After Natasha discovered the abnormality on the viewing platform, she immediately left the viewing platform. And not long after she left, the zombies around Tokyo Tower began to rush into Tokyo Tower. It didn't take long for rapid gunshots and screams to sound in Tokyo Tower. At the same time, around the tower, a few extremely fast lickers appeared at unknown times. Seeing that the situation was not good, the captain quickly ordered the driver to leave here. Even if there were surviving soldiers in the tower, they were directly abandoned. On the other side, Natasha, who left Tokyo Tower, headed for Hawkeye. "Hawkeye, what's the situation there?" she asked in the communication with a serious face. "I didn't find out that these zombie cats are too difficult to deal with. The mission failed." On the other side, in a corridor, Hawkeye shot a zombie cat sneaking up from the darkness, and asked in time. "Yes, the target in Tokyo Tower has disappeared, we were played by him." Natasha replied with narrowed eyes. "Oh, this is really rare. It looks like our polar bear was tricked by the fox." Hawkeye teased slightly, relieving the tense atmosphere. "It's better to ask the director to adjust the satellite image to see if the position of the zombie group has changed. The purpose of the goal is to use the zombies to break through Tokyo's defense line and spread the virus to Neon Island. It must be heading to the east, which is consistent with the location you attracted," Natasha said in a deep voice. "Maybe he did it on purpose." Hawkeye jumped out of the building, frowned, and quickly disappeared into the street. "The target is likely to be hidden among the zombies. Pay attention and track it down." "Well, I hope it's not too late." Hawkeye stood on the balcony of a high-rise building, watched the zombies wandering in the street below towards the east, and began to patrol. But looking for a person in such a huge group of zombies is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. At this time, helicopters flew over the sky, and the Neon military apparently also found these gathered zombies and sent a helicopter to check. However, in order to prevent the lickers from attacking, they can only pull them as high as possible. But it is also difficult to follow the whereabouts of the plague hidden among the zombies. The drone of the helicopter sounded in the sky, and below was a group of zombies moaning unconsciously, densely packed like ants swarming together, all black and white. In the darkness, ashes, roar, and the incandescent searchlights of the helicopter, a sense of despair spreads from it. This doomsday scene was also spread to the world. A week has passed, but the Emperor of Neon and the cabinet ministers have not come forward, either because of an accident, or in order to avoid international accountability, and wait for the things in Tokyo to be suppressed before they come forward. Either way, the current situation in Tokyo has caused panic around the world. The end of the world is coming. But today, a diplomat from Neon showed up at the United Nations meeting. "We are deeply sorry for this incident, but at the same time, we condemn Dubai's actions. A year ago, we discovered that Dubai Company was secretly researching chemical viruses. For the safety of human beings in the world, we specially sent special agents to investigate. Sure enough, we found a tube of virus medicine. At the same time, we also found that Dubai Company was already conducting research on human experimentation. In order to confirm the role of the virus, we brought the virus back to China for research, but we did not expect an accident. After torture, all the people in the virus research laboratory have been bribed by Dubai Company to use the whole of Tokyo as a testing ground for experiments. Dubai Company is a pacifist company on the surface, but the mainland is researching biochemical viruses, killing millions of Neon people. Therefore, we need Dubai Medical Technology Company to compensate for the losses caused to Tokyo, and immediately cancel the Tokyo experiment." According to this Neon diplomat, the reason for the spread of the Tokyo virus was the manipulation of Dubai Company, and the evidence was also because Dubai Company bribed the researchers in the laboratory. In other words, Dubai Company was behind the Tokyo incident, and Neon was completely the victim. And so much has been said, but there is no evidence, all are made up. There is only one, they have evidence. That is, the virus was stolen from Dubai Company. However, the diplomat's mouth became a necessary means to discover Dubai's ambitions. To be honest, none of these politicians is simple. As long as there is a little gap, they can get in. Not many people believed what the Neon diplomat said. But just one point, the source of the virus is Dubai Medical Technology Company, which is worthy of suspicion by many people. If it is true, as Neon Diplomat said at the United Nations meeting, no matter how many good things Dubai has done before, it will become a bubble because of this. Who knows if you do these things to cover up something? Everyone who stays out is free to use their imaginations, and then put them into action through the internet. It's terrible. Dubai company won't really be like the umbrella company in Resident Evil. It's very possible, but the neon guys are not a good thing either. I don't know why, but the Dubai robot looks scary to me now. There is no virus hidden inside him. Hey, what's wrong with the outbreak of a virus all over the world? Human beings should have been destroyed long ago. Agree. These anti-human guys should really be monkeys. Come on, the end of the world is super cool. I hope the zombies will think the same when they jump on you. It can be seen that once the live news of neon politicians was broadcast, public opinion in the world began to change. End of this chapter. Chapter 85. Originally, the internet was all about crusade against Nihon, but now a small part of the attention has turned to Dubai Medical Technology Company. With a rhythm, it will become bigger and bigger, and many things can be clear just by checking, but many people just believe their own opinions and think they have seen the truth clearly. Everything else is an illusion. These guys really are shameless. At this moment, in Dubai's laboratory, Tony Neon's speech was also amazing. After speaking, he looked at Bai Yang worriedly. He comforted, "You don't need to care about this, these politicians are basically like this, just get used to it. As long as the virus serum is produced and the crisis is resolved, there will be no problem." Bai Yang nodded without saying anything, and continued with his research. Tony felt that there was something wrong with Bai Yang in front of him, so he frowned and observed carefully. "Why is there a black mark on the center of your eyebrows? The eye circles are also a bit dark." When he looked carefully, he found that the eye circles around the other party were dark, which may be caused by a few days of research on not sleeping well, but the strange blood black mark on the center of the eyebrows some are out of line with common sense. The black and red mark is made up of 3 cross-shaped arcs like the surface of a basketball, occasionally flashing a faint fluorescent light. "It's a magical way to refresh yourself, it's okay." Bai Yang shook his head, but he didn't meet Tony's eyes, and the darkness in his pupils gradually spread. Seeing that he was still studying with his head down, Tony didn't care. Instead, he was a little interested in the magic he was talking about. The time that disappeared was really to learn magic. "But you seem to have joined a cult?" he asked curiously. "No, it's just a kind of meditation, to feel the cultivation of the mind." Bai Yang focused on watching the cell division through the microscope, and replied without raising his head. "Hey, don't you end up being a master of asceticism?" Tony teased. Bai Yang didn't seem to want to talk much at this time, so he replied lightly, but didn't have another sentence. "If you are too tired, you can take a break, don't force it." "Well, I'll keep an eye out." Although after 7 days, Neon finally appeared in the international attention, and by the way, played a trick of diverting trouble. But the Emperor and the cabinet ministers, the 2 Neon supreme leaders, still did not appear. Maybe it was really an accident, but every country will not believe this accident until it gets definite news. But now there is an accident in Neon, more precisely, an accident in Tokyo. Millions of zombies gathered together, most of them were human zombies, mixed with many zombie animals, and there were also many agile lickers climbing around. They both had orders, but whether they belonged to the same person was uncertain. The plague experimenter hiding in the dark looked at the huge licker climbing between the buildings with a gloomy face, not knowing what he was thinking. Most of the zombies in Tokyo gathered together. Unlike the virus in Resident Evil, the virus released by the plague can be infected as long as you breathe it in. It's nothing more than a stronger physique, and a slower progress in becoming a zombie. In Resident Evil, there are still many people who survived. The armed helicopter hovered high in the sky, constantly reporting the progress of the zombie swarm upwards. The sky had just brightened, and the first ray of sunlight shone through the building in this desolate and silent city, casting a ray of brilliance, indicating that this place has not been forgotten. G.A. 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 But at this moment, a black curtain suddenly flew up into the sky, accompanied by the sound of dense wings beating. A group of eyeless crows covered the ray of sunlight, heading towards the helicopter with humming propellers in the sky. Immediately, Rapid gunshots and explosions sounded again in the silent Tokyo. The flames from missiles blasted a gap in the curtain, but it was quickly filled and covered. Soon, helicopters crashed to the ground, killing a bunch of zombies on the ground. Then, like a stone thrown into the sea, it was quickly submerged and disappeared into the ocean. Inside the command headquarters of the Neon Kagoshima Army Base, the former Minister of Internal Affairs and Communications, Abe Kimzo, looked solemnly at the computer screen that was spent in front of him. Abe Jinzo is a middle-aged man with a sullen complexion, but many people in Neon think he has an agreeable personality. He is also one of the candidates for the Prime Minister, because the current Emperor and the Prime Minister have lost contact, and he is responsible for controlling the military power around Kagoshima. In other regions, they are also independent, headed by the Supreme Leader. Because there are many important officials living in Tokyo, including politicians responsible for voting, all of them disappeared after the crisis, so there is a vacancy in the current management of Neon. And if you want to re-elect the Prime Minister, at least you have to wait until the Tokyo incident is resolved. Report: high-altitude Osaka troops have lost contact. An intelligence officer reported. How far is the last zombie group from the defense line? 9 kilometers. Abe Jinzo frowned and thought for a long time, and finally made a decision. Ask for help from the Air Force to defend the Tokyo line. Yes. After receiving the news of the death of the survey team, the top leaders of various places in Neon issued orders to reinforce the Tokyo defense line. But at this time, the vanguard of the zombie group had already reached the defense line one step ahead of schedule. Crows form a dark curtain, mutated bats have mutated bodies like pterosaurs, and various pet cats and dogs run on the road in groups. The most important thing is the 3-meter-high mutated crocodiles in the back. The leather armor on their bodies is black and shiny in the sun. It's like a car crawling on the road. After the mutated tiger and lion devoured some flesh and blood, their bodies also grew in size, and their bloodthirsty eyes stared ahead. Monkeys and baboons are climbing on the railing next to the road. The most oppressive one was a 5-meter-tall black King Kong, whose sharp blood-red teeth were exposed, and then grabbed the monkey on the side fence and put it in his mouth to chew, like eating a snack. The body also grew slightly bigger. All zoos, domestic pets, and some wild animals in Tokyo were brought together, but a lot of them were devoured in the middle. This is why there are some huge zombie animals. Sky, land. Dense zombie animals are heading towards the Tokyo defense line. At this moment, human zombies have become the weakest existence in the zombie group. The plague experiment also understands the truth that soldiers are expensive and fast. If they wait until the reinforcements from the Neon arrive and the artillery fire pours down, these piled-up zombie groups will be easily wiped out. But as long as you break through the line of defense before then, all the zombies will escape from the gap, and the whole Neon and even the whole world will be infected. End of this chapter. Chevron_left. Chapter 86. The defense line of the Eastern District of the disaster area. The defense line of the Eastern District is located on a highway, with steel walls piled up to more than 10 meters high, and there is a passage, and 1 or 2 surviving humans are passing through the passage. Outside the line of defense, soldiers armed with rifles and wearing protective clothing were patrolling and guarding. And in front of the metal wall, a row of engineer fortresses were built, with 2 machine guns on both sides. There is an armored vehicle at the rear, and a tank stays there quietly, with its deep muzzle pointed forward. At this time, at the passage position, a soldier scanned a ragged woman with an instrument. No problem, pass. After the soldier checked up and down, he found no problem and let it go. The next male survivor came up. The survivors this time were a team of 2 women and 4 men. They were the first to escape from the disaster area. After the crisis, they found a hiding place and temporarily escaped the disaster. After 7 days, when food and water were gone, they made up their minds to flee. At this time, the plague had already begun to summon zombies, so they escaped smoothly along the way. Raise your hand. The soldier was about to scan with the instrument, but at this moment, he suddenly heard the sound of a flock of birds flapping their wings. At the same time, I could feel the ground trembling slightly. Be alert, be alert. There is a group of monsters coming from the road, and the passage will be closed immediately. The first line of defense is ready. The captain's voice shouted loudly in the headset. Hey, let's go in first. The few survivors who were still waiting behind also rushed towards the passage in panic. No, you go to the first line of defense first, there is no time to test you now. Several survivors were stopped halfway. We are all together, how could we be infected? Hurry up and let us go. I don't want to face those monsters outside. A male survivor wanted to force his way through angrily. Bang. The soldier picked up the butt of his gun and hit him on the head, smashing him back. Go back. The soldier looked cold, raised his gun, and aimed it at several survivors. As long as someone wants to take a step forward, he will fire without hesitation. Several survivors helped the fallen people up, looked at the guns aimed at them, and stepped back carefully. Juentian, close the passage quickly, those monsters are coming. The soldier on the stage with a telescope saw that the door had not been closed, and hurriedly urged. Quack. Juentian looked up, and in the distant sky, a flock of crows hovered in the sky and flew towards us. After hastily closing the passage, he came to the high platform to take precautions. Soon, under the watchful eyes of many neon soldiers, the first to arrive was the crow in the sky. These crows no longer had pupils, and they were flying in one direction, completely relying on the guidance of the plague. Prepare the flamethrower. On the high platform, flamethrowers were set up one by one. The crow is in the air, and the first line of defense cannot be touched, so this time the defense mainly relies on the metal wall of the second line of defense. As the crows gradually approached, when they were still more than 10 meters away from the second line of defense, pillars of flame suddenly shot out from the high platform of the metal wall, forming a tight wall of fire. Under the flames, the crows spread rapidly like an ignited curtain. Apparently, facing the flames, the group of crows quickly burned out like flammable objects. In fact, if the plague can really control the crows, they can fly to high altitudes and cross the line of defense. Even helicopters and fighter jets cannot be completely wiped out. But according to the current situation, obviously not. After discovering the sound, these crows quickly overwhelmed their inner guidance, rushing towards the target with their bloodthirsty instincts. Crows are like moths, making the fire bigger and bigger. In just 10 minutes, all the crows were burned to ashes under the chain reaction. It was as if it was snowing in the sky, and ashes were floating in the air, as if entering a gray world. The few survivors on the first line of defense looked at this dreamy and lonely scene in shock, like dead art. But before they sighed, the second wave of attacks came. On the horizon, a group of running rotting cats and dogs gradually emerged, and then tall carcasses of tigers, crocodiles, orangutans, King Kong, countless kinds of animal zombies gradually appeared on the horizon. Boom! At this time, there was a loud noise in the first line of defense, the soil around the tank loosened, and gunpowder smoke was still coming from the muzzle. The King Kong carrion corpse that was running suddenly exploded, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Boom boom boom. With the continuous attack of tanks and field guns, gaps appeared one after another in the group of zombies. Huge zombies have also become targets under artillery fire, and only biological zombies such as crocodiles can barely resist a single shot. The group of cats and dogs who charged first had already rushed to the front of the first line of defense. Several machine gunners began to shoot indiscriminately according to their own areas. The other soldiers with rifles shot and killed the zombie animals that were missed by the machine gun. On the high platform of the second line of defense, the attack is also carried out to reduce the pressure on the first line of defense. Roar! At this moment, a huge carrion tiger broke out from the artillery fire, and just after it appeared, a huge gunshot sounded. The carrion tiger's head burst open like a watermelon. On the high platform of the wall, a sniper holding a 2.5-meter-long sniper rifle turned the muzzle and aimed at the next target. This sniper rifle is twice the size of a normal sniper rifle and is equipped with 14.9mm bullets, which can easily kill an elephant in one shot. However, they had to be transported continuously, and the group of animal zombies was temporarily blocked to a position 30 meters away from the defense line. However, with the fearless attack of the zombie group, the defending soldiers were also a little exhausted. Especially the machine gun, the muzzle has started to glow red, and it seems that it will explode in the next moment. Buzz. At this moment, there was a sound of piercing in the sky, and fighter jets and bombers flew over the zombie group. At the same time, there are missiles with white tails. Boom boom boom. Both the animal zombie group and the human zombie group behind were all bombarded by artillery fire. These zombies do not pose much threat to human hot weapons. The artillery fire spread rapidly, and the fire became more and more intense. In fact, the military is grateful for the plague. If he hadn't gathered these zombies, they really couldn't solve it. You can't bomb the entire disaster area in a circle, not to mention the financial consumption. Even if it is bombed once, the efficiency of eliminating zombies is not very high. They originally intended to wait for the anti-venom serum from the Bai company, so that the integrity of the city could be fully guaranteed. But this method will greatly reduce #S international status. After all, for a country to rely on a company to solve a crisis, this kind of thing is definitely a manifestation of incompetence. But fortunately, there is a chance to solve it now. If we operate it a little bit, we can even get a fortune from the Bai company. This may seem awkward, but it's also normal. The uninterrupted bombing of bombers and missiles plunged the area of the zombie group into artillery fire, and even if they were lucky, they might even kill the plague hidden in the dark. The bombing continued for 5 hours, and the flames of the explosion below had gradually extinguished, and the main film area was already in ruins, with various corpses called coke and limbs scattered everywhere. A strange burnt smell mixed with the smell of gunpowder smoke began to spread towards the surroundings. The fighter above circled around in a circle, looking for some surviving zombies, and the mounted machine guns also began to shoot wantonly. Chi-chi-chi. But at this moment, quicksand suddenly struck not far from the ruins. Look carefully, those quicksands are mice. These rats were densely packed, covering the entire streets and buildings, like snowflakes hit by an avalanche, extremely fast and fierce. Attention, attention, there is a situation in the west direction. It is a swarm of rats, an endless swarm of rats. The report voice in the channel gradually faded away. All the members of the helicopter and the observers of the defense line stared blankly at this scene. How to fry this? Looking at the dense group of rats below, it almost covered the entire East District. And after just a few rounds of bombing, the ammunition was basically used up. Before the reinforcements arrived, with the speed of these rats, they had already broken through the line of defense, and the reinforcements arrived in time, and they didn't think they could completely wipe out these rats. In fact, as long as the defense line is breached, they have already lost. Boom, boom, boom. The few remaining ammunition continued to bombard, forming an explosion zone, trying to block the advance of the rat swarm. Dear Command. Fujiwara Saiji looked gloomy at the picture sent back from Tokyo. At this time, a phone rang and answered. Fujiwara answered the phone, not knowing what was said in it, but after a while, his face gradually became depressed. Okay, I see. In the end, they called for help. The troops in the disaster area began to advance the defense line without any spare power, pushing the rats back a few kilometers. In this way, before the arrival of the missile, the time for retreat can be reserved. I don't know how long it took, but the intensity of the artillery bombardment has become much sparser. Some carrion rats have crossed the bombing area, crossed the ruins and headed towards the defense line of the ground troops. But fortunately at this time, the above finally issued a withdrawal signal. After the bombers in the sky completed their last bombing, they quickly evacuated the disaster area with the ground troops. Without hindrance, the swarm of rats rushed towards the line of defense without any scruples. After a long period of bombing, the swarm of rats didn't seem to have decreased in any way, and they still swept across the streets and cities like quicksand, spreading towards the distance. Not long after, the rat swarm had reached the metal wall defense line and began to surge towards the outside of the defense line. And at this moment, a missile with a white tail flew over the disaster area. The plague hidden in the dark stared at the sky with wide eyes in horror. How can it be so fast? The long period of detention has made him out of touch with society, and he is ignorant of the progress of world technology. He watched in despair as the missile flew toward the center of the disaster area. But at this moment, the missiles in the sky suddenly disappeared. Plague. Beautiful country. The inhabitants of the island. All the countries watching this scene were stunned for a moment. What about missiles? Holy Mountain. From the satellite images, it can be seen that with the Holy Mountain as the center, blood-red lava cracks that look like blood vessels are rapidly spreading around. The crater ejected magma and volcanic ash soaring into the sky. The erupted volcanic ash quickly surrounded the entire disaster area like a smog, and it is still spreading rapidly. Followed by lava fissures in the island's crust, followed by endless flows of magma. The entire island was also shaking violently. The humans on the ground were already shaking at this time, and the houses and trees collapsed one by one. The surrounding ocean also formed a tsunami with the change of the Earth's crust. Huge waves hit the high-end port, causing it to be quickly fragmented. At this time, helicopters, fighter jets, all the flying vehicles quickly lifted off and fled towards the outside of the island. Humans on the ground can only face dusty volcanic ash and bottomless lava cracks. Countless people began to cry helplessly in the face of natural disasters, praying for the blessing of the gods, cursing the incompetence of the gods. The end is coming. The island was slowly sinking at this time, bit by bit swallowed by the ocean. The people on the plane flying away from the island watched this scene silently, not knowing how to express their feelings for a while. And when the island sank, a faint dark formation surrounded the entire island and began to devour the surrounding matter. At this moment, all countries in the world fell silent watching this scene through satellite images. Happy, pity, gloat, sad. Everyone has a sense of fantasy, an island, just gone. They're going to die. In Dubai's laboratory, Tony murmured while looking at the doomsday scene on the screen with a complicated expression. But before he finished sighing, a circle of red sparks suddenly appeared in the laboratory. Through this teleportation circle, you can still vaguely see the figure on the opposite side. Immediately afterwards, a bald-headed woman in a yellow robe walked out with a dignified expression. After she came out, she fixed her eyes on the boy with his head bowed next to Tony for the first time. "You're here." The young man raised his head, with the corners of his mouth raised, showing a mocking smile. At this time, his entire eye circles were already pitch black, and his whole body seemed to be shrouded in darkness. The mark on the forehead became brighter and brighter. "After all, you still can't resist your demons." Gui also showed the same mark on his forehead, looking at him cautiously. "Is there a possibility that I let it go?" Bai Yang spread his hands and said with a serious expression. "It's useless to talk too much, you need to go back to the temple with me now." As he spoke, Gui stretched out his hand to make a seal. Who are you? Did you use magic just now? How did you use it? What's the principle?" At this moment, Tony recovered from his stunned expression and asked curiously. Gui didn't speak, and with the surge of dark energy, the surrounding space quickly turned upside down and disappeared into the laboratory with Bai Yang. What happened? Tony was a little shocked to see the empty experiment. Chapter 87. Hey, Master, you are very skillful in using dark energy. Bai Yang folded his arms and looked at the surrounding environment with a relaxed expression. You'd better go back with me obediently. Gui casually threw out a fan-shaped weapon magic. Hey, don't make me look like another person, okay? I'm your beloved disciple. Bai Yang suddenly said with a grieved expression. You sacrificed the entire Neon Island to obtain dark energy, and you have been bewitched by Dormammu. Gui said in a deep voice. I shouldn't have let you touch the dark dimension in the first place. As she spoke, a trace of regret flashed across her face. But at this time, he can only make up for it as much as possible. If he is allowed to develop, the temple will be destroyed sooner or later, and the earth will be exposed to many dimensions. Hey, come on then, the master rarely taught me. Bai Yang grinned indifferently, put his hands together, then stretched them apart, and a transparent space blade appeared in his hands. In fact, it is the blade of space, which is a transparent and broken glass-like thing. The two didn't move, the space under their feet began to move, and the two quickly came into contact. Ziz! The blade of space made a buzzing sound when it touched Gui's fan-shaped weapon magic. Master, I don't only know magic. Seeing Gui who was close at Chi-Chi, Bai Yang's body was quickly covered with a layer of battle armor. Bang! A hand cannon shot out from the palm of his hand instantly, and Gui retreated quickly, turning his body around to avoid the blow. But just as she landed, a faint blue arc flashed across. The space under Gui's feet quickly turned, degrees, and the blue arc light also quickly disappeared, and then appeared behind Bai Yang. Who? Bai Yang whistled, and the electromagnetic cone stopped instantly. The electromagnetic cone drew several arcs in the air, but Gui had disappeared at this time. Just as Bai Yang turned to look for it, countless Gui suddenly surrounded him. Immediately afterwards, each ancient one simultaneously threw out a scarlet chain. The red chains were extremely fast, densely packed like spider webs, directly binding Bai Yang tightly. Karma-Taj, inside the temple hall. Gu-Yi looked at the sleeping Bai Yang and sighed slightly. What happened to him? Moda stepped forward and asked worriedly. He has a problem with accepting the dark latitude energy. Gu-Yi said calmly without hiding anything. What? When did he read that book? Modu asked in shock, his eyes widened when he heard this. I allowed him to see it. As I said, he is too dangerous. He should not be accepted to learn magic at that time. We shouldn't let him be too deeply involved with the material world. Let him stay in Karma-Taj to practice as much as possible in the future. Gu-Yi said after thinking for a while. After all, Bai Yang is not like Modu and others who have suffered a lot of suffering, and are too easily influenced by the secular world. Abolish his magic, drive him back. Moda suggested, it is difficult for a stubborn person like him to accept a magician who has absorbed the dark latitude. No, we can't abolish it. Even without his hands, he can still create his own magic. Gu-Yi shook his head. Moda fell silent. As for killing Bai Yang, he really couldn't do it. Don't worry, I will always pay attention to him. Gu-Yi said as he watched the young man whose dark circles gradually disappeared. Moda didn't say much, turned around and left the lobby with confusion and anger. After watching Moda leave, Gu-Yi sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly closed his eyes. The mark on his forehead appeared again. The latitude channel was connected, and the Ancient One came to the dark dimension. A big, treacherous and dark face floated in this dead and dark space. Thief, what are you doing here? Dormammu became angry when he saw Gu-Yi, and his tone was certainly not very kind. My disciple sacrificed a country to you. Gu-Zhizhi asked straight to the point. It's just a small island, and it's useless except for some extremely terrifying emotions. Dormammu said disdainfully. Then give him the energy according to the amount. If you let me grab it, it will be more than that. Gu-Yi said lightly. Thief, what are you talking about? Dormammu looked at her angrily, his dark power surged like a fury. Gu-Yi didn't speak, turned and left here. That kid is mine, and one day he will join the dark latitude. Mirror space. Two figures, one fat and one young, sat facing each other, and there was a dining table in the middle, with a lot of delicious Chinese food on it. Where's Master Modu? Brother Cassius has visited me several times, but he hasn't come once, so he forgot about me. Bai Yang took a spoon and put some mapo tofu on the table. Asked with a smile on the rice. He hasn't been seen recently, and you know that he is a rigid person. What you did has a great impact on him. Wang said from the side with rice. Well, I hope he won't do anything to clean up the house. Bai Yang made a small joke. This, probably not. When he hits you, you just need to run far away. Anyway, he won't kill you. At most, he will teach you a lesson. Wang thought for a while and said indifferently. I've got the approval of many dimension controllers now, and he really might not be able to beat me. Bai Yang said without raising his head. Generally speaking, if you want to use some special magic, you must borrow the magic energy of the outer dimension. For example, the source of white magic is Vishanti, who is composed of three gods, Agamotto, Ashatu, and Hogarth, the Trinity. There are also many dimension lords, some easy to talk to, some more difficult to deal with. Even when they are interested, they will give you some little things. If you are unhappy, contact will be cut off. This can be regarded as some limitations on the abilities of magicians. But the above is only after reaching the position of the Supreme Mage before he can communicate with the Lord. Bai Yang is now only recognized by relying on his talent to pass some tests. Although it is said that it is recognized by the Dimension Lord, but even the shadow of a person may not be seen. Of course, some are open to mages. By the way, you didn't buy the ingredients for these dishes from the Celestial Dynasty, did you? Bai Yang asked curiously as he picked up the food. The taste is very different from the Chinese restaurants in beautiful China. This is because of the geographical reasons. The ingredients will also be different, and the taste will of course be different. Yes, because the regions are different, so many times I will go to Xiangjiang to buy vegetables and come back. Wang nodded. After Bai Yang put down the clean rice bowl in his hand, he thought for a while and said, Thank you for the food, Wang, but I have something to do these 2 days, so I might have to sleep for a while. Okay, I wish you success, don't put too much pressure on me. Wang nodded without asking further questions, put away the dishes and left here. After Wang left, the space was apparently silent again. Bai Yang sat cross-legged on the ground, slowly closed his eyes. The surrounding was silent, just like his heart, without distracting thoughts. But he thought of something later, opened his eyes again, and stretched his index finger to the eyeballs. With the touch, a small piece of contact lens stuck to the tip of the index finger and was taken off together. Then followed suit and took off the contact lens in the other eye. Blinked quickly a few times, squeezed out some tears, and then slowly regained clarity. It feels much clearer. I hope this dream won't encounter too bloody scenes. Bai Yang said to himself. I am still very resistant to the bloody scene. I have seen some bloody live videos before and I feel a little uncomfortable. Therefore, after coming to this world, I always wear data glasses in battle. After I have contact lenses, I have been wearing them. Bring it on. It's just that I want to change it now, so that I won't make a fool of myself in front of Tony and others in the future. In his opinion, even if he vomits, he will get used to it once or twice. After finishing these, he slowly closed his eyes. A request to enter the dream. Accepted. I'm about to enter. Please be prepared. This dream is Transformers, with a time ratio of 1 to 1000. After death, you will be forced to exit and cannot enter again. The mechanical female voice sounded in Bai Yang's mind. After more than a year, Bai Yang finally entered the dream world again. The familiar dizziness came again, and Bai Yang's consciousness fell into a brief darkness. In the universe, a mysterious biomechanical race, calling itself the Creator, is constantly trying to create life in the universe. The Creator used some kind of molecular weapon to modify the surface of the planet that gave birth to organic life forms, transforming those organisms into transformable metal, a special metal that can be used to manufacture and repair silicon-based life forms. The Creator used these deformed metals to create the Cybertron star, and later developed the cosmic cube to provide energy for this planet, and created a mechanical life form with self-awareness. Cube is regarded as a sacred object, and it is called 1UN Tinder. Among the Cybertronians created by all the fire sources, the first 7 Supremes united to establish the Supreme Dynasty and unified the planet Cybertron. But before that, the Creator also experimentally created another huge mechanical metal planet, but due to a wrong experiment, this planet had self-awareness and became the Emperor of the universe. In the early days of the establishment of the Supreme Dynasty, it has been fighting against the Emperor of the universe, and finally defeated him with the power of the fire source, and isolated the consciousness of the Emperor of the universe, pushed his body to the edge of the galaxy, and was finally captured by the gravity of the sun, and began to surround him stably. It orbits and is constantly wrapped by matter to form a new planet, the Earth. But the energy of the fire source has also been exhausted, and the 7 Supremes reversely developed an energy crystal through the fire source, which can create mechanical life again, but it needs star-level energy. But when preparing to build a star harvester on the Earth to mine solar energy, because of the existence of life on the Earth, the 7 Supremes had a disagreement. Zhen Tianzuan, one of the 7 heavens, betrayed the Supreme Dynasty, and finally a civil war broke out. End of this chapter. Chapter 88, Transformers. The 7 Supremes all disappeared during the battle on Earth, and the star harvesting device was also hidden. The leader matrix that opened the device also disappeared together. With the disappearance of the 7 Supreme Beings, a more violent civil war broke out in Cybertron for energy crystals. Among all the factions, the Deceptors, under Zhen Tianzuan's command, are the strongest faction, and they are also the most promising faction to unify Cybertron. However, the news of Zhen Tianzuan's betrayal of the Supreme Dynasty brought many small factions together and formed the Autobot Alliance. The leader is the descendant of 2 of the 7 Supremes, Optimus Prime and Royal Natural Enemy. Under the leadership of the 2 of them, the Autobots rebelled against the rule of the Decepticons. In the perennial civil war, the Autobots were still defeated by the Decepticons. For this reason, Optimus Prime had no choice but to launch the fire source into the deep space of the universe. The Royal Enemy leaked the news to Megatron. Megatron, who was chasing away, was hit by a meteorite halfway and crashed at the North Pole of the Earth. In the middle of the 19th century, the ancestor of the Vitvich family fell into the depths of the ice in a disaster and fell on the palm of Megatron. He accidentally touched the tracking device of Megatron. Megatron will reveal the source of the fire. The fallen map was engraved on the captain's glasses, and the captain passed it on to Sam as a relic from generation to generation. In modern society, members of the Decepticons and Autobots all came to the Earth and began to compete for the source of fire. Megatron had awakened from the Hoover Dam at this time. Los Angeles. Boom. Bang, ah. Help. Please, da-da-da. The noisy explosions and human screams of fear reached Bai Yang's mind first. He opened his eyes, and what came into view was a corpse crushed under the falling rocks. His face was scorched and he couldn't see his appearance clearly, but he heard his faint cry for help just now. It was a man. A burnt-like smell entered Bai Yang's nostrils, and he saw the remains of severed limbs next to him, and the blood vessels and nerves inside were wriggling like maggots. The blood stained the ground with blood-red patterns, fuzzy flesh and blood hit his pupils. A strong sense of discomfort swept over the abdomen and throat in an instant. His stomach rolled, his throat tightened, and he wanted to vomit instantly. Wow. He couldn't hold back after all, bent over and opened his mouth wide to spit it out. The surrounding area was still full of gunfire. Bai Yang looked away with a pale complexion, and looked around. He was on a street right now, surrounded by people running in a panic, screaming loudly, releasing their inner fear of death. The buildings are also missing one piece, the ground is full of potholes, gravel is everywhere, and the sound of car tires rubbing against the ground is extremely harsh. There are abandoned cars and burning ruins everywhere. The sound of the missile piercing the air passed by Bai Yang's ears, followed by another violent explosion. There was the hum of helicopter propellers in the air. A giant red and blue robot passed in front of him, 30 feet tall. Humans are like kittens in front of him. The whole street was engulfed in gunpowder. No detection, no warning. Bai Yang, who had removed his tactical contact lenses, looked at this scene with a pale complexion, and slowly stabilized his mind. Hey, buddy, why are you still standing there? Run away. When a curly-haired boy passed by him, he kindly reminded him, and then fled here in a hurry. Bai Yang let out a long breath, bent over and came to a shaded place. The tattoo of the umbrella symbol on the back of his hand spread rapidly, enveloping his whole body. This time, Topol does not have a splash screen rendering mode. Not far away is a temporary trench, and behind it are all soldiers with guns. They are attacking a robot with tank tracks on its shoulders and hands that look like excavators. Bai Yang glanced around, and suddenly, on the street, among a small piece of ruins, he saw a cube with mysterious patterns on it, like an art exhibit. Sensing the huge energy inside, he quickly ran towards it. At the same time, there was a young man and a yellow robot running past, but the yellow robot's legs seemed to be damaged, so it could only crawl over by dragging its body with its hands. According to the speed, Bai Yang is confident to get the cube before it. But at this moment, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a man holding a little girl and running in a panic on the street. While escaping, he did not forget to protect the girl's head with his hands. Gunpowder smoke filled the surroundings, but Bai Yang could still see a huge black and gray robot about to fly towards them. Bai Yang gritted his teeth, and continued to move towards the cube. The huge robot was getting closer and closer to the father and daughter, and if they were hit by this huge robot, there was no doubt that they would die immediately. The huge shadow completely covered the father and daughter. The man glanced back, and then he didn't want to throw the daughter out of his arms. Bang. The man only heard a loud noise, but the pain didn't hit for a long time. Hey, your daughter is going to cry. A slightly frivolous voice reached his ears. Hearing his daughter, he hastily opened his eyes. Then he was stunned. A tall red and blue figure appeared in front of him, but what shocked him most was a round yellow magic shield in front of the opponent, which blocked the flying robot from outside. Your daughter really cried this time. Bai Yang dispersed the magic circle and took a few steps back. The robot fell to the ground, and the ground shook slightly. Father. The little girl threw herself at her father in disgrace. He reacted, quickly hugged his daughter, and after comforting him, he looked curiously at the mysterious man who suddenly appeared, and he could see that his face had red compound eyes, and there were few blue stripes like a work of art, and a long red line extended from the opponent's right hand at this time, and behind it was the residual magical energy when it dissipated. The long red line on the right hand shrank suddenly, and a cube was dragged over with the tail attached. The bumblebee, who was about to reach for the tinder, just watched it disappear under his hands. Sam Witwicky also stared blankly at the sudden situation. The two of them followed the red line at the same time, and saw the humanoid creature in red and blue tights. I think you should take your daughter and leave here as soon as possible. Bai Yang, who got the cube, tilted his head and said to the father and daughter. Thank you. The man came to his senses, looked at Bai Yang gratefully, and hurriedly left here with his daughter in his arms. Sam trotted over at this moment, and said anxiously to him, Who are you? Give me that thing quickly. I'm taking care of this thing for the time being. Bai Yang shook the cube in his hand and said directly. No, that thing is dangerous, you can't grasp it, do you know those robots? They all want this thing, we must give it to the military as soon as possible. Not necessarily. Bai Yang said, reappearing a red energy rope in his hand, wrapping around the leg of the robot who just got up behind him, and then pulling it, the robot fell to the ground again. Hey, kid, I'm not a bad person. I'm here to help you. When Iron Sheet fell to the ground, he quickly explained. At this time, Megatron, who had just blown the Iron Sheet into the air, also rushed here. Bai Yang looked at Megatron's approaching figure, looked around, and found that they were all wrecked cars, thought for a while and quickly came to Tin Hood, and then said, You are an Autobot, hurry up and turn into a car. Why, you should hand him over to Sam. Ironhide stretched out his huge mechanical hand to grab the human wrapped in red and blue leather in front of him. Bai Yang directly jumped over his palm, jumped in front of him and impatiently kicked the parts on his body, threatening to throw a cube at Megatron who was getting closer. Hurry up, or I will kill this, throw it to him. You really have no manners at all. Ironhide's rough voice came out, and then the parts of the whole body changed in an orderly manner like a living thing, and quickly turned into a GM Jimmy Top-Kick convertible pickup truck. Seeing the changing car in front of him, Bai Yang's eyes lit up. End of this chapter. Chapter 89, Guidance. Bai Yang quickly got into the car with the cube in his arms, and sat on the driver's seat. Give me the control, I'll drive, you just need to assist. He said to Iron Skin while holding the steering wheel. Boy, are you questioning my skills? Iron Skin was also the first time he encountered such an arrogant human being. Hurry up, turn on your radar and detect the direction with less traffic. Bai Yang hammered the steering wheel, simultaneously start the driving chip system. In the northwest direction, behind you. Although I don't know who you are, I think you should have a better attitude. Otherwise, I will teach you a lesson. After Tie-Hide finished speaking, he did not forget to warn. Bai Yang ignored him, directly shifted into reverse gear, stepped on the accelerator, turned the steering wheel, and slammed on the brakes. A series of operations went like flowing water, and the car turned around directly. Hey. That guy Megatron is right there, what are you going to do? Ironhide's panicked voice came from inside the car. Don't hold back. After speaking, the dull sound of the accelerator came out. Bai Yang expanded the detection range of the sensors on the red compound eyes, predicting attacks in the surrounding area. The brakes were released suddenly, and the Jimmy pickup ran out like a black wild horse. Facing the pickup truck rushing forward, Megatron directly raised his fist and threw it down. No. He's going to hit me. Ironhide said in panic. Bai Yang's face was serious, he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the moment his fist fell, he braked suddenly and turned the steering wheel at the same time. The tires on one side of the vehicle are directly off the ground. The brakes are released and the gas pedal is pressed. The pickup evaded the punch with a sideways turn, and passed under Megatron. Woohoo! God, this is amazing! Survival Tippy cheered excitedly. At this moment, Bai Yang slammed on the brakes again and dodged a missile. Do you have smoke? No, I only have buckshot. Continue to report the route, I want to lead them to the suburbs. Bai Yang said after turning suddenly and dodging a missile. Turn right at the intersection 500 meters ahead, pay attention to the traffic lights. Oh, all the Decepticons are chasing after us. Tai Pai said excitedly. At this time, two fighters appeared in the sky, Megatron and Starscream. They fired missiles at pickup trucks on the road in an attempt to stop them. Although the speed of the Jimsy pickup truck transformed from Iron Sheet is not very fast, its shell is supported by a steel alloy containing radiated carbon fiber, and its defense is very good. Bai Yang drove the Iron Sheet and flew between the cities. Behind him, two fighter jets were also looking for his position between the buildings, launching missiles to block him. But with the jungle-like buildings as cover, Bai Yang easily guided them, and the military uniforms also rushed to Los Angeles at this time, intercepting Megatron and Starscream in the air. For a while, Bai Yang's pressure was greatly relieved, and he chatted with Tai-Pai. "Hey big truck, what's your name?" "My name is Tippy. You are really amazing, boy. How about I be your guardian?" Tippy said excitedly. "No, you should follow your big brother." Bai Yang pursed his lips and refused. "Boy, you refused, you will regret it for the rest of your life, you know." Tai-Pai said in shock, like a little girl who got rejected. "Then you want me to modify you? You don't even have a laser guidance system, it's too much." "Impossible, how can my body be messed with by you humans?" Tai-Pai refused without thinking. "You ask me to reform it, so that I can be as strong as the leader Optimus Prime you mentioned," Bai Yang said seductively. Ironhide. He was a little moved. Just when he was about to say something, Optimus Prime's voice suddenly came from inside the car. "Tinhide, where are you taking that human?" Optimus Prime turned into a Peterbilt heavy-duty truck and followed behind, blocking Megatron in the sky. "No, it's not me driving, it's this kid, I don't know where he jumped out of. But his technique is really good, I like it very much." Ironhide responded, but the words were a little hard to describe. If it wasn't for this guy being a car, Bai Yang would have jumped off the car. "I'm going northeast to the suburb of Tyre. It's a suburb and it's empty. If you want to fight, it's a good location." Bai Yang did not forget to respond after making a sharp turn. "Hey, can you hear me? I'm Sam, who are you and why are you taking that thing?" At this time, Sam's words also came in. "Give me." There were some noises over there, and then someone changed. "Listen, I don't care who you are, please return the thing in your hand as soon as possible, that thing is very important to us. Let me say." For a moment, all of Iron Skin's communications were occupied, and there was a lot of noise. Tai-Pai, quickly turn off your communication, it's too noisy, Bai Yang said with a frown. "Okay." Ironhide also felt a little noisy, and turned off the communication. In the rear, robots such as Autobots and Decepticons all headed in the direction of the Iron Sheet, accompanied by the sound of bombing and the sound of falling stones. In this way, after Bai Yang drove the Iron Sheet around a few streets, he finally came to the Tyre district. This is a small hill, which is also a villa area, surrounded by trees, and the birds on the trees were all frightened by the explosion and flew away from here. "Hey, there's no way ahead." At this time, a black pickup truck galloped out of a section of bushes like a beast. Then, trampling on the decorative vegetation, the car stopped on a vast lawn, which seemed to be a golf course, and the marked flag could be seen not far away. "Which one do you think came here first, your leader Optimus Prime or the members of the Decepticons?" Bai Yang opened the car door and got out of the car, and asked the Iron Sheet beside him that was beginning to deform. No one responded. Bai Yang turned around suspiciously. At this moment, Tai-Pai looked at him with his head down and a puzzled expression on his face. "I just asked you to turn off the remote communication. I didn't tell you to turn off the communication for receiving messages." Bai Yang pointed to his ear speechlessly, signaling him to turn on the communication function. Seeing Bai Yang's movements, he suddenly realized, "Oh, sorry, what did you say?" But at this moment, a hum of propellers came from the sky. "Okay, the answer has come out." Bai Yang shrugged helplessly when he saw the sky, and it was the army's armed helicopter that arrived first. It looks like the Decepticons were probably intercepted by the Autobots. The armed helicopter slowly landed in front of one person and one car, and the propellers lowered the surrounding lawn. The soft lawn seemed to be made of rejoicing hair. But just as it landed on the ground, there was another burst of air breaking in the sky. The unique jet sound could tell that it was a fighter jet. End of this chapter, Chapter 90. The moment the sound of the fighter plane resounded in the sky, Tai-Pai quickly stretched out his palm and grabbed Bai Yang, then rolled sideways and hit aside. Then, as a missile with a white tail struck, the helicopter that had just landed was directly engulfed in flames, and the impact of the explosion quickly spread to the surroundings with heat waves. Boom, boom. Tippy hugged Bai Yang tightly and rolled a few times on the ground, avoiding the blow. The wreckage of the helicopter explosion burst into flames and burned across the vast lawn. An F-122 Raptor turned into a humanoid machine and landed on the ground at low altitude, and then a treacherous voice sounded, "Tinhide, why do you want to protect these ants like humans? Boy, hurry up and get out of here with the cube." Iron Skin seemed to have been injured in the explosion just now, and stretched out his mechanical claws weakly to put Bai Yang on the ground, then turned around and looked vigilantly at the land not far away. Red spiders. It doesn't matter, you recover as soon as possible, I will block you for a while first. Bai Yang said, coming in front of him. Human, since you want to die, then follow him to destroy. Starscream rushed towards Bai Yang while running with his palm like a spider's spear. No, kid, get out of here quickly, the source of fire seeds cannot be taken away by them. Bai Yang didn't pay attention to him, he drew a circle with his hands and chanted a spell at the same time. A small orange-red magic circle formed in front of him. But this seems to be unable to stop the huge Starscream at all. Before Starscream stretched out its claws, it ruthlessly grabbed the iron sheet it wanted to protect. At this moment, Bai Yang pointed his hands at the direction of Starscream and pushed out violently. The circular orange-red magic circle expanded rapidly, directly blocking the blow. Shield of Seraphim. Bang. Starscream's attack was blocked. What is this? He was taken a step back by the shock, looking at the huge magic circle in front of him and said. Magic. Bai Yang said lightly as he scattered the shield of Seren. But I have already started to complain in my heart, the borrowed energy is not enough, this is too stingy. He didn't want to go up to fight these iron skins with the Weiss-handy holy sword. Moreover, the space here has many different rules and attributes from Marvel's Earth, and some magic patterns simply don't work here. Starscream was a little afraid of this unknown power, and with his cunning character, he didn't rush over immediately. Fortunately, at this time Megatron's changed plane dragged Optimus Prime to this place. After the two landed, they separated quickly. Megatron retreated in front of Starscream, and Optimus Prime retreated in front of Ironhide. Bai Yang looked at Optimus Prime's tall figure, and looked at Iron Skin. I think if you want to be as strong as your boss, it's not bad to increase your height. Optimus Prime also glanced at the mysterious man who suddenly appeared, and it sounds like he should be a human being. Thank you for your help, but now please leave with the fire source as soon as possible, and we will protect you. He raised his mask on his cheeks and entered a fighting state. Humans don't deserve to live. At this time, Megatron said from the opposite side. It's up to humans to decide. Then you die with them. Megatron's hand quickly transformed into a huge gun barrel, aiming at Bai Yang's position. Exterminate together. Bang. While Megatron was still accumulating energy, a series of sparks flashed across his body, and Optimus Prime directly shot him off. Optimus Prime was fighting too at this time, and Ironhide was supporting him, but Ironhide quickly recovered and joined the battle again, reducing the pressure on Optimus Prime. But Bai Yang's goal at this time has been achieved, and he directly walked away from these fighting robots and came to an open space. The battle suit on his body turned into a part to wrap the cube. After the backpack formed a backpack, Bai Yang stretched out his left hand, thumb, index finger, and middle finger, with the palm facing the air in front of him. The right hand began to draw a circle, using magic to communicate the space of this world. But it seems that because of the different rules, the teleportation circle has not appeared for a long time. No way, Bai Yang tried his first method of learning the portal, and slightly changed the magic description. Behind him, at this time, several robots came and fought with each other. The earth was lifted up by the explosion everywhere, the ground trembled, and fireworks splashed all over the scene. There is also the sound of cursing in the middle. Bai Yang still communicated with the space as if there was nothing else, and felt that there were some signs of it. What is he doing? A tall and hot woman looked at Bai Yang's behavior with a puzzled expression on the opposite side of the battle. I don't know, but we have to go there quickly. The things are in his hands. Sam pulled her around the battle circle and headed towards Bai Yang's position. It's almost done, it's almost done. Bai Yang was holding a mechanical wreck with one hand at this time, and the two hands continued to turn in front of him, and the space in front of him gradually fluctuated. Along with a trace of silver lines getting bigger and bigger, finally, a silver-white mechanical portal appeared in front of Bai Yang's ground. Pretty. Bai Yang exclaimed excitedly. I'm going first, I have a chance to meet you again, Ironhide. Tilting his head, he shouted to Ironhide who was fighting, and then crossed the portal. Wait, wait. The two of Sam managed to get around, and when they saw that he was about to leave, they shouted quickly. But as Bai Yang stepped in, the mechanical portal also disappeared. The two rushed to nothing. A look of bewildered. What is this? Under the watchful eyes of many robots, the mysterious human just disappeared in front of them. All the robots stopped fighting and stared blankly at the place where Bai Yang disappeared. No. What is this? Megatron was also numb, desperately working hard, and his fire source was gone like this. Tinhide, do you know who that guy is? Is he a magician? Jazz asked curiously. No, I don't know him, but he said he is a scientist, and I want him to reform me. He left me and ran away. Tinhide stomped his feet angrily. Are you still discussing this? He took away the fire source. We can't go back without the fire source, you two idiots. The ambulance yelled at the two of them. But Megatron saw that the fire source was gone, and prepared to turn around and leave here. But at this moment, bursts of explosions and fireworks erupted from him and his men. Bang. Bang. There were dense explosions on the Decepticons. In the sky, the human F-122 Raptor Air Force has surrounded this place, and they covered most of the firepower on Megatron's body. Optimus Prime and the Autobots also reacted quickly, and attacked the Decepticons to prevent them from escaping. During the battle, seeing that the situation was not good, Starscream directly turned into a fighter jet and escaped by holding on to the wreckage. Under the siege of Optimus Prime and Raptor fighter jets, Megatron became near death. Was directly arrested. End of this chapter. Chapter 91. The incident in Los Angeles has temporarily come to an end. The leader of the Decepticons, Megatron, is captured, as the humans and the Autobots win. But as the victorious party, there is no joy at this moment, because the source of fire has disappeared. Sam and others watched what was happening on the street above in front of a computer screen. Panic crowds and a battlefield where bullets are flying can be seen in the picture. At this time, it can be seen in the screen that a human with a red body and blue stripes suddenly appeared on the street. Then the picture on the screen was divided into two parts. One was the position of the cube, and the other was the position of a father and daughter. At first, he could see that the other party was heading towards the source of the fire, but he hesitated halfway, and then released a red energy whip in his hand and threw it directly at the source of the fire, entwining it. And he himself became an afterimage, standing in front of the father and daughter at the moment of crisis, and then the source of fire also came into his hands. Afterwards, the Iron Sheet carried the mysterious man to lure the Decepticons away, and through various thrilling actions in the middle, the battle was transferred to a remote suburb. After arriving at the suburban location, images of that mysterious man became rare. From the screen, we can see that this person does not use known high-tech, and the appearance of the suit looks like a creature, because we have detected biological characteristics on it. Maybe he is not human. An officer stood before the big screen was projected. There were several static pictures on it. One was a red energy whip, and the other was a defensive magic circle. But we contacted the father and daughter. The words he spoke were obviously human language, and both of them were convinced that he was a human being. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's look at this thing that looks like a magic circle. On the screen, Bai Yang, the picture of the shield of Seraphim is enlarged, and the magic circle can be clearly seen. Yes, we also saw that the other party just opened the door and disappeared. Sam, who was at the scene, raised his hand and spoke. He must be a magician. The Hot Fox said with certainty. After all, there are alien creatures, and the magician is not unacceptable. Magic is the only explanation, because his methods simply violate the laws of physics. The scientist who was invited by the military also shook his head helplessly. But what does he want the fire source for? This is what worries me the most. Agent Simon, who had a long face, said worriedly. Anyway, we must find him. Use satellites to find him. Sorry, the 7th District has been disbanded at this time. Shit. Optimus Prime has issued a call to space. They can help find it. Sam looked at the several Autobots standing outside the tent on the big yellow peak. After a few days. At this time, Megatron has been imprisoned in the prison of the naval base, and the Autobots have also established a cooperative relationship with the military, but they share information. But obviously, there is no relevant information about the mysterious person, but all the information points to magic. Optimus Prime discovered that human beings themselves may not be simple. At this time, Bai Yang appeared in the office of the KSI Company headquarters. Mr. Joshua, I have a proposal, maybe you will be interested, said a young man with dark eyes wearing a white coat sitting on an office chair. Opposite him was a bald middle-aged man wearing an expensive suit, glasses, and a sexy stubble. To be honest, seeing him reminded Bai Yang of that guy Abade. Your name is Snow Jacob. I remember you. If you have anything to say, just say it. I have a meeting later. He nodded and looked at him with interest. The other party is a scientist hired by his company. He is very talented in the study of biomechanics and has created high value for the company. Feel free to be happy to spare a little time for him. Sir, you should know about the robot battle that happened in Warner District a few days ago. Yes, some of our stuff was destroyed in the meantime. He nodded. What I noticed was a mysterious person among them, the men with the red and blue coat. Joshua looked at the other party suspiciously. He didn't know this yet. But he is going to meet with someone from the Intelligence Bureau today, and it will be clear when the time comes. Go on. He nodded. I can be sure that he is a human being. His biological suit is exactly what I am researching, but it has always been in the conceptual stage, and now I have a real thing. Therefore, I want to study it, if possible. Bai Yang rubbing his hands together, the following words are self-evident. I'll think about it, and I'll reply to you this week, okay? Joshua thought for a while, and said after getting accurate information from the intelligence agency, see if it's worth looking into. Okay, then I'll wait for your reply. Bai Yang was not in a hurry, nodded and left the office. After Bai Yang left, Joshua also got up and walked towards the conference room. Snow Jacob, male, 28 years old, one of the important scientists of KSI Company, mainly researches bionic machinery. Many extremely sensitive sensors have been invented. Many cars and factories will choose to buy, and the military will also order specifically, which has brought great benefits to the company. A middle-aged man in a black suit had been waiting in the conference room for a long time. When he saw Joshua coming, he enthusiastically went forward to greet him. He came to find Joshua for cooperation about the robot a few days ago. Many times, in order to make money, they will choose to cooperate with businessmen. They can get funds from the state and bribes from businessmen without spending their own money on research. The president of KSI has been cooperating with them for a long time, and he is also researching biomechanics. Of course, they thought of him at the first time. The two started chatting about the robot's body, and soon the price. In this regard, the two are also familiar with each other, and directly negotiated the contract. By the way, Mr. Snow just found me. He said that he saw a person with red and blue stripes at the scene, and said that his surface was covered with a layer of biological machine. Do you have any information about this thing? Snow. Oh, the one who joined your company a few years ago. How did he find out? The intelligence officer asked curiously. You must know that they also made a lot of tests based on the images. As for Snow, he also met because of the military's need for sensors. He has been researching this aspect, and it seems that he really has it. Joshua was also a little surprised. Yes, he took the things that the robots were fighting for. I heard he was a magician. Magician. Hey, it must be some high technology. That's all I can tell you. I will send those alien corpses over as soon as possible after the formalities are completed. He left here after speaking. End of this chapter. Chapter 92, KSI Corporation. The next day, an intellectual beauty in business attire found Bai Yang in the laboratory. Hello, your project application has been approved. I will be your assistant in the future. If you need anything, you can find me. He came to Bai Yang with a folder in his arms and smiled. The professional attire perfectly highlighted her figure, and the burgundy wavy hair and attractive red lips looked very sexy. My name is Snow Jacob. Bai Yang handed out the chip in his hand, got up and shook hands with her and asked. My name is Sheila. Then should I still study here? After the two let go, Bai Yang continued to ask. Yes, if there is not enough space, you can apply for expansion. You should also make a list of equipment for me as soon as possible. Okay, what's your email? I'll send it to you as soon as it's finished. *** at gamel.com, she finished, and continued, the boss also asked me to pass on a word to you. If your research is fruitful, he will give you a bigger project. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Bai Yang raised his eyebrows. If this big project is not bad, it should be the research of transformers. The two exchanged a few words again, and Bai Yang agreed to have dinner with him before ending the conversation. The person arranged by the system this time looks uniquely sexy to a man, with deep eye sockets and a resolute complexion, still very attractive to women. After she left, Bai Yang took out his computer and began to replan the laboratory. In about 2 months, the construction of the laboratory was finally completed. Because of the need to test the shooting range, the laboratory has been expanded a lot. Instruments and other aspects were also bought, some of which did not meet the requirements. Bai Yang had to try his best to make them himself. So it took 2 months before the laboratory was officially completed. Bai Yang came to a closed research room, and the fire source appeared in his hands out of thin air. The energy on the earth does not need to be borrowed, but depends on how you use it. The magic of the portal is one's own understanding of the universe and spiritual power. Some subtle operations don't need to consume too much energy. As for the zoom-in moves, it must consume more. Sometimes magic is indeed much more convenient than technology. Just like now, after a certain analysis of the space in this world, you can create a small space to store items, which can be regarded as a miniature version of the mirror space. Therefore, it is best to understand the principles when learning something, or else change the world and change the rules and space, then you will be caught blind. After the laboratory was built, Bai Yang began to study the source of fire. As the sacred object of Cybertron, the source of fire seeds, the 7 gods are also built by the energy of the source of fire seeds. But after the creation of the 7 celestials, most of the energy has been consumed, so the remaining Cybertronians are all created by energy crystals. The manufacturing method of the energy crystal is also developed through the reverse research and development of the fire source. Use the star harvester device to absorb star energy, create energy crystals, and then create Cybertronians. There is one on the Earth, which was originally used by the fallen King Kong Gentian to absorb the energy of Mars, but it was organized by the other 6 Supremes, and before they died, they sealed the key leader matrix. And the fire source can turn the machinery on the Earth into a robot, from inorganic to organic. The reason why Megatron obtained the source of fire is to transform the machines all over the world into robots, so as to rule the Earth. Now, Bai Yang's first step is to decipher the language of Cybertron, which not only contains a huge amount of energy for transforming metals, but also contains most of the information of Cybertron civilization. The location information of the boss matrix is also included in it. Similarly, the technology of Cybertron is far more than that. The space bridge device developed by S.H.I.E.L.D consists of a main control column and hundreds of energy columns. After the setting is completed, it can teleport a planet. However, the space transmission device that Bai Yang learned in the Supermarine Corps can only transmit a large truck at most, and he has never tried it no matter how big it is. But if he wants to make such a large space device for experiments, he really doesn't have that much money, still poor. But the research on the biological coat still needs to be continued. After all, an explanation must be given to the company, and after the deciphering of the fire source is completed, it is necessary to learn the technology of Cybertron. The biological code is still very simple for Bai Yang, but he wants to create a robotic reproductive device in the way of the source of fire. The awareness side is a bit of a surprise. Bai Yang studies the source of fire during the day, and at night, his soul goes out of his body, and he begins to practice magic. 2 years passed in a flash. On the Earth. An abandoned factory, surrounded by lush plants and overgrown with weeds, it can be seen that no one has been here for a long time. But today is extraordinarily lively. Armed helicopters began to land one after another, and from time to time on the road not far away, people dressed as special forces approached the abandoned factory with guns in their hands. A Gypsy black pickup is also driving towards here. Ironhide, reach Area E. A soldier with a gun patted his hood and said. After the words fell, the black pickup truck began to change, and all the internal parts began to work, arms, hands, legs, face. Accompanied by the clear sound of mechanical rotation and the centrifugal force of the rotation, a humanoid robot appeared on the spot. There is a circle of ammunition hanging on the arm, and there is a yellow energy device rotating inside. I smell it, he's here. He sniffed the air, and a dull voice came from it. There were about 100 soldiers who arrived, and some of them started to detect the warehouse with detectors. But the strange thing is that many of the soldiers walking in the front are followed by some mechanical creatures. There are mechanical cats, mechanical tigers, and snakes. Following the order, they held guns and started heading towards the energy source. Be alert, it's ahead, the inspector said into the headset. At this time, a group of soldiers has already approached a piece of circular hollow column building materials. Just as they approached vigilantly, the excavator hidden behind the building materials suddenly began to deform. The destroyer transformed quickly, and the moment it was completed, it smashed down with 2 fists at the soldiers' positions. Bang! The ground in front of him splashed like a stream of water, completely cover up the soldiers in front. But at this moment, against the impact, a silver figure climbed onto the arm of the destroyer and followed the trend. "Janice, we're going." Inside the silver armor, a young man said to himself. "No problem. But you have to give me better engine oil when you go back." A mechanical girl came out of the silver armor and responded to him. "I'll give it to you when I get back, let's deal with this big guy first." Then, out of the dust, a few men in armor reappeared, everyone saying hello before going on stage. It's coming. End of this chapter, chapter 93. There are people from all countries in the armor. Immediately, they bit the saboteur like vicious dogs. Some are equipped with firearms, while others are cold weapons with blue light, swords, samurai swords, spears, these are all made of plasma weapons. A cut was easily made on the destroyer's body. Although it was a little insignificant, the wound continued to expand all the time. Wearing biological mechs, they flexibly flowed around the huge body of the destroyer like a group of ruthless lumberjacks, dividing this big tree. The army in the rear also surrounded the area and used cover to prevent the opponent from escaping. Plasma cannons with blue light can be seen in the hands of individual people. What is this? Go away. Dirty ants. The saboteur irritatedly drove the reptile-like human body away, but his clumsy movements were nimbly dodged by him, and it had no effect at all. Sparks were flying from the saboteurs, some from armored soldiers, others from light artillery with long-range cover. Its 2 huge tires were completely destroyed at this time, and there was no way to escape. The escape route has been cut off. Death is doomed. The Autobots, such as Iron Man, who was in charge of town, watched the scene with complicated expressions outside. He was not optimistic about the biological armor made by humans before. For them, human technology is very backward, and without heavy weapons, it is difficult to cause devastating damage to the Decepticons. It was imitated according to the biological model of their Cybertronians. He looked down on it even more. But now, watching the huge destroyer gradually fall down, like a lion surrounded by a group of hyenas, his heart is a little complicated. At the same time, there is a new understanding of human intelligence. But Optimus Prime was a little puzzled. He felt the breath of the fire source on these armors. Although it was very subtle, he could still feel it vaguely. Soon, under the attack of the army and the armor experiment team, the saboteur gradually died, and his head was pierced by a black Lioha gun. Lioha Big Gun, the king of cold weapons. It's so handsome. It's a pity that I haven't found anyone who recognizes me. A soldier next to the iron sheet said enviously, looking at the retreating armored team, then start to follow up and do the finishing work together. After confirming the death of the Decepticon King Kong, everyone began finishing work, transporting the corpse and confirming the casualties. Although a person wearing a battle armor is very flexible, fighting on such a huge robot is like dancing on the tip of a gun, and it is inevitable that there will be casualties. But everyone's eyes are shining brightly at this time, because after this experiment, except for heavy weapons, they finally have the means to fight against these robots alone. Everyone stepped forward and began to disassemble it, then loaded it into a large truck and headed for Los Angeles. In the past 2 years, as Optimus Prime issued a call to the universe on the Earth, meteorites often fell on the Earth, and the Autobots came to the Earth one by one, but the members of the Decepticons followed closely. The military, on the other hand, began to cooperate with the Autobots headed by Optimus Prime to hunt down the members of the Decepticons on the Earth. At the same time, the magician plan was opened, look for that red figure and the source of fire all over the globe, but so far still nothing. The mysterious man with red and blue stripes is called a magician by them. The same is true for the Decepticons, hacking into electronic devices everywhere to find news about the mysterious person that day. Until now there is no hair. For a time, more and more Cybertronians appeared on the Earth. As time went by, some people in the military became dissatisfied, because Optimus Prime was not willing to share technology with them. When fighting the Decepticons, they could only rely on the Autobots. So someone thought of Megatron being held in a naval base. The politicians who proposed to keep the Decepticons also had this in mind. But now, after all, they are cooperating with Optimus Prime and other Autobots. If they are connected with Megatron, it is easy to cause a breakup, which is not a very wise choice for their human side. They also found that Optimus Prime hid not only technical aspects from them, but also a lot of other information. The same is true for human beings themselves. Therefore, the reason why the two sides can cooperate is only because they have a common enemy. As far as the people on Earth are concerned, both the Autobots and the Decepticons are invaders. But in March of the following year, things took a turn for the better. The politicians of the Intelligence Bureau sent up a report about the biological warfare armor. Based on the corpses of these time Decepticons, KSI has developed a biological armor that can be worn by humans. And developed plasma weapons. The military general in charge of the Cybertronians quickly issued an order to contact the KSI company to conduct experiments on the biological warfare armor. However, the experiment found that the biological armor has its own thoughts, and can only be worn unless approved. Fortunately, KSI has selected good people to test. After the test, the strength and speed of the person wearing the biological armor have been greatly improved, directly become a superhuman existence. And with plasma weapons, the power has also been greatly improved. It is useless to shoot bullets for a long time as before. But there are also disadvantages. The armor has its own consciousness and needs to choose its own master. The material also needs the corpses of the Cybertronians, which also put an end to the idea of promoting the entire army. But there are more advantages than disadvantages: flexible and changeable, adapt to various deformations, and strengthen all attributes. One-hit kill. Food requires energy blocks and oil. In doing so, they also remembered the creator of the biological armor, Snow Jacobs, chief scientist of KSI Corporation. The saboteur's body was quickly escorted to the Los Angeles military base. After the officer in charge of this operation reported the scene of the battle, the general in charge of such incidents was very excited. This means they are no longer dependent on the Autobots. This general looks a bit like a Russian, and his thinning hair is a little yellow. Maybe this hair is his most precious thing, but recently regarding the situation of the Cybertronians, his precious hair still inevitably falls out a lot. He excitedly said to the politician next to him, "Mr. Kelly, I need to meet the creator of this biological armor in person. If this corpse can be approved as soon as possible, we can start now." He said, looking at the soldiers who were unloading. "Now many dead King Kong's corpses will be transported to KSI Company, who let others have research results. Okay, I'll approve it directly here, we can go there first, I want to meet him in person," he said eagerly. "No problem, but don't forget to settle my account. Because this is an experiment, the money for the purchase is still deducted from his pocket." However, no matter what the results of the experiment were, both parties would return the money to him, and he wasn't very worried about being repudiated. The general took an adjutant and a politician from the Intelligence Bureau to the headquarters of KSI in a car. End of this chapter. Chevron_left Chapter 94, Conversation. KSI Corporate Headquarters. Central Laboratory. Joshua, the company's president, stands in front of a red robotic leopard. This robot leopard has a gorgeous appearance, the red exterior is inlaid with luxurious golden stripes, and the overall lines look very elegant. "Isn't it okay for you to follow me? I'm your boss's boss." He rubbed his chin and asked suspiciously. "You're so ugly." The gorgeous-looking robot leopard in front of him replied, lying on the ground with an expression of not wanting to talk to him. "You still care about your appearance?" Joshua didn't understand. A biological battle suit turned out to be a good-looking party. "Yes, I only like my boss's masculine men," she said shyly, covering her face with her paws like a human being. Joshua glanced at Bai Yang, who was working, and then at himself. He didn't say anything, but silently turned his head away from the red robot leopard in front of him. He came to Bai Yang and watched him fiddle with a high-speed rotating blue arc. Noticing him coming, Bai Yang turned his head and asked, "How was the conversation going?" "It's pretty good. It's just not very good looking. Just wait until you make some and show me," he said with a somewhat unnatural expression. "Maybe I can create a battle suit for you, but it may require energy consumption," Bai Yang said with a smile. He also created the arc reactor, but did not sell it. "No, I believe you will be able to create a biological suit that suits me, preferably with a sexy female voice. Who can refuse a steel suit with a sexy voice?" It depends on luck. Bai Yang said helplessly. It's okay, I can wait. By the way, General Addison will come over in a while. You write a detailed report as soon as possible. Our big customer is coming. After he told Bai Yang, he left the laboratory, but arrived at the door, he still glanced unwillingly at the red mechanical leopard. In more than a year, Bai Yang has deciphered the Cybertron information on the fire source, and also roughly understood the operation mode of the internal energy. Therefore, he asked Joshua to buy some Decepticon corpses from the military, extract the biometal from them, and create a small biological armor again. And after deciphering the source of the fire during this period, reverse its energy travel, and use the arc energy to create an energy crystal according to the energy. It is similar to the energy crystals developed by the Supreme Dynasty, but theirs requires star-level energy, while Bai Yang has biometals, and the energy generated by the arc is enough. The ones that are created are definitely very different. After all, one is star-level energy, and the other is just man-made arc energy. Because I am worried that these biological metals belong to the Decepticon King Kong, which will affect the consciousness generated. So Bai Yang just made one at first. But the result is still very good. There is no hidden Decepticon consciousness, maybe it has been refined, on the Earth and created by humans. These biological armors can be regarded as another kind of creatures on the Earth. Like pets, they can survive alone, but they are also willing to be adopted and experience life with food and shelter. However, they obviously also have requirements for adopters. So far Bai Yang doesn't know what their requirements are. For this reason, he reported the biological armor to Joshua, and began looking for adopters all over the world. Code name, Shit Shovel Officer. The first batch of bioarmors produced quickly found all the candidates, and then joined the training. Yesterday's operation was an actual combat experiment. It turned out great. Joshua brought General Addison and the politicians to the central laboratory. Boss, I'm here to see you. Before General Addison could speak, a rough voice sounded from behind his adjutant. Then a mechanical tiger rushed towards Bai Yang excitedly. Bai Yang touched its head. Which ones do you want to see? He asked the thin-haired general who was leading the way. I am the head of the NESTT Special Forces, Addison Jeff. The biological armor you created achieved great results in yesterday's battle. I am here today mainly to visit it in person. He formally introduced himself. After a while, he stretched out his hand to Bai Yang. Bai Yang nodded, then shook hands with him, and then shook hands with the adjutant behind him. But the adjutant looked at him in the wrong way, like looking at a rival in love. The adjutant was a resolute young man with a murderous look in his eyes, like a tiger who would choose to eat someone, but seeing his partner's cute face now, he couldn't help but feel a little bit apprehensive. When I get along with him, I just don't answer, and now I'm like a dog licking. Okay, I'll call them out. Bai Yang turned his head and whistled, dinner is ready. In an instant, all the listless mechanical creatures in the corner of the laboratory jumped over excitedly. Among them, the fastest runner was a mechanical hound, which directly took the lead and stopped the car in front of Bai Yang. The mechanical leopard who had just rejected Joshua walked over with graceful steps. Wang. Where's the food? The mechanical hunting dog circled around Bai Yang suspiciously, but couldn't find anything to eat. A colorful metal robot cat jumped directly on his head, and said to its head, "Idiot, you have been cheated." General Addison raised his eyebrows in surprise as he saw this scene in a zoo. Amy, armor status. Bai Yang said to the red leopard. Okay. Amy replied, and then threw herself directly at Bai Yang's body. The moment her claws touched, her whole body began to deform and cover Bai Yang's whole body, starting from her chest and covering her lower body. Under the eyes of General Addison and others, the red battle armor with golden lines completely covered Bai Yang, and his tail turned into a western rapier and appeared in Bai Yang's hand. The features of the previous leopard can also be vaguely seen on the head. That's it. Bai Yang flicked a few sword flowers, and then put the hilt of the western sword on the heart. A luxurious and noble temperament exudes from him. It's amazing. General Addison looked at this scene in amazement. Even though he had seen the process, he couldn't help being amazed every time. This is the stage of transformation. Speed and strength are also related to animals. For example, leopards have explosive speed and penetrating power. The western sword in Bai Yang's hand was covered with a layer of plasma. The hunting dogs are for detection. Cats are for agility, and rhinos are for defense and strength. Of course, monkeys are the most suitable for the human body, which is more balanced. Bai Yang explained, and at the same time indicated that Amy can come down. With the addition of plasma weapons, it can deal with many hard objects. In itself, it also has the same healing power as those of the Cybertronians. As long as they don't hit the head, they can repair themselves even if they are damaged. Can this be mass-produced? Addison was concerned about this. As long as you provide me with deformed metal. Amy stepped back from Bai Yang's body and rubbed Bai Yang's palm. Addison looked at these things, lowered his head and thought for a while. End of this chapter. Chapter 96. On the other side, Joshua talked with the politicians of the Intelligence Bureau, and the content was about Megatron. We are willing to hand over Megatron to you, but you must build a dedicated detention site and let our people guard it 24 hours a day. The politician sat opposite Joshua and expressed his request. And the related technologies you develop must be shared with us. Didn't you mean to sell it to me? Why do you want me to share technology? Joshua asked with a frown. Megatron is too dangerous as the leader of the Decepticons. If it was a corpse, I might manipulate it and sell it to you, but he is still alive. The politician explained. Can't that kill him? If the technology is shared, his money will flow out a lot. Well, don't think about these things. Even if you are given a dead body, technology will not allow you to dominate your family. And who knows if the information in his mind can be preserved after he dies? The politician said helplessly. Helpless, Joshua transferred a large sum of money to the politician with heartache. Tomorrow, I will send someone to guide the construction of the prison. It will be completed in about a month, and Megatron will be transported over by then. Seeing the number in the account, the political officer nodded lightly, and then left here, ready to arrange matter. On Bai Yang's side, the number of troops coming from the army was more than 3 times that of the robot animals, so many robot animals still found their own shit-shoveling officers. They haven't evolved a weapon system yet, so you can configure some additional firearms in the early stage. Of course, our company's plasma weapons are also very good. If you want to buy them, you can find Mr. Joshua. Seeing that the field is gradually coming to an end, Bai Yang said to the adjutant. Wow! There was a sudden exclamation from the crowd. I saw a female soldier being entangled by a gray mechanical python, and the onlookers were a little nervous. Will this be dangerous? The adjutant asked Bai Yang. No, as long as they are chosen by each other, there will be no danger. Keep reading. Bai Yang signaled that he didn't have to worry. The boa constrictor was about 3 meters long, and it usually stayed in a corner coiled up, basically motionless, and Bai Yang walked over to give it food when it was delivered. Rice is energy crystals, as well as engine oil. The wrapped lady didn't panic at all, but took a breath excitedly. Under everyone's gaze, when the robotic boa constrictor wrapped itself around the opponent's waist, its body began to transform into armor, covering her whole body. Soon, a gray humanoid armor with slender lines and a snake's head appeared in front of everyone. It seems that they get along pretty well. Bai Yang said with a smile. Let's talk about weapons, the adjutant replied with a sigh of relief. Well, about weapons, you should know that you belong to the first batch of people who were successfully selected, so our company gave away matching weapons, but after that, there will be no such benefits, and they can only be obtained through purchase. Just spend money to buy equipment. And considering that you are fighting against Decepticons, we will give you a discounted price. Bai Yang was afraid that he would play the moral card, so he quickly added. The adjutant was stunned for a moment. Didn't your boss come to talk? Oh, I mainly want to experience the feeling of doing business. Bai Yang spread his hands and said. Haha, really? The adjutant laughed dryly. After everyone had made their choices and left a few small mechanical animals, everyone left here with regret and joy. A month later, after Bai Yang used the saboteur's corpse to create several mechanical armored creatures, he left the company headquarters with Joshua in a car and headed for the outskirts of Los Angeles. The car drove all the way and came to a black building. The whole building here is black, like a closed large cube. The two followed a guarding soldier to the building, but did not see a door. After the guarding soldiers reproduced the pupils of the two, they began to come to the whole black metal wall. When he walked a certain distance, a red ray protruded from the wall, and then scattered to scan his pupils. As the red line skin disappeared, A small door slowly opened in the middle of the wall in front of him. It was pitch black inside, and nothing could be seen. Bai Yang and the two followed the guarding soldiers through a dark passage. Only the detector next to them was emitting a faint red light, like a small red dot in the darkness. After walking for about a minute, another gate appeared in front of Bai Yang and the others, and this time the guards unlocked it through a password. Branches. As the metal door was pushed open, some harsh metal twisting sounds resounded throughout the empty space. After passing through the gate, Joshua looked at the scene in front of him in shock. I saw a water world held in the middle of the wide and open space, but there were no fish in it, only a huge robot that was submerged in water and wrapped in chains. Looking at the behemoth in front of me at such a close distance, the shock is beyond words. And Bai Yang had seen it before, so he didn't have much reaction to it. Dr. Snow, all the equipment you need has been installed. If you need anything, you can call me. After saluting Bai Yang, the guard left the place. Can we really create mechs like him in the future? Joshua walked to the huge water tank, looked up at Megatron in front of him carefully. The chains on his body were as thick as a pillar. No problem, it will definitely be a bigger mech than this, Bai Yang said confidently. He looked at the Decepticon in front of him. In fact, this guy is quite miserable. In the plot, when fighting for the fire source in the first film, Sam took the fire source and smashed it into his chest, and then died. In the second part, it was resurrected by the fragments of the fire source, but in the end it was also beaten away by Optimus Prime, who fused with the leader Matrix. And in the third part, he cooperates with you, natural enemy, and in the final melee between the three, he is defeated by Optimus Prime. In the fourth part, the head was taken for research by KSI, the company where Bai Yang works, but it was finally resurrected as Galvatron. Megatron seemed to be aware of someone, and slightly opened his eyes to look at the two humans outside the water tank. Then close your eyes and stay there quietly. Mr. Joshua, do your own work first. I'll adjust the equipment here and check what's missing. Bai Yang greeted him, then turned and walked towards the equipment. At this time, Joshua looked at Megatron in amazement like an audience in an aquarium. At this time, various countries did not have a strong desire to create mechas, because they had the Autobots as an ally, and they had something to rely on. The reason why humans want to create mechas is that after the incident of the natural enemy sending Cybertron, it triggered a major crisis on the Earth. Since then, humans have distrusted all Autobots. Chapter 97, Prison. After Megatron gradually settled down here, Bai Yang moved here from the laboratory. Mr. Megatron, can we talk? Bai Yang said, standing outside the water tank. Megatron didn't even open his eyes, and remained motionless. I think you have developed for at least hundreds of millions of years, but in the end, civil wars broke out due to resources and factions. Years of civil wars have caused your planet to be riddled with holes. Haven't you thought about your own reasons? Bai Yang said in a calm tone. Megatron opened his eyes this time and looked at the humans in front of him. Aren't you the same? Yes. Bai Yang nodded without refuting. But we still have a long way to go. We are developing, and we are trying to solve these, although it is minimal. But your arrival also gives us a chance. I have a way to make the two planets coexist, so I need some help from you. That joke is not funny. Megatron closed his eyes again. I know a lot of things. Zhen Tianzhuan escaped from the sarcophagus a long time ago, and he should be watching the Earth now. The sound wave is also lying on the satellite to find your position. Boom. The water in the water pipe fluctuated violently, and Megatron looked at the humans in front of him in shock. I don't remember Optimus Prime knowing this. How do you know? He asked Bai Yang with his face close to the glass. I know a lot of things, but now you just need to tell me one thing. Are you willing to cooperate? Bai Yang asked lightly. Who are you? He stared at Bai Yang closely. It seems that you don't want to cooperate, so there is nothing you can do. Bai Yang felt a little regretful about this. Immediately, Bai Yang left here and went out to order some equipment again. Come back, what on earth do you know? Megatron shouted towards Bai Yang's back in the huge water tank. But at this time, Bai Yang seemed to have not heard his words, and directly closed the confinement door and left here. Are you in trouble so soon? Assistant Sheila asked curiously as she looked at Bai Yang in front of her, still in a sexy business attire. Yes, I originally wanted to use a gentler method, but now it seems to be a little more violent. Bai Yang said helplessly, tilting his head. This is the list above, please help me purchase it as soon as possible. Assistant Sheila has been with me for 2 years, and the rights must be much greater. Basically, there is no need to apply to the above for purchasing a lot of equipment and materials. Sheila took a look at the list and found that many of them were high-frequency lines, and there was a thermal conductive material at the end. No problem, these things are quite easy to get, but you should apply to the boss, many of them are military materials. After she explained, she kissed Bai Yang and left. Bai Yang has become accustomed to this, and began to draw design drawings. Soon, the blueprint appeared in Bai Yang's hands. It can be seen from the drawing image that this is a huge plug, and the wiring harness is composed of densely packed wiring harnesses, but the jack on the top is composed of a large pointed needle. If shrunk, it looks like a needle and thread for sewing clothes. After Bai Yang returned to the laboratory, he modified the equipment again so that it could match the plug-in wires on the drawing just now. But this time the laboratory is no longer clean. Megatron kept shouting in the water tank, trying to get more information from Bai Yang. Human, how do you know Zenti Anzan? You must know that Zenti Anzan was born billions of years earlier than you humans. You heard me, answer me, stupid human. You are ignoring me. Sure enough, you humans are a bunch of reptiles who don't even know how to be polite. Good guy, how come this is more than that guy Peter said? And it's not far from a stupid human being, a dirty reptile. Bai Yang put down the spot welding handle in his hand, and looked at Megatron in the water tank speechlessly. Stupid human, tell me everything you know. Otherwise, I will make you the first to disappear when I go out. Poplar. After thinking about it, Bai Yang found a plasma cutter. After putting on the underwater equipment, Bai Yang came to the lift and headed towards the top of the water tank. After entering through the reserved hole, Bai Yang jumped into the water tank with the plasma cutter. What are you going to do? Megatron looked at the human in front of him holding a chainsaw with blue light, feeling guilty. You're too noisy. Bai Yang smiled at him, and then cut towards his chest. Dirty human beings, get out of here quickly. The feeling of being cut in the chest was uncomfortable, but his whole body was entangled by the thick chains, and he couldn't break free at all. He could only cause waves in the water tank. Human, when I go out, you will be tortured. Megatron kept cursing. After Bai Yang sliced open his chest, Kuai Bian found his sound system, and then the cutter directly destroyed it with sparks. Because I have dissected the corpses of many Decepticon members, I have a basic understanding of their basic structure. Megatron, who was cursing, immediately stood by and stopped cursing. Seeing the silenced Megatron, Bai Yang smiled in satisfaction, then came to him, waved his hand, turned and left. After coming out, Bai Yang put down the plasma cutter and turned to look at the staring Megatron. It's finally clean. Shaking his head, he took off the equipment on his body and continued to transform his own equipment. Megatron, who couldn't speak, felt even more uncomfortable. The body in the water tank struggled violently, except for shaking some water splashes, it couldn't affect Bai Yang. It took a week to remodel the laboratory. The materials Sheila purchased have also arrived. The entire laboratory has not changed much, except that there are a few more wire bundles as thick as pillars. The micro end is connected to a huge computer, and the other end is a sharp silver long barrel needle. In the eyes of humans, it is a bit big, but in the eyes of robots like Megatron, it is a little thicker than normal wire harnesses. For some reason, Megatron felt bad when he saw the bundles of wires and the thimble with a cold light on the tip. But at this time he was completely speechless, and felt even more uncomfortable inside. After running around the computer for a while, Bai Yang took the huge thimble, jumped into the water tank again, and under Megatron's slightly panicked eyes, came to his chest again, but this time it was in his chest. Center of the chest. The thimble pierced directly along his chest, directly into the fire in his chest. Afterwards, Bai Yang went back and forth several times, and after a while, Megatron's head and chest were covered with thimbles. Especially the top of the head is densely packed, and the thick wiring harnesses that are connected look like dreadlocks. End of this chapter. Chapter 98, The Vagabond, one more chapter. That's right, it smells like a predator. Seeing Megatron's appearance at this time, Bai Yang nodded in satisfaction. With these rough wiring harnesses, the whole laboratory looks much rougher. It's like a big cable factory. The end of the cable link was just a huge computer that could calculate the biometrics and brainwave activity in Megatron's body at any time. At the same time, Bai Yang also used memory transmission to find a way to obtain the knowledge in Megatron's mind. In fact, compared to Megatron, Bai Yang wants to study Optimus Prime, the natural enemy, and these Autobots. Because of their physical weakness, Autobots choose to develop weapons to enhance themselves. The members of the Decepticons themselves have extremely high physical fitness, and can transform into flying states, such as helicopters, fighter jets, etc., and their talents surpass the Autobots. This is why the Autobots are losing ground in battle. But what Bai Yang wanted was technology. But now humans and Autobots are still in a gluey state, and it's not easy to fall out. With previous experience, Bai Yang began to study Megatron. He found that many Decepticons had a talent for crushing electronic equipment. For example, the Decepticon member lying on the satellite at this time, Soundwave. He assimilated the satellite in a completely biological way and became his eyeliner for monitoring the Earth. And after they were created by the Supreme Dynasty with energy crystals, they will also evolve deformation systems and weapon systems. This is true for both Autobots and Decepticons. However, the machine creatures created by Bai Yang with the energy crystals made by the Arc energy source only have the function of deformation, and the weapon function has not been discovered so far. So additional weapons are required. Chapter 95. I want a bigger one, like the Cybertronians. Can it be done? Addison looked up at Bai Yang with longing. It shouldn't work. I used a kind of radioactive material to make these, which can only activate small robot creatures. As for the larger ones, I tried it, and it didn't work. A source of energy combined with arc energy can only create such a large biological machine. If you want to create robots like Autobots, you really need to use stellar energy. Can't you? General Addison felt a little regretful. Yes, but if you give Megatron's corpse for my research, maybe I can create it. Of course, it would be even better if Optimus Prime, the leader of the Autobots, is willing to share the technology. Bai Yang thought for a while and said. Addison and the intelligence officers looked at each other, and automatically filtered Optimus Prime. The two immediately thought of Megatron, who was imprisoned in the naval base. These guys haven't found a shit-shoveling officer they like. If you want to take them away, you need to find someone as soon as possible. It's better to be a relatively lonely person. Bai Yang pointed to the machine creatures surrounded here and suggested road. They've been waiting here for a long time. I've always wanted to go out and have a look. The first batch of people were recruited by KSI, so there are people from various countries. After the test is completed, they will return to their respective countries. Of course, whether they can retain them depends on the ability of the government. And in terms of sales, KSI is not just a business. Okay, we'll get people from the army to test as soon as possible, General Addison responded. The adjutant suddenly asked curiously, it seems that there are no flying creatures here. After these guys are all adopted, I will make the next batch, and there are not many biome left. Bai Yang explained to him. After several people talked again, under Joshua's gratified eyes, Bai Yang rejected General Addison's invitation. For this, he could only leave here with some regrets, but Bai Yang's words made him never forget. After sending off General Addison and others to leave with the contract and report, Joshua followed Bai Yang in the hall. Are you really confident in making a robot like those Autobots? Joshua asked a little excitedly. Yes, but I need a leader-level robot. As a leader, there must be a lot of knowledge and information recorded in his head. Bai Yang nodded his head and replied confidently. Okay, I'll find a way to get it. It's up to you whether our company can reach a new level by then. Joshua also nodded seriously. No problem, but I want to change the location of the laboratory. Change position. Where to change? Joshua asked suspiciously. Probably in Egypt. In the desert. What are you doing there? It's suitable to place a device there. Is there a way for you to get the pyramid? Thank you for looking up to me. Joshua was a little speechless. This guy really dared to ask anything. It doesn't matter, let's talk about it after you get things over first. Bai Yang was not in a hurry. If Megatron is brought over, he will have to start making his own mechs. After Bai Yang returned to the laboratory, it was gradually approaching evening. After he arranged the saboteurs' corpses, he went directly to the shooting range of the laboratory. The shooting range is very large, but it is also very empty. This is the place where Bai Yang practiced magic. It is completely enclosed without any monitoring. To outsiders, this is Bai Yang's meditation room. Bai Yang began to chant spells in the air, and his gestures also began to change regularly. With a silver spark flickering, a huge silver magic circle appeared in the air, and the silver lines were like flowing metal bars. The circular magic circle quickly expanded with Bai Yang's gestures, and soon covered the entire shooting range. Silver-white light hovered over the shooting range, illuminating the entire space brightly. Immediately afterwards, an energy crystal flew up to the center of the magic circle and began to power the entire magic circle. Bai Yang let go of his hands, and the magic circle above was still maintained. Space isolation magic, a stable magic circle, can be maintained as long as there is continuous energy. It is probably to build a space barrier, but at the same time reserve a passage. Soon, the energy was exhausted, and the magic circle lost its energy supply and dissipated. After that, Bai Yang tested the strength of the space fortress again. This magic is what Bai Yang has been studying for the past 2 years, from analyzing the space to breaking the middle, and then creating the space. After studying for nearly midnight and further improving the magic circle, Bai Yang began to practice his own mind. In many cases, the power of weird and unpredictable magic comes from the heart. For example, Ancient One, his spiritual energy can cover the whole world and affect dimensions. Even being able to touch Dormammu has something to do with the strength of her powerful heart. In the past 2 years, Bai Yang's magic practice has also improved a lot. It is already possible to create magic based on the understanding of the universe. Space to a certain extent. In the mirrored space, Bai Yang sat cross-legged on the ground, his soul came out of his body, and he started today's practice. A month later, the military came again, but General Addison did not come here at this time, but a group of troops led by an adjutant. At the same time, the politicians from the Intelligence Bureau also came, but not with the army, but with other things. Bai Yang followed his assistant to a lawn, followed by a group of mechanical creatures jumping around. The army who came to adopt them also waited for a long time. After seeing the two Bai Yang, although their expressions did not change, their eyes still glanced over curiously. "Hi, we brought someone for adoption today." The adjutant stepped forward and shook hands with the two. Bai Yang glanced at the soldiers lined up in 3 rows, including women. "Have you told them about the situation?" Bai Yang asked. "It's all been explained. And they are also the type of people who prefer pets." "Well, I wish you all good luck." Bai Yang smiled, and then shouted to the biological machine behind him, "Hey, guys, your shit-shoveling officer is here, let's see if there is anyone you like." After Bai Yang shouted, he always felt a bit like a pimp. Woof. Meow. Roar. The voices of various animals sounded, and then they rushed towards the human queue ahead. For a while, there was a mess on the broad grass. "Aren't you going over?" "Amy." Bai Yang found out that Amy didn't go over and asked. "No, I think it's good to be by your side." Its leopard head shook. "Well, I hope you won't feel bored in the future." Bai Yang didn't care about it, and it's not bad to keep it as a pet. And Amy is a bit special, it is made directly through the fire source, and it is also the first test product. End of this chapter. As for using the fire source to create, the energy inside is still very useful to Bai Yang, and it is impossible to disperse it and create some unknown creatures. You must know that Qi Tianzuan can turn against each other because of the disagreement of ideas. If on the earth, the mechanical creatures created by the source of fire are not in line with human ideas, it is inevitable that there will be no war between the two. With the further study of the experiment, Bai Yang fell into peace again. In the outside world, shortly after Megatron moved, the naval base was attacked. As a result, humans began to wake up. And Megatron's transfer was arranged by Bai Yang at that time. Signal interference was released on all routes, and the memory of the members involved in the incident was also deleted. For a short time, the location where Megatron is being held will not be discovered. However, the positions of the star harvesting device and the leader matrix were placed in the fire source by the 6 celestial beings, so without the fire source, they could not find the position of the star harvesting device. So they just keep looking. This stable situation continued for another 3 years. And in these 3 years, the whole Earth became lively. Zhen Tianzhuan pays attention to the situation of the Earth these days, and begins to send Decepticons to the Earth on a large scale to find information about the source of fire. Autobots, Decepticons, and the gradually developed shit-shoveling officer squad. In the first year, KSI sold transforming armor to various countries, and they were able to effectively deal with hidden Decepticon members. As for the bodies of the hunted Decepticon members, they will choose to sell them to KSI Corporation, then send people to adopt the shape-shifting creatures. Of course, some countries want to do their own research, but judging from the activity of the shit-shoveling officer team and the funds flowing into the company from various countries, it is clear that the progress is not very optimistic. But from the second year to the third year, more and more Decepticon members and Autobots sneaked into the Earth. In order to deal with this situation, Bai Yang chose to disclose part of the technology.I in order to allow countries to deal with the danger of alien invasion. Energy pulse, deformation armor, plasma weapons, and some technologies obtained from Megatron were selected by Bai Yang, which can effectively form an effective defense technology against the electronic intrusion of Decepticon members. For a time, under the guidance of KSI, global technology showed a blowout growth. With the development of human beings, the role of Autobots has become smaller and smaller. For this reason, the cooperating military began to intentionally or unintentionally raise the intention of sharing technical information. When Zhen Tianzhuan saw this scene, he became a little anxious. Because the current development of human beings is really amazing, if it continues, human beings may directly step on their corpses to counterattack Cybertron. It can be seen that war is the most powerful way to promote technology. At this time, Kuntasha, one of the creators who stayed on Cybertron, also paid attention to the situation on the Earth. The original plan was also shaken. With the development of the situation, the Autobot also inexplicably has a sense of crisis. Some politicians have already planned to kill the donkey and attract the attention of the Autobots. Greed, although ugly, is also a root that many people cannot shake off. At this time, Quintessa has sent a bounty hunter to the Earth to start negotiations with humans. For a time, the Earth was about to storm. The turning point of fate seems to be not far away. Or, held in one's hand. At this time, the Black Cube prison, also called the laboratory. In the water tank in the central area, Megatron's state is obviously not very good at this time, but he has nothing to do about it. He can only indifferently feel the loss of his own memory. In the past few years, many Decepticon members have found here, but with the growth of guards and technology, the Black Cube prison has become a fortress, and nothing can come in at all. And if the Decepticons want to invade, it's also food delivery material. But today is a special day. The first man-made mecha is formed. This mech has the biological structure of a Cybertronian, so there is no need to worry about the mechanical jamming and malfunctioning of the machine. And in the chest center room, there is also a human body control room. This is a mecha operated by humans. The whole body is blue, and the eye mask is composed of orange honeycomb screens. It is about 70 meters high, and it almost touches the roof when standing in the empty laboratory. This is Poplar based on the appearance of Pacific Rim Voyager. But there is no need for two pilots, only one human consciousness is needed to lead, and the mecha composed of biometals on the body does not need to worry about damage. After 3 years, the shell of this biological mecha was finally completed. For this mech, Bai Yang didn't intend to make it conscious, it was only built as a weapon. And now, the last step is left, energy. In order to deal with the high-end combat power of Zentianzen and Quintessa in the future, the Earth must also have corresponding combat power. And now, this biological mech, the Wanderer, is the protector of the Earth in the future. At this moment, Megatron, who was a little sluggish, suddenly felt something. He opened his eyes and looked. In an instant, the entire water tank trembled violently at this instant, and the chains on it made chaotic and piercing crashing sounds. "It's you," he roared inwardly.